And this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
We are officially in the second half of Norway Chess. From now on, every point matters. Yesterday was total carnage with 3 wins in Classical. Have the floodgates now opened? Let's find out in day 6.
For the first time in 13 years, Norway Chess moved from Stavanger to Oslo, bringing the biggest stars in the game into the heart of the capital. Over the next week, the world's best chess players attempt to keep their nerves together, while the rest of us pretend we understand the engine evaluations.
Why did Magnus not play f4? Oh, the bar drops though.
This year's lineup is ridiculous. Magnus Carlsen returns once again and faces challengers like Gukesh de Moraes, Vincent Keimer, Wesley So, and Alireza Farusha. Every single round looks like a World Championship match that accidentally wandered into another tournament.
He's feeling the nerves now, Vincent Keimer.
The women's event is just as fierce, with Zhu Xinyer, Zhu Wenjun, Hampi Knero, and Anna Moonsjuk all ready to fight for every point like it's personal. But here's the thing that makes Norway Chess different from any other event on the calendar: there are no peaceful draws. If the classical game ends tied, the players go straight into Armageddon. 1 game, 1 winner, maximum stress. After last year, we know exactly how intense this tournament can get.
Oh my god!
So get comfortable, the clocks are ticking, the evil bar is about to go insane. Norway Chess starts right now.
From high above the skies in Oslo, the stage is set for our players. On the surface, the city is calm, structured, serene. But inside the Dijkman Library, the scene is pure chaos. We are seeing a battlefield littered with shocking twists, turns, and get ready for the absolute noise that is going to be made today. I'm your host, International Master Jovanka Hauska, and I am here with the icons of the game, International Master Tanya Sajdev and Grandmaster David Howe. Guys, it has been such a surprising event.
Absolutely, Yovi. I mean, the opening phase of the tournament is over, and what a ride it's been. And I think with the narrow leader margins that we have, fights and drama are an absolute guarantee. To me, David, this starts feeling like halftime at championships, where the players need to readjust their strategies, go all in. Leaders must defend, chasers must bounce.
Exactly. The format here is fantastic. It does feel like the stage is set for anyone still to rise up, create some history of their own. We could see some real comebacks, a tale of 2 stories perhaps, if some sleeping giants wake up now and perform better. But yeah, I'm hoping for more of the same today, because it's been dramatic so far.
It has been dramatic so far. Sleeping giants, they do need to be woken up. Let's take a recap of day 5.
6 seconds for Bibisara. She needs to make a move right now. And finally,
What's she done? What's she done?
She's missed.
She's now down. 2 rooks against the bishop. This is over. Bibisara totally hallucinating due to the clock. 1 second left. No time. She's about to lose on time and she flags. Game over. Anna Muzichuk takes the win.
All my Armageddon games are quite crazy, but when they end well, I don't complain.
Gukesh is about to break through and win. He's just played a beautiful rook sacrifice. Prag is about to get checkmated. It's so close now. Gukesh is within a couple of accurate moves from winning this game. Another rook sacrifice, a brilliant one.
He's about to get checkmated.
That could be a tournament changer for him. Great result.
I'm surely doing much better than I was doing a few months back or even a couple of months back. I feel much sharper, I feel much happier in general.
And now Divya, who needs only a draw in the Armageddon, could jump in with the knight and simply trade the knight and the bishop and be guaranteed a draw. But she wants more. She wants the piece, and Zhuzhina resigns.
I was very lucky that I won this game. I should have lost it.
Queen d4. I think he finds it.
And he reaches out. He's about to play it. Queen d4 is happening, and it's on the board. Wesley So playing this to perfection. And there's nothing to be done if you're white. You can never capture that d2 pawn. All king pawn endgames are lost. And that's it. Magnus Carlsen resigns. Wesley So takes down the world #1.
I think it's my second classical victory against him.
Wenjun just trying to flag Humpy. Humpy down to 3 seconds on the clock.
Zhu Wenjun falls. She loses on time. Handshake. Humpy gets her first win of the tournament.
I have lost a classical game, so that's a big drawback. I don't think it's going to make any big change.
It's coming. Vincent has to move his rook. He moves the other one. He hits the white queen, but big mistake apparently. There's going to be a beautiful finish to this game.
There comes the knight, and that forces resignation from Vincent.
I just tried to push and I managed to get somehow a fighting game. So
Yeah, I don't know. It is difficult for me. That's all I can say. I will continue trying my best.
3 decisive wins yesterday and all those Armageddons. But today we're set for a new day, and we have, of course, like a merry-go-round. We see these pairings before. We saw them in round 1, but now we see them with colors reversed. And Tanya, the one that jumps to my eyes is Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja. Magnus Carlsen really struggling in this event.
Absolutely, Yovi. And you mentioned colors reverse. The big question for Magnus Carlsen is, will his fortunes reverse as well as he takes on a tournament leader here right now? It's top and bottom of our leaderboard. Magnus Carlsen not used to with the number of, he's lost 3 games so far. I think he wants momentum. His only hope is actually to get those classical wins in. He starts with the white pieces. So much about the mindset that he comes in from. Is he feeling the fight in him, or has he just already tilted and given up on this tournament? I think that decides the pace of today's match for Alireza Firouzja. I mean, that guy in Oslo looks unstoppable right now.
Exactly. We've been seeing some memes. We've been seeing Alireza so chilled, smiling here on the camera. He does have a long-term deficit in their head-to-head score against Magnus Carlsen, but that one win you see there, it's 5-1 decisive results in classical. That one win came last week. He's looking so sharp. He's looking confident, calm, collected. Magnus knows, on the other hand, that maybe today, if he wins, he's back in it. If he doesn't, winning the tournament is going to be a long shot.
You know, all this while, everyone keeps asking, how do you take down Magnus Carlsen? How do you beat him? And I think Alireza has shown in this tournament, it takes an injured ankle. That's what's been missing from the chess world.
Has been missing from the chess world. You need to lounge about in your chair, not be able to pace around. And for Alireza, this is proving to be a winning formula. He's currently in the lead. Can he keep up his winning ways as he faces off with the black pieces against the world #1? We have Zhu Wenjun on our screens. For her, she is struggling to find her form, not yet managing to score either an Armageddon win or a win in classical. But she starts with the black pieces. What is it about for Zhu Wenjun?
To turn everything around. Another player who's looking for fortunes reversed and not just the colors right now. She takes on tournament leader from yesterday, Divya Deshmukh, after Divya's big win against Zhuzhina. And we saw in their head-to-head, they've just played once. It was earlier this week at Norway Chess. That ended in a draw. Divya looking in good form. Another player who's trying to find form, David Howell, is this guy on our screen. Vincent Keimer, 5 Armageddon losses.
Exactly. He's looking sharp, though. Zooming in there, the camera on that swag. He looks like a film star out of the, I don't know, 1920s. He's a very classy customer on and off the board. But yeah, Vincent yet to strike form. He'll be hoping that he can get it done in classical because Armageddon just not his friend.
And someone who is chasing down Alireza fresh off a win yesterday against world number 1 Magnus Carlsen. It's Wesley. So this time he's playing with the white pieces against Pragnananda. In their last encounter, Prag was the one who won in Armageddon. But Wesley now looks like everything is going to go his way.
Absolutely. And that was in game 1 of Norway Chess, and the only loss that Wesley has had after that, a big, huge Armageddon streak, till yesterday, where he took down Magnus Carlsen in the Classical. So he's definitely got to be feeling all the confidence. To me, it just feels like Wesley somehow creeped up the tournament into the standings, is the hottest on the chase to Alireza, currently 2nd place.
Yeah, it feels like the players who are playing with a smile, who are just enjoying being here, it's maybe no coincidence that they're in form. In the meantime, we see Gukesh. I should point out, he now has 100% score as a 20-year-old in his 20s. He has 100% score when he's visited the confessional booth. He has switched things up just this last 24 hours or so. Can he keep it going? He's got a great score against Vincent Long, historically 4-1 in their head-to-head.
And the first player to give Gukesh a birthday gift was Pragnananda yesterday. What a roller coaster of a game that was. And speaking of roller coasters, I'm expecting a big fight in this one as well. Zhuzhina has got to be disappointed with what happened yesterday against Divya. But Anna Muzichuk, I mean, she just goes on to show what a big stage player she is. The Norway Chess defending champion.
Defending champion, also one of the most accurate players in the women's tournament. She is there chasing down the leader, Divya Muk. So she does want those classical points for Zhuzhina. It's all about whether she can strike back after yesterday's defeat. She's got the white pieces, but for Zhu, somehow things are not going her way.
Yeah, we should mention Anna Muzichuk just reached over and she was like, "Oh, I really like your outfit there." They were talking about Zhuzhina's dress. So, yeah, things maybe not going Zhuzhina's way yet, but the tournament young, and she's had chances. She just needs to start converting them.
And speaking of outfits, you know, it's all been about the drip here at Norway Chess. Bibisara coming in with her Chanel shoes. I wonder if she changed that up after her fortunes changed yesterday. It is the first time in the tournament that we have a new leader today at Norway Women Chess, and it's not named Bibisara. So she definitely wants to get that back, grab that back, and she's playing against a player who has been struggling. For Humpy, she beat Wenjun yesterday in Armageddon, but the tournament, she still hasn't found her rhythm.
Bibisara looking for a repeat of what went down in round 1 when Bibisara was the only player to defeat someone in Classical. And there, Bibisara was playing with the black pieces. She's now got the white. Bibisara has come to every game exceptionally well prepared.
She's got a very strong second here with in Oslo.
I wonder who David's talking about. Any intel on that?
There might be World Championship challenges that we've seen just hanging around the Opera House on a boat trip in the fjord a few days ago.
I mean, he did get invited to Gukesh's birthday party as well.
Exactly, Sindarov crushing the party. No, it looks like he's in great spirits. Bibisara doing well. And look at this scene. We see 2 Grandmasters. We see Alireza Firouzja just chilling to the max. And we see European Chess Union President Zurab Azmaiparashvili ready to make the opening move once Magnus does appear. But Magnus cutting it fine. Not long now before the round begins.
Not long now. And there, I thought we were going to catch a glimpse of Magnus making his way amongst the crowds. And it is a crowd. The library here is absolutely buzzing with people.
As Magnus steps over, so many fans here inspired by the one player who has changed chess in his country, well, the world, but Norway taking on a chess. Is it true that during the World Championship match, David Howell, 1/3 of Norway was tuned in?
I think at least 1/3, exactly. During the World Rapid and Blitz Championships every year, every Christmas, New Year, around 1 million TV sets are on, of a population of 5.5 million. I'm assuming that it's not just one person watching one TV set as well. Often you'll be together with families, several. So yeah, huge chunk of the population here. I think it's estimated around 20% of the population tunes in every year to watch Magnus go for gold in those World Championships.
It's become a family tradition here in Norway where everyone gathers to watch the chess. And Magnus Carlsen can say he single-handedly changed the culture of chess in this country.
He's been a game changer in more ways than one, pushed the boundaries of the sport the way it's perceived world across. And I have to say, with the way tournament's going, the last time Magnus Carlsen lost 3 games at a tournament was Norway Chess 2015. And now coming back in 2026, he definitely needs to switch things up to have any shot to make it to the top.
There's been a change in location from Stavanger to Oslo. We also see a change in look from Magnus. The hair has been slicked back. Magnus means business.
He means business. He needs to change something up. He needs to maybe play a bit quicker. He's been too slow on the clock. That has cost him several times. His opening choice yesterday against Wesley So perhaps not suiting his style. We will find out, though, if he can make the local crowd go wild today against Alireza. 30 seconds till the games begin.
Yeah, and what a statement win that would be by Magnus if he's able to get it done. Given the tournament situation, he has to go full throttle. He needs that classical win. He starts with the white pieces. Alireza Firouzja has done it once in the tournament. He's taken down Magnus Carlsen in round 1. Can he do it again today? And given the standings, I think this one's going to be a dogfight.
I agree. It's going to be a slugfest, but how do you unsettle a player that is in top form? Alireza, playing with the black pieces, has been one of the most accurate players in Norway chess, and he's at the top for a reason.
He's at the top for a reason. He's playing fantastic chess, playing very confidently. But yeah, Magnus with white, if he can produce something a bit different to yesterday, maybe something a bit more positional, a bit less cagey, then I think he will have his chances. But here we go. We're ready for those handshakes, ready for the first moves to begin.
The ceremonial moves coming in, and it just feels like after the first rest day, players came out hungry. We had the maximum number of decisive results in Game 5. We might even have more today, considering how some of the chasers really need to get on the leaderboard. And this is going to be a fun day of chess.
Sunday, fun day. It's going to be a brilliant day of chess as we get ready for the ceremonial moves to be made. We're expecting a lot of fights, especially as we start to near crunch time.
And, okay, what do we think? We'll go into predictions later, I think, about how many decisive games we'll get, how many Armageddons. Ceremonial first move made on Magnus's board by the ECU president. And that will signal... we see some young guests as well on Zuzhiner against Muzichuk, the board there, the bottom center. That's really nice to see.
You gotta love that, right? How inspirational this is for young fans to come to might go on to be on the stage as well one day.
Absolutely. Massive inspiration to have top players in the world fighting it out in your local library. And talking about local library, this is one of the best libraries in the world. And if you're ever in doubt, now is the moment to truly understand the greatness of this event.
Yeah, it's a library. They should have booked their tickets, people at home, if you wanted to come and watch. But here we go, round 6. We're off. Handshakes, opening moves. Let's see what choices they make this early. Which chapter will be written here during round 6? It's e4, e5, Magnus Carlsen against Alireza Firouzja. Same as Magnus had yesterday against Wesley So, but do we think it'll be another Italian after yesterday's debacle?
What chapter will be written? What lines will be played on the board? The big question right now, where does the bishop come out? Does it go for the Italian? It is the Spanish instead, with the bishop moving forward. So none of what happened yesterday, what Magnus had to suffer from. a6, the bishop gets pushed back. How much? I think preparation is going to be so incredibly key in this round. Magnus Carlsen in his confession yesterday saying he has not that much of an idea of the position. I don't think he can afford to let that happen today.
Exactly. He needs to be better prepared today. I think the Spanish, the Roy Lopez in general, suits his style way more than any Italian. It's positional. Magnus has been playing these openings since he was very young, with white, with black. So much experience here. He's going back to basics, back to what he knows best in his attempt to rediscover his form.
Is this almost a must-win game for Magnus to have a shot for his 8th Norway Chess title? And to me, I asked that question, and I almost suddenly feel and realize that if it was anyone else except Magnus, we would have written him off from the race. But with Magnus, you can't write him off till it's mathematically impossible for him to win the championship.
Yeah, with Magnus, you always expect miracles to happen, because a Magnus awoken from the dead is a dangerous Magnus. And you can see him pulling a winning streak, game after game. I wouldn't put it past the world number one. He's employed a tried and tested formula of the Lopez, something that he's very familiar in. He understands these positions incredibly well. I think we're going to be in for a long, long fight.
Okay, but odd to see Magnus pause now. This position has been played literally hundreds of thousands of times in top-level classical chess. It's one of the most well-known positions out there. This is just where it begins, the Spanish. Does Magnus castle his king? Historically, maybe the most popular move. Does he guard his e4 pawn just to prevent black taking it and going into the open Spanish? Lots of opening theory there.
And this pause by Magnus, does that imply that somewhere in his mind he is struggling to find the motivation to actually prepare for his rounds given the tournament situation? 3 losses at Norway Chess currently for Magnus at 4.5 points, struggling at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. It feels like Magnus wants to throw the die and just decide what he wants to play next. It's not something he's actually looked at. He really looks like he's struggling right now with a decision.
Wow.
What's going on?
This is bizarre, yeah. If he'd prepared any openings, d3, castles, then he would have played them immediately, surely. But knight c3, a small surprise. This has been played earlier in the event in Norway Chess Women, but Magnus trying to surprise Alireza early, does defend his e4 pawn. It's basically a 4-knight Spanish now, but with the inclusion of the move a6 and the bishop retreating to a4. Still lots of games, of course, in this position, still early days, but Magnus coming up with a small idea, a slightly rare idea in that game.
Oh, interesting stuff going on there. As we saw, well, number one, take a pause. Let's go into our bird's eye view. We can see there are a whole load of things being played. First up, Keimer against Gukesh. We see c3 being deployed. I always called this the anti-youth chess because you just bore your opponent and you keep it flexible. You try to provoke your opponent to play actively. Going to be an interesting one to follow. And moving to So Pragnananda, we're seeing very well into the contours of a semi-Slav. And in the women's, it looks like we have a whole wide range of openings from the Scotch to the Grunfeld and also to a Lopez.
I love it. I see a lot of queen pawn opening, a lot of king pawn opening. The one thing missing is a reti. How do you feel about that, David Howell?
I'm gutted. The players have been playing the reti nearly every round, actually. At least someone's been dabbling, trying to keep the tension, try to build up slowly, go into something a bit new, a bit fresh. But these are more classical openings. Semi-Slav, ancient, 2 Spanishes. We've known about that opening for hundreds of years in the chess scene. And yeah, I think I'm most excited about the Grunfeld and the Scotch on the bottom 2 boards, the purple in the center and the red on the bottom right.
Because those are going to be fun with action, the openings that are there. And before we deep dive, I've got a question for both of you. So many people watching Norway Chess, getting inspired by the players here, some new to chess as well. If you guys had to recommend an opening to start with the white pieces, today we're seeing mostly 1d4 and 1e4. And like you said, we've seen retis in the past in this tournament every single day. Is there one specific opening? How would somebody go about this?
Not the London system. Anything apart from the London system.
Hot take.
No bad openings, but that one is overanalyzed. Everyone knows it. Boring.
Yovi, do you agree?
No, I completely disagree, actually. I think that you shouldn't be going into those really sharp openings, especially if you've got no time to study. I think that you should play it simple. So you go Collies, London, Torres. I think that's a good choice for white. I mean, the point is, if you know the first few opening moves and you kind of understand where your pieces should be placed, you at least minimize the risk of getting a lost position out of the opening. And as black, I mean, you have to play the Caro-Kann. If someone plays e4, go c6, it's all good.
A few years ago, I spent some time analyzing all the top players. What opening did they start with? And nearly all of them started with 1e4.
Best by test, David.
Yeah, and they all graduate towards d4 or some Englishes and retis later. But e4, I don't know, it teaches you a lot about chess history, culture, like sort of positional play, direct tactics with King's Gambits, Scotches, all these things. It's got a bit of everything, e4, whereas d4 may be a bit more one-dimensional, harder to learn more broadly about chess.
That was absolutely the story of my chess career as well. Started with e4 for the first 10 years and then switched to d4, started playing both of them. And I think today, for most people getting into chess, the breadth is more important than the depth. You want to be able to play as many openings without trying to get too deep into it. So try to get an understanding and feel of different setups, 1e4, 1d4, switch around. But I have to say, I think if you're just starting out, Bobby Fischer said it, who are we to argue? Best by test 1e4.
I like the way that you guys think, but I'm a little bit in disagreement just because I feel like as a kid, yes, e4, absolutely. As an adult, I don't think you have the time and energy to spend all that time like learning and memorizing openings where people can smash you. So you got to protect your ego. And I say, keep it simple, 15 minutes a day, and get you through with some Collie London.
Well, let's just hope there are no Berlins for anyone.
No, Berlins, no. At least we're going to be guaranteed that.
Yeah. No Petrovs either.
Oh, I
Don't
love it.
start with that one. Okay, so we do see quite early action. I think we'll go later to Wesley So against Prague. Magnus has really made Alireza think at this early stage. That's probably a good sign for the world number one. Carlsen there looks pretty chilled. Divya against Zhu Wenjun, bottom left board. Very well-known opening theory. Vincent Keimer, he has transposed it to a London system. So he started with C3 anti-young player chess. He's gone to that London. So my tongue-in-cheek joke that I could be eating my words come the end of the day. We'll see how Vincent Keimer does. Bibisara against Humpy, though, really fun. That kind of Scotch gambit. That's the purple board on the bottom center there. And the red board is a slightly different twist on a Grunfeld, or at least it's a mainline exchange variation, but Anna Muzychuk has swapped off pawns very, very early against Zhu Jiner. Quite a rare idea.
Should we do a trip around the world, starting from the women's board, because you pointed out the purple and the red board and exciting positions on that, and then work our way up?
Let's do it. Let's do it. Which one first, Tanya? Your choice.
You know what? Let's start with Asubayeva versus Humpy. Bibisara has been leading the tournament from day one, getting that classical win in. And this looks like a really exciting opening. Black already has an extra pawn, but you can see the lead in development that Bibisara currently has. And I have to say, I'm kind of becoming a fan of Bibisara's style brand of chess. Regardless of what the result is, she always makes sure that there's excitement on the board early on with all her opening decisions.
Yeah. I love to see it. It's refreshing. Like nowadays, in the age of like slower, stodgy Queen's Gambits and novelties coming at move 25, she's going back into chess history and plucking up these ideas and like just trying to revive them and going for the opponent. This has a scary reputation, and I mean, I'm glad you jumped into this one, Tanya, because story time with Dave.
Woohoo! Best part of the broadcast.
Quick action replay, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. Shout out to one of my first coaches, John Tuck, and the Sussex junior chess scene, because literally one of my first openings with white was the Scotch gambit, instead of taking back this pawn, which nowadays I do a bit more if I play this with white. Bishop c4, just gambiting the pawn. Black has a few moves. Black can bring the bishop out to c5, maybe the most popular other than what Humpy did. Black can also check. But there are traps. There's so many traps involved in these lines. And yeah, the knight coming out to f6 was played. e5. The way I used to play it was a lot of fun. For anyone at home wanting to learn first openings, knight takes e4. You'll get many quick wins with this one. Rook e1, a pin, d5, and knight c3 is actually a surprisingly dangerous gambit here. But bishop takes d5, queen takes d5, and knight c3, double pin on the central files. And this means that white wins back a piece. Black actually has some difficult questions to answer in the next few moves. This would have been a lot of fun, but Bibisara goes e5 instead. Knight to e4. d5 is the main line, counterattacking the bishop. We would have seen a pin, and knight takes d4. Loads of theory here. Humpy goes a different way. Magnus has made this popular. Magnus played this against Fabiano Caruana a few years ago. Queen to e2, knight c5, and yeah, big lead in development. f7 a bit vulnerable. White threatening to put something on g5, a bishop, a knight. This could be fun, this game. If Humpy doesn't know what she's doing, then I do fear for her, thinking for quite a while now.
And I guess White's plan is to simply gang up on the d-pawn. You play rook d1, take on d4, and just say the pawn on e5 is going to give me loads of nice space.
That makes a lot of sense. And the thing is, you have to fight against that plan, as well as the knight jumping to g5, as you pointed out, with f7 being soft. And I think that being the more dangerous one, I would expect Humpy to either plant her bishop in e7, trying to get ready to castle to safety, or drop her knight back to e6, also doubling down as a defender on d4 and stopping the knight from jumping to g5. So taking care of both these ideas.
Yeah, I believe that knight e6, I'll just quickly check the database. Knight e6 is the move played by most of the top players these days. But yeah, actually bishop e7 and knight e6 are the only two moves that have ever been played at the top level. And yeah, they're both very logical. Both covering g5, both dealing with piece development. And white, as well as rook d1, often plays the move c3 as a pure pawn sacrifice, just to try and accelerate the knight development.
Exciting, and then that knight can land at the center of the board on d5. Also, look at the clock situation, right? Bibisara doing Bibisara things. We've seen it every single round. Comes with this hyper-aggressive opening preparation, blitzes it out, and that psychologically is also very difficult for your opponent to deal with, especially an opponent who's been struggling at the tournament so far.
Absolutely. It's very unnerving. Yesterday, Bibisara only spent, 8 minutes in her game? And then she got a draw as black against Anna Muzichuk, just like that. And now she's definitely surprised Humpy. And we have a very unbalanced position in front of our screens. Rook d1, bishop takes e6 ideas. If a knight ever goes to e6, c3 in the air, gambits. And the pawn on e5 is signaling one thing. White wants to attack. Let's move away from this game and let's go to the other women's game that you mentioned, the Grunfeld, between Zhuzhina and Anna Muzichuk.
Yeah, let's jump into this one. I mean, I don't want to go on about my childhood openings, but Grunfeld, I played it between the age of 5 and the age of 30, pretty much exclusively. I was like, Queen's Gambit, no thanks. King's Indian, nah. Slav, nah.
Anyone starting with the Grunfeld, would you say that they need to look and check out every single game of David Howell?
No.
What, David?
I've actually got a terrible score with the Grunfeld. I was looking a few years ago. In my mind, I was like, yeah, great opening. I did so well with it. And then I was like, wait, statistically, actually, it was maybe my biggest weakness as a player. So.
But you were loyal to it.
I was loyal. I'm a very loyal guy. I'm a male Scorpio, so once I find love, I stick to it through thick and thin.
And can we rewind and get some story time with Dave and just break down the Grunfeld?
Okay, the Grunfeld, d4, knight f6. We've seen actually a few players, especially Bibisara, play bishop g7 here, allowing the King's Indian, where white occupies the center. The Grunfeld's aimed at striking in the center immediately. It's also a hyper-modern opening, which means that black prioritizes fianchettos. Black allows the opponent to build a center and chips away from afar. So this is the exchange variation, where we saw pawns, knights come off very quickly. And in this position, maybe one of the main lines, and the old main line at least, used to be after castles, and black has all the moves in the world here. Black can play bishop to g4. There were so many Kasparov games back in the day. After that one, knight to a5 is a move that I quite like. You can take on d4. b6 has been recommended by Svidler. e6 has been played by many top grandmasters. I used to play queen c7. This is where Magnus would go into the confessional and say, black has 20 different moves here. Ha ha ha, bishop d7 as well. There's so many.
And yet I'm surprised.
Exactly. And we're surprised here. I'm surprised because Anna Muzichuk actually took on d4 first without allowing white to castle. And that's important because now going for the attack on the vulnerable d4 pawn, pin on the long diagonal, white defends it, and a check. And I haven't seen this for quite a few years. It was trendy, I would say, just before the pandemic or around 2020. The idea is that after the white bishop drops back, the queen has a few choices. She can come into a3 or she can go all the way home. And this is actually a silent draw offer.
And I was just about to say that after the check, I mean, you've got 4 legal moves with 3 essential practical choices here. If you're white, if we just come back one move here, you could block it with the bishop, you could block it with the queen, or sidestep your king to f1. That's obviously not a choice you're happy making. Losing rights to castle. Bishop to d2, falling back, is the most popular move. Queen to d2, the second most popular move. And David, if you do block that check with the bishop, it looks like you're losing a move. But let's say black goes back with the queen. And now we know one thing about Zhuzhina, no early draws for this player. You were hinting at the repetition with bishop to e3, queen a5, a bit of a yo-yo there, early game, let's take it to Armageddon. I'd be shocked to see that. Anna Muzichuk would be happy to see that. But another plan that white has in this position is now to read out the bishop to the other diagonal. So you've lost a move to actually get it to a better square so that you can finally challenge the Grunfeld gem. The glory in black's position, the bishop in g7 one day.
The star boy of the position, that bishop.
Don't sing that song.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not such a big fan of this because I actually quite like the white bishop on c3. But it is maybe a psychological thing here. Anna Muzichuk just trying to tempt Zhuzhina into a repetition. I don't recommend trading off queens if Zuzhina is tempted here. That often happens in similar positions. But here, black is very quick to strike at the center and not so easy for white to kind of control things. Despite the fact she's got a centralized king in an endgame, that king could become a target. So early days, but Anna Muzichuk with the first surprise.
Well, very interesting stuff. We'll see which way Zuzhina is tempted to defend and block that check. With the queen, with the bishop, or just sidestepping with the king. Let's move back, and we talked about going around the world. Let's check out the game between Divya Deshmukh against Zhu Wenjun. Divya now in the lead, but it's such a narrow lead, just half a point in it between her and Bibisara.
And I'm just going to add, before we deep dive into this position, one I would suspect has come from an anti-Marshall. And we probably have thousands and thousands of games already in this. But before, David, you break this down, I want to point out that at the start of the tournament, game theoretician of Norway Chess, Mehmet Mars, who's here right now, had actually predicted with stats that Zhu Wenjun was a favorite by 28% in the tournament to win it. She's already won it in 2024, and of course, being the reigning women world champion, huge odds, big favorite. For Divya Deshmukh, she had the least. She was at around 7% to take the event as a debutante, as the youngest player in the tournament. Well, we've seen a completely different narrative in this event so far. Zhu Wenjun yet to win a game, struggling at the bottom of the leaderboard. It just looks like a nightmare of an event for Wenjun. Meanwhile, Divya Deshmukh has been the picture of consistency. She's had one loss so far. She's been performing incredibly well in the Armageddons. And yesterday, in a crazy battle against Zhu Jina, where really she had to be on the defense for most of the game, when she had the opportunity, she pounced on it and was able to keep her nerves to take the full point.
Yeah, she's been very impressive. I mean, I was really impressed by the way that she handled yesterday. She was busted out of the opening, and she started to play with her back against the wall on instinct, and she managed to turn things around. And as you mentioned, so cool, collected in Armageddon. Whereas Zhu Wenjun, let's not forget she's a 5-time Women's World Champion, but also a former Women's World Blitz Champion. She has nerves of steel, good instincts. It's been a disaster for her in Armageddon. She's yet to win a game.
0 out of 5 from Armageddon. I would never predict from Zhu Wenjun. It feels like Armageddon suits her strengths. She's a great speed player. She's got great instincts, very solid. So when she has black, I would think that Armageddon would suit her. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe in the back of her mind now, Zhu Wenjun thinks, okay, if Armageddon's not going to be where my points come, I might as well push in classical. And yeah, this opening in the meantime, Divya going for very traditional stuff, very quick action replay, e4, e5. We see a Spanish, just like in the Carlsen against Fallujah game today. And after castling, yeah, d3 is one of the most popular moves. Rook e1 as well would have led to the more classical Roy Lopez positions. d3. And yeah, it's one of those where black has a bunch of choices. This is a very well-known position. Just as Magnus would say, you can play rook b8, you can play b4, you can play bishop e7, bishop d7, bishop g4, bishop e6, and she chooses to close it instead, Zhu Wenjun. And yeah, I think the block nature of the position she's trying to play against Divya's attacking instincts, she's just going to try and keep it as solid as possible in the next 10-15 moves, Zhu Wenjun. And she'll hope that she ends up in decent shape. I'm expecting Divya to go back to typical tried and tested Spanish ideas. Maybe put a rook on e1, bring the knight round to d2, either put it on c4 or put it round f1, g3, sit in front of the king, and some maneuvering ahead.
It's going to be a slow grind, this game, with the way the opening has started, and I think a long fight for Divya, currently the tournament leader, half a point ahead of the rest of the field. And the ideas and the plans that David pointed out for white, I think for Wenjun, also very thematic plans are to challenge that light squared bishop on b3. We can expect moves like bishop to e6, bring the queen out to d7. And one thing that I've always felt playing these positions as black, I'm always looking out for ways to get to that a5 pawn. Rook b5, now that it's beautifully placed, it's not possible right now because in some positions you've got bishop a4 or bishop c4 hitting it, but you have to be always on the lookout of that a5 pawn, which has clamped down black's queen side, but also a trade-off that it's a bit of a target.
Wow. One thing for sure, what you guys are both indicating is that this is going to be a tense maneuvering game. Let's continue our walk around the park and let's move on to Wesley So against Pragnananda. We're in deep into the semi-Slav and we have this move. I don't see this one too often from black, where knight has appeared on e4. But let's backtrack and see how the players got here.
Yeah, let's do it. It was d4, d5. A queen's gambit declined initially. And after knight c3, rather than keep it pure kind of queen's gambit, bring out the knight, maybe the bishop, he chooses this triangle formation Prague. Provocative stuff, because a very famous game from recent history, e4, the martial attack, was played by Hikaru Nakamura against Sindarov in the candidates recently, where black grabs a pawn and hopes to live to tell the tale. Sindarov with black went on to defeat Nakamura in very impressive style. So this has come back into fashion. Wesley, it's not his style to sack pawns in the opening. Yeah, I don't think he would have paused about this for too long. He plays e3, the slower system, and yeah, we see piece development. And as Jovanka says, b3, allowing the knight into e4. Maybe if white wanted to avoid this, queen c2 is one of the other main lines. b3, knight into e4. He chooses not to take Wesley, so this would have given black a very strong pawn on e4, and maybe some kind of initiative with f5. We talked yesterday about rook lifts, the white king lacking some defenders. And people here having fun in the library. We can hear some screaming. I'm not sure it's about the games or not, but bishop to b2, defending the knight instead. And Prague goes for the stonewall setup. The stonewall Dutch pawn structure, a bit holy, I would say. Not in a religious way, holes as in the dark squares. And yeah, the downside is the dark squared kind of gaps there. But the bright side is that black gets a super strong knight on e4.
A super strong knight, and ideas of the attack to follow up on the king's side, right? You suddenly get full direction of finding a nice rook lift, or the knight coming on to g4, combining with threats like queen e8, queen h5, and trying to at least get to the white king side. You know, Prague was having a fantastic tournament until yesterday. A completely winning game against Gukesh, and then goes down in that one in a very nervy finish. And that's got to hurt. So right now, sitting at 6 points in the Chasers mix right there, I think Prague is looking for early imbalances, but Wesley's shown one thing, that here at Norway Chess, he's ready for every kind of fight, whether it's a strategic positional grind or a tactical fest. He's in probably one of the best shapes that I've seen Wesley so in recent years. So this is going to be a fun one, because neither will sort of blink or shy away from those ideas. That's what this structure also entails. I will point out, though, for Prague, with the stone wall, the light squared bishop is your problem child. That's the one that you need to solve problems with. So you're either going directly for the kingside idea, or even moves like b6, bishop b7 to improve the position. But Jovanka, what about white? Wesley's made the move like g3 here. What are the plans that we're looking for Wesley in this position? Because it just feels like the next few moves, whether it's b6, bishop b7, or queen e8, queen h5, queen g6, knight f6, going for the attack, it's a matter of choice.
It is definitely a matter of choice for white. Sometimes a lot of the play revolves around just controlling the center square, the hole that has been left behind, the square on e5. So you want to be not necessarily occupying, but you want to be controlling it. And often what your white is doing is kind of like rerouting the knight from c3 to e2 to f4. But there's a bishop in the way. And that's not entirely pleasant. Another plan that white has is to kind of go, well, whatever's happening on the king side, I'm just going to hold firm, and I'm just going to go for what I described, the big clamp, c5, b4, b5, get that weakness, and just hope for some kind of advantage on the queen side. And just one final plan that I want to talk about in reference to the square on e5 is exchanging of the dark squared bishops. I wanted to mention that because so often you might see a little move like queen c1 to get your bishop to a3. In this case, might be queen c1, or might be done via a4, bishop a3, get those bishops off, reinforce the control over e5. For black, as you mentioned, kingside attack. I don't think sometimes you worry about the dark light squared bishop.
I just want to follow up with that I'm already buying all of that. I want to stop c5, so maybe if I'm Prague, I'm looking at a move like b6 to solve the bishop problem as well as stop the idea. And speaking of kingside attack, my question to you, David Howell, is that once I've stopped your pawn avalanche on the queen's side, what are the chances that we see the g pawn rolling up the board by Prague?
Oh, that would suit the way he's been playing over the last 6 months, 1 year, Prague, just going for it. Pushing pawns. Yesterday he had all the passed pawns against Gukesh. Could have had a few queens, but yeah, he maybe stopped pushing them at the right time. I would love to see g5, h5, g4, h4, pawn storm. White is pretty solid for now on that side of the board, but definitely a possibility. He actually chooses not to touch anything on the queen side. Instead, it is the queen he brings out. This is another route, I guess, Tanya, to getting to the g6 square, something you mentioned, but also keeping the g-file open. Maybe we will see the pawn step forward. And also e5, super well covered for now. The knight, bishop, queen defending that square, meaning that White's knight cannot hope to jump in. I think this has got potential, this game, to be a real fight.
Wouldn't a chess spelling be Prag be the most difficult, Pragnananda?
Yes. Nepomniachtchi, maybe.
I think it's between these two.
Nepomniachtchi is a little bit more tricky, I think. But what we are seeing here is the makings of a big fight. It looks set to be a very exciting day 6 in Norway Chess. We're going to go on our first break. When we return, we are going to break down everything that has gone on. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Wesley, how much confidence does a win like yesterday give you?
Well, it's huge. Yeah, beating Magnus any game is huge. I have no doubt he'll bounce back.
But do you think that you're going to continue this trend today against Prague?
Well, that's the plan. I hope so. I mean, classical win is really a big deal. Also to catch up Firuz, yeah.
We're looking for...
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you so much, Wesley, and good luck.
Thank you.
Alireza, what's your mood today and how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good after yesterday's tough game. Feel like I have good chance.
And today was black against Magnus. You won against him in the first half of the tournament. What are your thoughts?
I think it will be a very fighting game. I expect tough fight.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
How would you summarize the first half of the tournament for you so far?
So far it's okay. So today we start the second half and I hope it will be no less interesting.
Do you still think that you have to get 3 pointers to be able to fight for the win, or is it enough to win the 1.5 steadily?
It depends, of course, not only on me, but also on the other results. So far, I think we have only 2 decisive games in the whole tournament in the classical games. I think the one who will win the tournament will definitely have to win some games in the classical.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Bibisara, you seemed frustrated yesterday. How do you recoup after such frustration?
Yeah, in Armageddon everything can happen. Usually I take my emotions under control, but it was unpleasant loss because I was completely winning and I have very good, in general, game for Armageddon. But yeah, it's chess, what to do.
Do you feel good today? Do you feel good coming into this game?
Yeah, sure.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Hampi, how are you doing today?
Good.
You're facing today against Bibisara. She was leading the tournament, now she's second place. Is it any way you're approaching this match differently than someone who is more experienced and not so young?
No, not really. She plays many things and she's also in a very good form in this tournament. I lost in the first round, so today I'm playing with black and I'd be just playing as usual, yeah.
Looking forward for the match.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to start with an off-topic question today, Vincent, and I apologize. You look so stylish. How much time do you put into your outfits?
Not a lot. I had a lot of preparation to do for today, so it had to be like 1.5, 2 minutes, that's it. Yeah.
You're playing against Gukesh today. You have the white pieces. And how much effort are you putting into trying to create more in your classical games here?
Well, I don't need to create more, I just need to use my chances more. I had like at least 3 winning positions already, maybe even 4, depending on what you count as winning. So that's more than enough chances, I just need to convert them.
And do you feel lucky today, or lucky on the conversion rate today?
I hope so, yeah. Let's see, I don't think it's about luck, I just have to play well.
I appreciate that, and I look forward to watching you play well today, Vincent.
Thank you.
Hi, Divya. Without wanting to build even more pressure, I was just wondering, you're leading halfway through this tournament. Is it easy to just refocus and think game by game in that situation?
Yes, in a way it is for me because it doesn't matter if I'm leading or not. I give my best every game, so it doesn't matter what is going on in the standings.
Any special preparations for today's game?
No, no special preparations.
And we've watched you listen to a lot of music before. When do you usually do that? Is that between this interview and the start that you use music to really focus?
I start when I am getting ready. I think it kind of hypes me up.
Well, then you should have the time to get ready now, so good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Wenjun, how are you today?
Yeah, I'm feeling okay. And today it's the new round robin, so I will try.
Yes, it's already the restart of the rounds, and you're placing against Divya, who's leading the tournament. What can we expect?
I don't know what she's going to play, but anyway, it should be interesting game.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Magnus, did you have some rest, or were you following OKC versus Spurs live?
No, I watched it this morning. But yeah.
And final question, in how much in fighting mood are you for today, from 1 to 10?
1.5 maybe.
Okay, best of luck.
We are back and the opening stage has been set, and we have our two hot players of the round. Alireza at the top, leading the event, and he's playing the tail ender Magnus Carlsen. When it comes to fighting spirit, Magnus saying 1.5 out of 5 in terms of fighting spirit.
Yeah, I think it was 1.5 out of 10, Magnus saying in an interview just before the round, and how he was feeling about fighting today. Meaning he's not feeling great, maybe not in great shape, not feeling overly optimistic, but now the game's begun, surely he'll want to at least try to create something here.
And it might have been 1.5 out of 10, but I think it was on move 5 that we got a glimmer of that. You know, before he developed that knight, something that should have been pre-decided and made instantly, you know, he took this long pause and then played, well, not the most mainline in this position, so felt like an over-the-board inspiration. I think it's understandable for Magnus Carlsen. The whole topic, the whole narrative before the tournament was, is this where he gets his 8th Norway Chess title? Home turf, Oslo. After 13 years of being in Stavanger, it moves to his home city. The crowd loves him. He is the homeboy hero right now. And yet he started day one on the loss, has gone down in 3 games after that, 3 classical losses. The last time that happened to the world number 1 was back in 2015. I think 1.5 out of 10, I don't think he's exaggerating when he's saying that. And until he gets that win in a classical, that score isn't going up anytime soon for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, 1.5 out of 10. I thought it was so low. I could not believe my ears. I thought, no, it has to be 1.5 out of 5. You know, get 5-star treatment, but no, 1.5 out of 10. But the game, like you say, Tanya, has begun. And this is something that I have noticed with Magnus. For him, chess is like therapy. He says he's feeling bad, and then you put him in front of a board, and he starts to kind of get a little bit interested, and then he's really becomes keen, and then suddenly everything is solved. Well, Magnus, deep in thoughts, he's also been, of course, to the confessional. What more could we expect from the world number one? So let's hear what he has to say.
I'm trying a proper old guy move again today. Just playing something that was popular before Alireza essentially started playing chess. I think, yeah, this was definitely one of the key lines. I mean, I prepared this knight a5, bishop e6 stuff for the match against Karyakin. I did that in my first black game of the match. And back then, you know, Fabio had won a very nice game against Lavon, I think, with this bishop takes e6 stuff. But, you know, people stopped playing it because it doesn't work, but let's see what he knows.
Well, he might have rated his fighting spirit at 1.5 out of 10, but he certainly has a sense of humor here, you know, saying he's playing old guy move while he's testing Alireza's knowledge. And what do we make of this?
What I can make of the confessional is it's 10 on 10 for Magnus's confessionals. Bring them on. He's always looks like he's in a good mood. They're really giving insights. And, you know, you mentioned it earlier that this is an opening that's been played at the highest level, and it doesn't get higher than World Championship matches. And Magnus also referencing to some of those battles and duels right now. How much does Fabi versus Levon, how much do they know in this position? I will say my limited knowledge that whenever white does take that bishop on e6, with the central squares getting control there, the F line opening up, it becomes a very double-edged game, and usually I'm quite happy with the black side.
Yeah, and I think both sides have reason to be happy here. Magnus, because there's a small imbalance. Black, long-term, maybe the e-pawns could become targets, especially if black ever gets tempted to push forward with d5, which looks like a very natural move. Then the pawns might become a little less stable. Magnus still has enough on the queen side, a4, c4 later, to hope to generate something. And I think you're right, Tanya. Like, it does become double-edged with these double pawns, mainly because of the open f file. So the fact that the black bishop is passive on e7 rather than a7, where it might be placed in an Italian, much more active, I think that's a good thing for Magnus. And also, the typical antidote is to put the knight on g3. It looks scary getting attacked. Black might even try and play knight h5 now before the white knight lands there. But yeah, knight on g3, knight on f3, you tend not to get mated. And Magnus mentioned his World Championship match against Karyakin. There were some really interesting games with doubled e-pawns. Slightly different move order, different variation, but the game that he ended up winning against Karyakin, just to strike back in the nick of time and take it to tie breaks, that was also with doubled e-pawns. Magnus has a lot of experience in the structure.
It's always very fascinating for me when I look at Magnus's legacy of World Championships, that's the one match. In 2016, it was in New York, and the only World Championship match where Magnus was trailing. I mean, the whole chess world would have been incredibly different. Everything we know about chess, everything that has happened in the chess world, we would be living in a completely alternate reality right now had Karyakin managed to save a draw from a game which he had it after beating Magnus in the round before. And imagine what that would have been like.
Yeah, Karyakin in the game he lost had a false repetition,
Exactly.
actually. And he was 3 games away from becoming world champion. That would have been, well, yeah, a very different alternate reality. But yeah, Magnus, actually, if we look at every World Championship match, his 2 matches against Vichy, 2013, 2014, I'm pretty sure there were doubled e-pawns in that. There were a lot of Roy Lopez, both white, black. He was playing at Karyakin 2016, a lot of Spanishes, Roy Lopez. Not so much in 2018 against Fabiano Caruana, it was more Sicilians. But then 2021, again with black, he was defending in the anti-martial every time Magnus So the Spanish, the Roy Lopez, it's the one opening, I think, that's defined his successful career at the World Championship level.
And you know, Yovi, maybe when you have a motivation level of 1.5 out of 10, you kind of fall back on that. You just see that you have so much experience, you know it at the back of your hand. Even if you haven't prepared it the morning before, it's sort of in your DNA. The Spanish, having played it across, well, the epitome of the chess world, so many World Championship matches.
Exactly. So Magnus has a big claw, right? And a very big claw indeed, in the sense that he has big experience in this particular pawn structures in the endgame. So he's like, well, why go into those unclear positions? Let's go into tried and tested waters where I am doing really well. But let's deep dive into this position, because the move that I wanted to play as black has been made. Knight h5, with the idea of going knight to f4 and have fun time on the f line. I guess you guys have been saying knight to g3 is the antidote. Let's dive in and see what happens next.
Yeah, to confuse your enemy, you must first confuse yourself. Thank you to our featured chat there. I didn't quite catch the name, but that is sometimes true. Let's see how confusing this position is. Knight g3, as you say, Jovanka. And you mentioned you wanted to play knight h5. How would you react? Would you take?
No.
Jump.
Look, you guys know I'm a commentator brute. Knight to f4, please.
Knight e2, I offer you a draw.
And because I like you so much, Tanya, I'm not very good at playing against my friends. I say yes.
Magnus, 1.5 fighting spirit, maybe that hints towards a draw, but I think nah, he'll play on. And I wonder what he would do here. I think he wants to build for d4, but for now c3 is impossible. This pawn does hang.
We have a decision, David. He doesn't challenge that knight immediately. Instead, he makes a move that you were referring to right now, directly hinting at a d4 break. I thought knight h5 doesn't only come in with the idea of jumping in with the knight, but you always have to watch out for an exchange sacrifice on f3 here for long-term compensation. I don't think it works right now. Black isn't entirely ready to go for this. You might need more pieces, but you know, the bar doesn't say it's completely lost, even though it's a whole exchange. Usually, positionally, strategically, you have to be careful about this option.
Definitely. I think if the other black knight were more active and was actually participating in the attack, if you could suddenly transport it over to g6, jumping into some squares, that would be enough. For now, it's only one attacking piece for black, maybe two with the queen. Not quite enough. White's knight will guard all the holes on g3. And maybe Magnus has learned from his loss against Prague, where Prague just allowed, on the queen side, not king side, this rook takes knight sacrifice, and he's saying, okay, it's not as scary. It's just an illusion. And yeah, I would have played knight g3 every time. I'm terrified of these things, but Magnus correctly assessing. And yeah, actually, that's interesting, because I wanted to play knight g3, knight f4, and suddenly I can't play c3 because the d3 pawn was hanging. So Magnus, same idea, different order, fine-tuning things, even better.
And one gets the feeling that Magnus isn't only hinting at d4, he consolidates b4 to actually strike with the other plan that you earlier mentioned, pushing that a pawn. The rook on a1 develops without making even one move in the game. And then you kind of play on both sides, right? You get your knight in on the right flank, you move your pawns on the other side, and just argue that you have a better pawn formation and more space.
So we've kind of waxed lyrical about White's position. Let's kind of flip the script and let's have a look at Alireza. What happens if Alireza doesn't play knight, rook takes knight, but threatens it on the next move? Queen to g6.
Ooh, I like it. But before David takes that answer, I just want to say, I mean, the player playing on the black side, I don't think he needs any praise or any help, Jovanka. It's Alireza Firouzja. I think he's got it all figured out already.
That is true. I agree.
Queen g6 is a very Firouzja move. Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Create an attack.
You never know. You never know whether your opponent sees it. Obviously, Magnus will. So knight to g3. And now you can jump in with a knight to f4. And you kind of say, I got eyes on the prize. Some knight takes g2 ideas in the equation one day.
Yeah. Also h5, h4, nudging this knight away. Suddenly, that g2 pawn you just mentioned, Jovanka, really vulnerable. I'm really surprised the eval bar is quite happy about White's position. It just looks like it's in the balance, but let's say Magnus continues with d4.
Okay, well now you've shown me a very aggressive plan, and I feel like we need to do that some justice. So let's go h5.
Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't say that. Oh, I shouldn't have said it.
No, it hadn't occurred to me.
Scary.
The one good sign for white here is that if you're able to get h4, you have the resource of capturing that knight on f4 and then at least saying I'm not getting checkmated on g2 immediately, or at least praying for that. The big question that I was going to throw to you, David Howell, is that what is the decision in the center? Are you taking that pawn on e5 as white? Are you keeping it flexible, or do you go direct with a move like d5? Because I don't think black can actually go pick up that pawn with the pins along the a2, g8 diagonal at the end of that line.
Wow. That's very, very smart. I mean, white could also take this knight now, but just to show your idea, queen b3. Maybe black can get away with holding on, but yeah, a bit loose here. It's lucky that black has this square covered for now. But I like your idea, Tanya. Maybe just fine-tuning it now with bishop takes f4, and suddenly queen takes d5 will come in with a check, hitting the knight on c6 as well.
Ooh, I like this.
Yeah. This could suddenly become a tactical melee here. It could become really interesting if Alireza's keen to go for it. But Magnus, at least he's saying, okay, decision time for you. Do you allow d4? Black can strike first with d5, but this is what I wanted to show earlier. Something like this. Suddenly the black e5 pawn becomes a bit vulnerable. Black's knight is eternally stuck just defending it now. And this is very cagey stuff. I'm not sure whether white takes or whether white just kind of calmly, queen c2, rook e1, tries to apply pressure. Very tense position.
You love to see it though, right? In this fight, which is so important for our tournament standings right now, just given the narratives that these two players have had, a tale of two cities for both Magnus and Alireza, the way their performance has been so far, that we get a full-blooded fight early on right now. I think queen g6 is going to make it very exciting. I'm hoping to see that move on the board. Rook takes knight, knight f4, threatening checkmate in one. You know, you can bring the other rook double up on the f line as well once the queen is out of the way. Ooh, and he does it. Queen g6 on the board. This is about to get very fun.
It's very fun indeed. Rook takes knight being the threat. Magnus Carlsen has to take immediate action.
Okay, and,
what? Oh, have a look at that.
Someone's feeling better.
The foot is down.
Wow. I mean, that foot being raised has been the secret of his success. Why change your winning recipe?
Put it right back, Alireza.
Oh, he must be feeling better. Okay, that's good news, of course, for Alireza, but...
I have mixed feelings about it.
Yeah.
Is that weird? That we're putting his performance on that one leg up?
I'm shocked. Almost as shocked as Gukesh entering the confessional yesterday. Yeah, he gave it the boot. No more boot on the chair.
I mean, is one-legged Alireza stronger than two-legged Alireza? We will get to know the answer today at Norway Chess.
But he always had two legs.
You know what I mean.
But I did like the expression. But you mentioned Gukesh being in the confessional. Let's actually go to Gukesh's game right now, because I want to see what's happening down in the London.
You're missing home, Ivanka.
Yes.
What's happening in London? Let's check out the London system.
But also, you know, I have to kind of stick by my words. You know, earlier on we had the discussion and you guys were like, best by test, keep it sharp when you're beginning. And I'm like, no, keep it solid, make it simple.
Take that up with David Howell, because his first statement to what opening you shouldn't go for ever was never play the London.
Exactly.
I grew up like a couple of hours south of London, so, you know, I'm not a London boy. I'm good.
Excuses.
Exactly. I am a London girl, born and bred.
I have no skin in the game whatsoever.
Yeah.
Bring on the King's Indian defense.
Let's check out what Vincent Keimer did. Some strange move orders. So we saw d4, knight f6, and rather than immediately bring out the bishop to f4, which would be the London system, the pure London system, he starts with c3. Ivanka, you called this anti-young player chess. I guess it's saying, if you play c5, I might just take that pawn.
Exactly.
And cling on.
And if you go, just to also, yeah, perfect. And just to kind of also point out that after bishop to f5, you have to factor in what's going to happen after queen b3.
Queen b3, black's left a weakness behind, and this is quite well-known theory as well. I always found it funny that after queen c8, white would very quickly play c4. Just 2 moves after playing c3. Loss of time, but black's queen is misplaced, and white's bishop can also come out very nicely. So, okay, Gukesh chooses to lock in his own bishop, now ready to play c5. Vincent says, okay, I'm not going to leave my bishop behind a pawn chain by playing e3 myself. Bishop out first. Transposition to the London system, very well-known position. I've seen this so many times after bishop to e7. White normally plays here. Okay, what did he do? Bishop to d3. He plays h3. Yep, I guess keeping the bishop safe so it can't get hunted down by the knight. Bishop d6. Gukesh slipped, mouse slip maybe, finger slip with bishop e7. Now bishop d6. This is actually quite well-known stuff. Just to show everyone at home, it's not a loss of a tempo, or it is a loss of a tempo, but h3 not the most relevant thing. Essentially, Gukesh after bishop d6 would have been met by bishop g3, the main line, and now you never really want to take this bishop because the semi-open h-file might be an attacking weapon for white. So by losing a move, allowing h3, now bishop d6 doesn't give white anywhere good to drop the bishop back to, and basically saying, okay, you can take me, but then black is very close to breaking out in the center already with e5. It's all about the e5 square, the London system, control over that point. So Vincent says, okay, I'll deflect the bishop. The black bishops move 3 times in a row. Not normally good conventional wisdom, but black does have more central pawns. Bishop d3, castles, and we've just seen rook e8 from Gukesh in quite a rare position. It looks like black now with a big game-winning threat. e5 would hit the white bishop, and black would continue with e4 with a fork on 2 pieces. So Vincent needs to react here and now.
It's the fight, right? As you mentioned, to get that e5 square under control, and that's exactly what Gukesh will do. Even if it doesn't immediately, even if Vincent was to fight that threat, retreat with the bishop, retreat with the knight, I think we're going to see the expansion at the center. The most critical response in this position, as time is really of the essence, you don't want to give black that space in the center, is start moving your own pawn forward. And it's a calculation game now, right? What happens after e4, e5? Because David, in these positions, if black simply trades the center pawns, usually white ends up with very active pieces in the center. It's still material balance. You take everything, even if you get the queens on the board. It's just an incredibly pleasant endgame to play from the white side.
Yeah, beautiful bishops, Ivanka.
Yeah, completely. That's what I was going to say. Everything is going to hinge on the fact that the bishop on c8, there's no way out for it. So that's just simply going to be super unpleasant. No way going to allow this or play into it at all from Gukesh. So instead what Gukesh has to do is kind of like maintain the balance and find a way to get the light squared bishop out. So after e4, you have to hold the tension.
So do you just keep it flexible as is, or do you go direct with e5? I think for me, that is the most attractive move to look at. If it works, you push that bishop away. The bishop has to fall back. I don't think you go to e3. That just looks like you're destroying your pawn formation. You could go forward to g5, which comes in with a direct threat on d5. And now the question for Gukesh will be, how is he responding to this? I do have a feeling that we'll see e4, e5 on the board.
Better late than never. Maybe you were right all along, Tanya. Best by test. He forgot to play e4 move 1. He was like, oh, wait, London system, what? e4, e5 on move, 11 instead.
You know, it's got 2 1s. Better than 1. 1.
Exactly. I could definitely see that happening. And I think this will be the key, like what Gukesh has calculated here, because, I don't know, pushing forward is one option, but then the white knight will come hit the bishop. Now, can you take on e4? Question is, what about bishop takes knight? What about knight takes pawn? Some immediate exchanges. Who does that favor? Yeah, it's a very tense position. I think e4 has to be played, though, by Vincent.
If you allow black to just get a free hand and start rolling down the board in the center, get that bishop out to e6, it just looks incredibly healthy, right? This position, e5, e4, bishop e6, bishop d6. You're a happy camper if you're Gukesh. I just want to zoom out of this game, Ivanka, and talk to you about Gukesh's mind state right now. Like, he's playing Vincent Keimer, right? We've spoken about how Vincent is struggling in the tournament so far, 5 Armageddon losses. I don't know if you saw that interview of Gukesh where he actually said that despite how the tournament's going, he got that win against Prague yesterday, but he's actually in really good spirits. He's feeling good about his chances. You know, he just turned 20, got his first win in the Classical, taking down a player who was very much in form. I think we're going to see a bit of a switch up starting from the 20-year-old Gukesh. I think the 19-year-old Gukesh did have a tough year.
No doubt about it. Gukesh has really struggled since he became world champion. And I definitely think entering into a new decade, he's going to be feeling optimistic. It is, after all, like a big reset, a new chance. And starting yesterday with a win, however scrappy it was nonetheless a win. And Gukesh will be feeling very happy with those 3 points. For Vincent, on the other hand, yes, he's lost every single Armageddon, but it has been 5 draws in the classical, and a lot of those draws should have been wins. So this doesn't necessarily tell you that Vincent is off form. We're talking about small margins here, where Vincent can, if things go his way, finally just turn things around and he can become a serious contender.
Yeah, this could go either way. I mean, the Players' Tournaments. I just love the fact that Gukesh went into that confessional booth yesterday. He looked more relaxed. I think that gave him the edge against Prag when it got a bit messy later. I remember myself as well having rough stretches, rough patches. I used to play a tournament in Hastings in England every Christmas, and there was one year I was top seed, but I lost 2 games early, and I was like, it's the end of the year. I was playing terribly. Suddenly, January 1st, new year, new me, I started winning, and I was like, wait, I've got 100%, and I think Gukesh might feel the same. He's turned 20, 100%. He's going to want to keep the score going. He's got a great track record against Vincent as well.
Yeah.
Early days in this game, but I think both players feeling ambitious.
And you start feeling, right, you get that first win in, that this is going to be a good year. And that's the kind of confidence and the switch up that Gukesh needs in his mind. He said that, he feels like he's doing the right things. The results will come if he continues on that path. For Vincent Kaymer, touching on what Jovanka, you just said, the classical games and the result just doesn't tell the full story. He's had so many opportunities, but kind of just fallen short of closing things down, somewhere choking just when it matters. And the Armageddon, he's mentioned it himself, he just hasn't adapted and adjusted to playing an Armageddon right after the classical. He's had a 22 move loss, he's had a 17 move loss in the Armageddon. So I think Vincent as well feels that if he has to strike at the world champion, he needs to do it in the classical.
Definitely has to pile on the pressure in the classical. Going back to our bird's eye view, well, take a look in the middle. We see that things have gone in the way that we predicted. Knight does come to G3 for Magnus. Knight appears on F4. And A4 was the choice of Magnus Carlsen. So going to be an interesting tussle there. And also is looking like A4 is going to be a big battle between squares between Wesley So and Pragnananda. I'm going to give you guys the floor because we have walked around the park and seen all of the games. Which game are you most excited about, Tanya?
It's action all along. The one thing that I am noticing before we deep dive into one of them is that it feels like so far, it's a good day to be playing with the white pieces. Most of the bars highlighting right there that white has gotten out of the opening with a slight advantage, with a slight pull. And, I love that the top right board, Wesley So, Pragnananda, we do have G5 on the board, and that's something that we really wanted to see. I want to highlight about that opening whenever, I prepared against the Stonewall structure. You're always told that don't worry about this avalanche of the pawns coming towards you with the black side, G5, G4, H5, H4. You never get checkmated as white. But I've always been terrified to face it. I always get the feeling like I'm about to be checkmated any moment. What is everyone talking about? And I have to say, practically, it's not as easy as the engines seem to evaluate this position for white.
Yeah, he's a very practical player. Pragnananda going for Wesley So, not caring about recent form, not caring about what happened yesterday when Magnus poked the bear, woke Wesley up. I love it. I love it. He's going for it.
He's got enough G's in his name to get G5 going.
Oh, nice. Nice. G5 from Pragnananda. And the pawn's not stopping there. It might be joined by a fellow pawn. And at the HG, Black will at some point move the king, swing the rook behind the H pawn. Something about this knight. It's the same with the London system and these kind of Collet systems, the Torre attacks that Jovanka was talking about earlier, just with colors reversed. In D4, D5, it's all about whether white can get a knight to E5 or whether black can get a knight to E4. And forget the C8 bishop. That can come to life later. That may move this game. Maybe. Like 20% chance it moves. But for now, it's all about the king side. And that is black's target here. Checkmate into the game. Prag's going for the king.
Okay, let's be super objective about this and say, what happens if white reacts a little bit? And let's see how play develops. So during the break, our producer Bick said, hey, in this type of positions, he's normally going knight E1. Just to get that knight out of Dodgetown, let's analyze that.
Okay, let's check it out. So preemptively retreating. I like this as well because if black ever plays G4, so the big question is whether to wait or not. But if black does play G4, then white's knight also has an F4 square to sink its teeth into. Okay, knight f1. I don't think black pushes anything yet. Tanya, do you have any ideas for black to continue?
I'm just going to add up one more idea for white and make your life even harder. It's not only coming to d3, but I think f3 is the other point in this move that you really want to kick out that piece that you were earlier mentioning. So, for example, if Prog just keeps the tension, doesn't commit to g4, and let's say tries to build up with queen to h6, you know, with the idea rook lift, queen lifts further, line it up with the rook, win the game on the spot, I do believe that f3 is in the air.
F3, and the big question is always to sack or not to sack.
Yes, let's go. We have the power of take back. Of course, let's put it on the board. Even if the evaluation bar laughs at us, and here the bishop can clear the path.
Yeah. And now I see why Wesley put his queen on c2 rather than c1.
All those years ago.
All those 4 moves ago. Yeah, the queen swoops across to save the day, and I mean, it's still a bit scary. In blitz, I would say, like, oh, I mean, the rook is coming, watch out, but it's just an illusion. I think white's in time to remove any pressure and maybe later start shutting things out. But yeah, okay, it's very tempting.
Big decision, by the way, David, by Wesley instead.
Wow, he took the knight. I prefer Bix knight e1, gotta say. I think if it works nicely, and the knight is much better on d3, but takes on e4. That shows maybe a little bit of a kind of desire to clarify things. Wesley doesn't want the tension. And I guess now, actually, maybe he's realized this is the moment to strike. He will strike with f3, open things up. He's arguing that black has actually weakened himself slightly with g5.
And also, my question to you is, where should the knight go? Because you placed it automatically on d2. I was fixated on putting a knight on e1. Is there a difference between the two?
Maybe not. I'm not sure, really. I guess the knight in e1, I was just assuming it was dominated by the pawn. But if f3 is coming anyway, then the knight gets back out. I don't really see what's the benefit to e1, though.
And while you guys are thinking about where the knight is going, I'm still looking at ideas of somehow, if you're Pragnananda, doubling up on the h file. You know, I've got a clear path now after the f-pawn has captured e4. All right, that's also a nice one, but I'll also highlight the queen f5, queen h3 route that's opened up for black. And you know what's coming in next. It's either the rook on f6 or the knight on f6, but we're all going to one party, and the party in this case is the pawn on h2.
And in this case, it might matter where to put the knight.
Because by d2, you'll have a defensive resource of f1.
Exactly. And the knight on e1, it was going to g2, but that's about it.
Fianchettoed knights are never good unless it's an endgame, 2 bishops versus a knight. Then you put a knight on g2, and that's the best way to
I have an idea, though.
Give it to us, Yovi.
Okay.
What you got?
I was thinking of going f4. Ooh. En passant, I think you'll find is the forced move. It actually isn't. It's just a streamer joke. Queen takes queen.
Okay.
Although I don't need to play queen takes queen. Exactly. And now let's take with the old... David?
I don't know.
I didn't know either.
Maybe knight.
Knight takes, yeah.
Yeah, the rook is vulnerable. I suddenly do feel that black probably will regret not having developed these 2 pieces. It takes a while to get them out. All roads lead to h2, says Anne Cirque. But yeah, I think maybe getting the queens off is the idea. I think Wesley will put the knight on d2, though, because it's more forcing somehow. Yeah, queen's f5, and I don't know, it's just nicer to connect the rooks, I think. Force black to take on f3. Yeah, this feels like Wesley wants an endgame. He wants something slightly safer that he can control. He definitely doesn't want to see any lineup on the h2 pawn.
I don't know about you guys, but I think that's exactly what the Romans said. All roads lead to h2.
Exactly.
That's the saying.
That is totally the saying, right? But now you've got to do it in the Roman way. Did any of us study Latin?
Ooh.
I didn't, but David probably did.
My sister actually used to be teaching Latin and ancient Greek for 10 years.
Oh.
So she taught me a lot, but yeah, I studied Latin until I was about 15. Can't remember anything. Agricola, farmer.
Can you commentate for the next 5 minutes in Latin?
It's a dead language, Tanya. Everyone knows that.
And we all know something, like etc.
Yeah. Amo, amas, amat.
Ad hominem. And we have...
Why am I regretting this already?
Veni,
Vidi, Vici?
Yeah, maybe that order.
Vidit, Vici?
Yes.
Well, everyone's trying to get a win in right now because this is round 6 of Norway Chess. And I do agree that H2 spot and that top right board is going to be something that Wesley So will have to handle. But the bar at least suggests that he's doing well so far. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen as well has managed on that board next to that center top right there against Alireza Firouzja. He's managed to get that A pawn up the board, looking at some trades on the A file. Alireza looking on counterplay on the other flank. Meanwhile, on our top left board, Kaima versus Gukesh E4 did arrive. We were expecting Gukesh to continue pushing his own central pawn forward. In Norway Chess women, slight advantage on our bottom right and center board to the white pieces. Zhuzhina and Asubayeva playing here to try to push for something out of the opening. Meanwhile, Divya on the struggle. It just feels like Black has managed to get all the pieces on the right flank and the B4 break-in.
And that's a game I'd like to visit because Ju Wenjun having a hard time, Divya currently in the lead, and the evaluation bar telling us that Black is the one that is slightly better. So let's break it down. Why is Black so much better? Because to my eyes, it looks like everything is fine. It's just balanced.
The bishop pair. I've got to say, I think it's just the bishop pair. And let's just do a quick action replay. Since we were last here, we saw a very committal decision. Actually, Divya here, I'm struggling to explain what she's just done. Rook to b5 maybe was on her mind. She wanted to deflect Ju Wenjun's attention, so she played bishop to g5. Not a bad move, I think, in itself, but very rarely do you ever want to take this knight on f6, especially if you're about to open things up for this beautiful bishop. I mean, it's stuck now, so don't open it up. I think you only ever would really want to do this if Black's pawn were already on c5, because then the white knight might get access to a hole on d5. For now, Black is solid. Knight to d2, and yeah, she's trying to open things up. But this bishop on f6 will be very happy about that if she ever captures on e5. So the question is, does Black start taking things off the board, start opening up lines, diagonals, or does Ju Wenjun have better waiting moves?
Well, whenever we talk about waiting moves, it has to revolve around improving the position of your pieces, right? So either getting that rook on e8 or putting your bishop on g4, developing that. Maybe if Ju Wenjun wants to force Divya's hand in the center, she's eyeing ideas like c5 to really put pressure on that d4 pawn. But big decisions here to be made. And I wonder, with Magnus saying, you know, as world number 1, is 1.5 out of 10 motivation level coming into round 6, what's going on in Wenjun's mind as well. Winless in the tournament so far, has lost every single Armageddon game, has taken all of them to Armageddon, by the way. 5 of her classical games ending in a draw, 5 losses in the Armageddon for the 5 times women world champion.
And it's funny, actually, because although Ju Wenjun and Vincent Keymer are in the same kind of boat, they've all lost their Armageddons, I would say that Ju Wenjun is actually struggling more because her classical games have been more shaky. Whereas Vincent is the one who's, you know, had the advantage. Ju Wenjun at times has used her lucky, all of her 9 lives in order to escape some of those positions. And the knight jumps into f4. What do we make of that? A beautiful square for the piece.
Yeah, big threat as well to jump even further in, jumping to d3. Maybe she can grab a pawn on b2. She'd be hitting a rook in the meantime. Just a great square in general. And I quite like the fact that it's flexible this night. It can jump back to e6 if it needs, applying pressure to white center. It can jump in. It might help generate an attack. This is probably the best position I've seen from Ju Wenjun after any opening, especially with the black pieces in classical. And she looks more energetic today somehow. Like the last few days, just a bit lethargic, slow, never really looking like she was going to win any classical game. But today, I have a feeling it's her type of position. I don't think it suits Divya, her style, as much.
No, it doesn't, because it feels like white will have to go down on the defense. You know, we're highlighting the problems on the right side with that knight jumping in. I'll also point out the other plan involving the dark squared bishop that you can have as black in these positions. You trade all the pawns. You take pawn takes pawn starting with the b file. You take the pawn in the center, and then the idea we mentioned earlier of c5 striking with the rook x-rayed on that a1 square. And Wenjun sort of setting up that alongside the knight jumping in. So it is pressure on Divya, who currently leads from the rest of the field by half a point.
Yeah, she leads, but Ju Wenjun, despite the fact she's had a tough tournament, if she wins, she's right behind Divya. That's how quickly things can change here at Norway Chess. So big round. Positional battle, I think we come back here a bit later. Maybe we can check out some pawn sacrifices, because Magnus tried to sack a pawn, was rejected. Anna Muzychuk has sacked a pawn. That is a very tense game. maybe we can jump.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Which one?
Let's go to this one.
Okay.
I'm biased. It's a Grunfeld. But also immediate threats on the board. Just a very quick action replay because we left it saying maybe we'll see a draw. Who knows? This queen check. Bishop to d2 was indeed played and not queen to d8, the silent draw offer. Bishop e3, queen a5, the dance. I think Zhu Junior would definitely have played bishop c3 and not allowed any more checks. So Anna Muzychuk actually dropped in with her queen. If we go back to the game, queen a3. Again, there are tactics here. White can push forward with d5. Often it is usual to sacrifice this rook in the corner because suddenly this would be fantastic for white. Queen on a beautiful diagonal, knight hit, but the downside is that here the black knight jumps into e5, hitting the bishop, trying to land a check. So she refrained. She played rook to b1. Now I think this was a poisoned pawn. If I'm not mistaken, then white has, well, I didn't think the bar would go this high, but ideas like bishop b4, maybe bishop b5 check would be annoying first. If the king moves, whoops, this could end in a quick checkmate. So black can't get greedy. She first castled to safety. White castles. Bishop to g4 now. I guess, yeah. This one doesn't work this time due to the bishop b4 idea and double attack. Instead, bishop g4, and here we are, b5. This must be preparation from Anna Muzychuk. I'm just looking. She's barely spent any time until this moment. b5 you don't play unless you're well prepared. She lures the white bishop forward. And now in pin. Who's better?
Very complicated game, and I completely second that speculation that this has to be part of preparation. You know, sacrificing a pawn on a square where it can be picked up by two pieces, moving the knight in, but also let's point out that now the a2 spot is tender once white has taken that with the bishop. The knight on e2, as you pointed out, is pinned, and I think we have a move here by Zhu Jin, who did unpin herself by pushing the pawn, hitting the black bishop, which doesn't have too many squares. If you look at it on the board, you don't want to place it on h5. You can end up getting trapped on that square. The only other move, bishop to c8, that's definitely not on your radar, disconnecting the two rooks, which means that Anna has to play something on the counter offhand. She starts with a trade on b5. I'm expecting rook takes bishop, and the difference here is that black gets one more retreating square. Now it can fall back to d7, hitting that rook on b5, and still keeping contact with the pawn on a2.
But the kind of line continues because after rook to b7, bishop c8, and what I'm worried about as white is that, yes, white has this beautiful pawn chain, connect 4, but the beast on g7 for black is so strong. And after queen takes a2, it's just going to be elementary for black to just go a5, a4, let's go.
This is a Grunfeld player's dream, this past a-pawn, especially with the bishop pair. I guess white has to try and neutralize it. But yeah, black is so active. I'm a bit scared of bishop a6 as well, coming in with a pin. Anna Muzychuk, I've got to say, very impressive preparation. Just checking out, I don't think there are any games. Actually, there are 2 games in this live position. Both times white took this knight. But yeah, they're not played by the most famous players. One is Istvan Polgar. I wonder.
He's not related to the Polgars.
Not related to
I
the
did
Polgars.
ask that question, yes.
Okay. New name for me, I must admit.
No, definitely great name, great pedigree there. I also have another question for you. So if the bishop does go back to d7, we've been looking at, well, I was looking at rook b7. But what happens if you just go queen to b3 and say, aha, let me keep? Oh, that would be a bad move moment there. But why is this so bad?
Yeah,
queen just moves?
Loose pieces drop off, I guess, and it might be due to this kind of skewer on the, along the diagonal. The rook is hit, and yeah, it's unfortunate for white that counter-attacking with rook b7 doesn't quite work because it's not just the knight but the bishop as well. And yeah, this would work out well. But the great question, Ivanka, because like you said, that's the well, especially Indian school of chess, I would say, but always just a great idea in general. Attack met by a counter-attack. So queen b3 would be a fantastic move if it worked, but I don't think quite yet. Just to mention, Istvan Polgar in 1965 played the move rook a5 to guard the pawn on a2.
And just to add up on that, b5, the pawn sacrifice, is the most played move in that position with the black pieces. Quite a few strong players have played it, including Katerina Lagno, multiple times women world rapid champion. And she's had it in her game. you've got 11 games in the database. So far, in this position, after b5 happened, the trade happened, and f3, you've got still 2 games going. But the fact that after the trade on b5, Anna Muzichuk has slowed down, I wonder if this is where her preparation stops. Because you'd still want to play bishop d7 really quickly, and if it's not bishop d7, what else could be on your mind if you're playing with the black pieces here? Because I'm struggling to find an alternative for that bishop on g4.
Yeah, that is a slight surprise that she's thinking. She has spent over 20 minutes, so maybe she kind of recalls it, but hadn't looked at it this morning, and maybe it's a bit fuzzy in the memory. I've been there so many times when I saved up an idea for years and years and nobody lets me play it. And then suddenly I get it on the board and I'm like, oh, wait, I haven't revised for this exam. Why now? Why here today? And okay, the bishop does drop back to d7. And yeah, hitting the rook, this is what we expected. Big moment. Rook a5 does keep the pawn, but I guess the rook is just misplaced here. I'm not sure where the black queen goes. Maybe d6, maybe b2, maybe d3, 3 safe squares. But yeah, maybe the rook is just misplaced on a5.
Yeah, and you have to watch out for any ideas like bishop b5, bishop c7, just chasing that rook down as well. Bishop b5, as you're pointing out, it's just not where you want your rook on a5. It starts looking incredibly awkward, the rook lining up with the queen as well soon. So this one, to wrap it up, how are we evaluating? Because the bar says it's level, but I think from a human perspective, level does not mean equal.
No, I would say it's scary for white. All the lines that we've shown have demonstrated that black is the one with the initiative, black is the one with all the activity, and white has a lot of responsibility in order to neutralize this. So some excellent preparation there from Anna Muzichuk. And we are going to go on a short break, but I have a very cool trivia question for our viewers. And in fact, people can vote. And you can also win prizes. So this is the question. Which opening did a character in the show Queen's Gambit describe as all pawns and no hope? Was it the King's Gambit, the Semi-Slav, the Caro-Kann, or the Open Sicilian? Get voting using the hashtag Norway to win diamond memberships. And on that note, we are going to take a short break. When we come back, all will be revealed.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
It's good time all round as we return to day 6 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess women here in Bjørvik in the Dakeman Library. The games are super exciting. They're tense. They're ready for action. And before we break, I actually left you with a quiz. Now, here, this was the question. Which opening did a character in the show Queen's Gambit describe as all pawns and no hope? And I must admit that when this character, Benny, described my favorite opening as this, I was a little bit triggered. As I'm going to throw the floor. What did you guys feel about this?
Ooh, I played this opening too, Jovanka, so I was equally hurt. It's also one of my favorites. And I kind of see what he means, but no, it's something that I think any fan of the Queen's Gambit will have heard at some point, but maybe hard to remember.
Maybe hard to remember. Well, of course, it was my favorite opening, the Caro-Kann. And a big shout out to our winner, Reed65. You are our winner. Big round of applause. And also to Benny, you were proved wrong. The Caro-Kann is maybe all pawns, but all about the hope.
But the fact that in an opening you need hope, then maybe you need to start questioning your choices already, Jovanka, is what
never.
I'll say. In fact, I love to play against the Caro-Kann. When I used to play e4, it was always so fun that I think it should be renamed Caro-Can't.
Oh, Tanya, them's fighting words. Not sure I'm going to forgive you for that one. And going to our bird's eye view, there I do see some positions where there are all pawns and potential hope. And the first place that I'm drawn to is Wesley So against Pragnananda. Has there been any form of action? We see that there's been some changes in the middle.
I think we're going to go straight to that, but I just want to point out that I think we can be very hopeful about all the drama that we're going to get across the board. I mean, the top row looks incredibly exciting and fighting chess on all 3 boards right there. A lot of pawn storms happening, a lot of tension in the center across our Norway Chess, and similar narrative in Norway Chess women. There's only one game that I would say that's heading towards an Armageddon in my eyes, and I was going to say Zhu Jin versus Anna Muzichuk, but that also not before at least some drama ensues. Before we go into one game, can we do our predictions for the day?
Oh, we have forgotten.
I know that you've been avoiding this for a while and you don't want to get there, but may we?
Okay, the floor is yours, Tanya. Every day we have been predicting how many games will go to Armageddon. The scores on the floor are
Give it up
2
for.
points to David,
Woohoo!
2 points to Tanya.
Thank you.
And for myself, we will not discuss. The chair has more points than me, let's face it. But today, I'm going to give you both the chance to get...
Nah, I feel bad about that. I just feel, David, the person who's struggling currently, who's yet to get on a scoreboard, gets the call first.
No.
Jovanka, what they say, you got to give the odds, man, to a person. So this is me handing over the odds to you. You get your first pick.
But you won yesterday, and it's always winner starts first. And then I can start second.
Tanya's on a 2-round.
Yes. I'm the Alireza of the prediction game right now.
Right now. Go on, Tanya. Take it away.
Let's do it. I'm gonna rely on my instincts right now, my intuition. I do see fire across all boards. I mean, there's something to play for. No quiet positions today, and I absolutely love that we're in for a thrilling fight across all 6 boards in round 6. I'm gonna stick to my prediction from yesterday: 3 Armageddons, 3 decisive results. Which is quite a hot take, I want to say. I'm not playing it safe here, guys.
That is a hot take, Tanya, indeed. Well, actually, I was thinking that there would be a lot of decisive games. Sorry for jumping in, David, but I thought you might steal my...
I'm chilling.
I was going to say 4 Armageddons.
2 decisive results.
2 decisive results.
In the classical.
Oh, that would have been mine.
I knew it. That's why I stole it.
Okay. I mean, G5, there's almost more G5s than there are Gs in Prag's name right now. G5's just been played by Zhu Wenjun, going for Divya's king. G5 from Faruja, going for Magnus. I'm going to say 4 decisive results.
Woohoo! 2 Armageddons.
Probably the chair's going to win today. The chair's won 1 round so far, where we all got it wrong.
So it's 2, 3 for me, and Yovi's going with For Armageddons.
For Armageddons,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay.
Because the players like to dangle the fact that they are winning or losing, and we think, there's going to be excitement, and then something goes wrong, especially when the players hit the move 40 area. No, I think that it's going to be.
Do you think you'll get it right one day before Norway Chess ends?
I'll have you know that in 2025, I got one right. Thank you very much.
I believe by 2028, Ivanka will get at least another one right. Maybe more. I'm joking. Today's the day. I think you've got a good bet.
So rude.
I'd love to get some competition in. I feel like otherwise I'm just running away with everything.
Well, hang on a second, Tanya. Let's not get above ourselves. 2-2. The chair won. The chair might take it after all.
All right, well, we'll find out. And in chat, you guys tell us how many Armageddons you're expecting going into this. Well, at least so far, David Howell, a very fiery round to start with.
Yeah, I mean, I think from the early stages, this is at least as dramatic as yesterday, which has been the most bloodthirsty round so far. So, yeah, all the ingredients are there. Of course, it's hard to predict like where things will go. The eval bars are slightly excited, but not saying there's anything kind of huge going on yet. So we can only play the odds. We can only trust our gut. And we want to know at home what all of you think. Is this going to be 6 decisive results? Are the standings going to go all over the place right now? Or is it going to calm down? Are we going to see 6 Armageddons, more games, more chess? Who knows? Where are we going next?
Okay, I've changed my mind. Let's go to Magnus against Alireza. And when Alireza plays G5, we are going to sit up and take note. Because first up, there's tension in the middle of the board. But G5 has made an appearance, and we can see the skeletons of an attack.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing that attack getting fleshed out. It's more than just a skeleton, I feel. Like G4, H5, H4, that's a real pawn storm. And that is scary. I mean, if I didn't see the eval bar that's saying white's slightly better, I would say black's position maybe easier to handle, easier to play. It's kind of you just push pawns, and Magnus has started burning time. We talked about Magnus, the 1.5 out of 10 enthusiasm today, but Magnus 2.0, that's what he needs. Magnus speeding up. At least in this tournament 2.0, the first version has been a bit slower, but he has started to spend a bit more time. And I just want to point out one critical moment. We left it 3 moves ago. We talked about C3. The black queen hitting along the g-file means there was a threat. Rook takes f3 would win a piece. Magnus blocked. The black knight came in. And I just want to mention there was a pawn sacrifice from Magnus, at least temporary pawn sacrifice. The knight hitting this d3 pawn. Took me a second, actually, to understand why he just ignored it. Instead of d4 here, a4. Trying to get rooks off the board. Trying to open up the a-file. I guess if the pawn had been snapped off, then Magnus would have said, okay, I'll take on b5. And now, maybe with or without the inclusion of a rook swap. Okay, eval bar says no, so I'm going to attack the knight first. This is the idea, hitting the knight and hitting an isolated pawn. Loose pawns drop off, and when the knight retreats, this is actually quite annoying for black. Suddenly, white conquers the queen side, and we have some moves, so let's catch up. G5 was played, the black queen drops back. Ivanka, you've spotted something.
No, the evaluation bar was messing with me, David. Sorry about that.
We're good. We're good.
I had a near heart attack. It rose all the way to the top and then went back again. I was like, okay, don't do that. See, look.
A glitch in the matrix. Black didn't react to rook takes a8 by mouse slipping with rook e8. Don't worry, everyone. I think he did take the a8 rook. And something's happened. I'm trying to figure out from the live board how we got here.
So rook takes rook.
Okay.
And why is Alireza's rook on d8 and white still hasn't made a move? All right, so rook takes rook and pawn takes pawn was played. That rook wasn't on d8.
We got it. And I think this is a good tip for everyone at home. If you're being attacked, then strike back in the center, especially if your king's on one of the wings, one of the flanks. Strike in the center and swap pieces off. And if the live board is correct, which it looks like it is, the eval bar is quite high on Magnus's side. Apparently Alireza might have slipped up, might have got things a bit wrong over the last few moves.
But it's not obvious why this is so bad. I mean, is this just critical of the double pawns in the middle of the board?
I'll just point out the eval bar is confused. It thinks that it's white's move. Here we go. So it's not as high. It's still a small advantage for Magnus, but nothing major yet.
But that means that that was a miss by Magnus, because there was an advantage just before Magnus decided to take a decision in the center by grabbing that pawn. And now for Alireza, he has to decide, does he capture with the knight? Which does look also very tempting, trying to get rid of a defender in the position before you double up your e-pawns. And yes, it looks like you have an ugly structure, but in return, you have a stunning a-file. Rook is coming in. And let's just show knight takes pawn, knight takes knight, pawn takes knight. At some point, you can strike with c5, force White to take a decision. Bishop will come to c5, join in the attack right now, and I just feel like it's a dynamic position. I see Alireza's got his leg up, back up, which means there's no hope for Magnus left now in this position. Pawn takes pawn, a big miss, but what was it? What was the right approach there for White?
Yeah, let's dig a little bit deeper. I'm going to take a shortcut here and check what does the all-seeing oracle say. I mean, okay, never going to happen. Apparently the best move was just h3. And I say never going to happen because it looks like a blunder. It looks like black is allowed to just take this pawn with a check. The white g-pawn overworked. Black is going to win the knight, but at the very end, there is this little annoying move on the a-file, and the pin wins back the pawn with interest. Apparently just slowing things down, taking a chill. h3 was the best. Magnus could have done this with or without maybe including taking on b5. I think the computer feels that white is just better long-term. And just to point out, h5 here, trying to continue the attack. Often there will be ideas of swapping stuff off, and white now trying to break through, or trying to argue at least that black is overextended. Maybe knight to h2 ideas in the near future. But yeah, Magnus maybe underselling his advantage in the urge to go for an endgame.
And what are you inclined to take that pawn back with if you're Alireza Firouzja? Do you want to recapture with the pawn, making an argument for having more pieces on the board when you're on the attack? Or is it important to kind of get rid of that knight on f3? I did feel that I want that c-pawn up the board as quickly as possible to try to activate my dark squared bishop at the right time. So getting the knight out of the way just seemed like it would be an assist in this position. If this goes into an endgame, I think with those doubled e-pawns, which are inevitable, Magnus will be super happy. But there's still the queen, there's still the rook left.
And also, Alireza has a lot of activity, I just want to point out. You know, knight takes pawn makes a whole lot of sense. The knight on c6 wasn't working. But the black rook can slide down to a2. And the pawn structure is a problem for black. But in terms of activity, everything is working in Alireza's favor.
Yeah, he can even go into solid mode, just kind of put the bishop on d6, protect everything, and say, okay, my knight in f4 is super strong. If you ever take me, then the pawn structure problem, never an issue. White nearly never wants to allow e takes f4, undoubling the pawns. White's knight, therefore, can't really get back in the game. The white rook still struggles. I think in the live position, it's, of course, a 50-50, which way Alireza takes back. I think taking with the d-pawn would be a strategic error. Although the one upside would be that g4 is still a threat to hit the white knight. I think it is the fact that the knight in c6 is dominated by the c3 pawn, typical in the Spanish. And also the b5 pawn can't really defend it if it gets hit later. You want a c6 if you need to hold that little guy. So I think knight takes, yeah, definitely, as Tanya mentions, the move to play.
And he's taking his time right now. Do you think if these trades were to happen, very likely this goes to Armageddon, or a lot of complicated stuff coming up? I just want to point out that today has been one of those days where Magnus has handled his clock better than others. Yeah. You know, we've seen those time deficits happen, and as the game continues, that's something that's come to bite back the world number one. But so far, it feels like it's pretty much in the level territory. If anything, Magnus has those extra 10 minutes in the clock. This might be the first game of Norway Chess when Magnus is ahead on time after the opening.
Yeah, he's ahead in time, and he also has his kind of position as well. You know, he has a structural advantage. He has something to target, and he has a lot of time to start maneuvering his pieces. For Alireza, Alireza's simply taking decision which way to capture the pawn. We are predicting that Alireza will do it with a knight. But let's move on from there, because we mentioned that there had been a whole load of g5s in the other games. And I want to check out what's going down in Wesley So against Pragnananda.
We jump, we go over to the other board, and I think we predicted some of these moves. But things could still get out of hand. Wesley with a big decision. Prag away from the board. Clock's roughly level. They've played 15 moves. I think a very high quality game so far. But no longer a stonewall pawn structure that black can boast Okay, maybe we just show very quickly, if we jump in, the last few moves. We last left it after this g5 show of aggression here from Prag. Knight takes knight, knight takes e4. Here Prag was thinking maybe to take with the d-pawn, but the downside is that the black queen might get hit along the diagonal. White has d5, a lever to open things up. I'm not sure now or on the next few moves. He actually took with the f-pawn instead, more natural. The knight dropped back to d2, nice square. Queen h6, an only move apparently for the advantage for Wesley So here. He needed to play f3. He did play f3, of course, before black was able to get the time to play queen h3, bring the rook, rook lift, checkmate on the h2 square, so f3, capture, and Wesley's thinking. He's been thinking 8 minutes, and what do we assume? It's one of three. We talked about prediction games. What do we predict? Knight, bishop, or rook?
The most natural to me is the knight. Taking with the rook would be my second choice because I'm looking at doubling up on the f line with my other rook coming into the game. But if I had to make this decision in 3 seconds, I'm picking up that knight and taking that pawn and hoping that the knight can even land on e5 or reroute itself via e1 to better routes.
But there's an issue, right? If you take with the knight, g4 is going to be black's response.
I put my knight at the center of... Ooh, e3.
Yes.
I completely missed that one. Knight e5,
But the evaluation bar is saying, nah, not a problem. Pawn is irrelevant.
Wow.
Wow.
Hanging this pawn. If Wesley goes for this, that is genius.
But why is it genius? Where's the genius in this?
Yeah, I don't really understand it, so that's why I'm saying it's genius. I mean...
Okay, let's take it with a check.
Okay, take it with a check.
King goes g2.
Then.
And then you just say, are you making a case for I'm winning the e5 pawn?
Yeah, let's say black just keeps swapping stuff off.
Bring that rook into the game.
There's a problem with the black king, though. I'm thinking bishop c1 at the very least.
Ooh.
Not be that bad for black if black can swap queens off. I understand that white gets the g4 pawn and... Okay, nice pawn structure for white, but black's temporarily a pawn up. Shouldn't be in too much danger.
It's an extra pawn.
What could it be? Bishop takes e5 here.
It feels like it has to be something around the white king, but you've got such little time to make that work. If only you can combine your queen and rook for an attack on the f-file.
Is it? Okay.
Ooh, bishop a3.
That's what I thought, bishop a3.
Bishop
but
a3,
I don't think
is
it
that
works.
a move? No, it doesn't work.
Does threaten some stuff. Maybe black just slides back.
What happens if you just
Develops.
go bishop to d3?
Bishop b2?
Yes.
And then take on h.
And take on
h7.
h7.
Ooh,
and
nice.
say 3 is the magic number.
To show if the queen comes in. So the black king has to go into the... Wait, how is this not mate?
This is checkmate. Whoa, how is this not mate?
Has to be king h8.
And now rook f8, king g7 hits the rooks, so you don't have time for queen g6.
Yeah, and then the king just continues running away.
Good
King of
luck
the hill.
evaluating this on the board.
King of the hill. Black survives. Apparently it's a draw. Who knows how? Probably it's a draw by perpetual check somehow, and we have to...
Wow, what a line.
Wow. If this
Crazy.
that would be insane, but...
I mean, this is the kind of draw you can't complain about.
No.
If that happens.
That way I'll happily lose the prediction battle if Wesley goes and sacks everything, sacks the house, and then shows us some crazy stuff. I mean, we didn't actually find a solution here where, okay, let's say check, black wins a pawn, swap the rooks so the black king doesn't get misplaced. It's 2 pawns, but white is +1 up. How could this be? Bishop takes g4, doesn't feel like it's too special.
Takes on b2 and then queen e4.
Yeah.
c4 hanging, takes pawn, queen e4.
That looks really, really scary. I don't think anyone would voluntarily go into this as black. Maybe we can switch on the oracle and see what the solution is.
Okay, so just a few moves ago, bishop takes e5. Why is black so much better? If at home you've seen this, then pat yourselves on the back.
Well, I almost don't want you to tell us the answer.
Oh, it's difficult, I would say.
Oh, wow. All right.
Findable. We pretty much got there, but first taking the bishop, so instead of bishop d3, first taking the bishop and then bishop d3, and it's a huge attack for white.
And let's say black defends that pawn with the queen.
Yeah, and this is where the fun comes in. Bishop takes pawn anyway.
Oh, wow.
Check. And rook f8, check, deflection. And the queen will drop off next move. If the king continues trying to hide, then check. forcing the king to finally part ways and break up with that queen.
Love it.
And white gets a winning advantage. So, okay, attack might be on Wesley So's mind. What do we think, though? That is difficult.
Yes. I mean, you see knight takes pawn, you see g4, you see e3 hanging with a check, and you kind of stop calculating the line. Then you're just looking at ideas of picking that pawn up another route. If you take it to the bishop, then g4 at least is not such a power move because it can simply be snapped up. Although black can still go for it because queen takes pawn comes in with the check and you're kind of restoring the material balance. Knight is coming to f6 next and you're kind of feeling happy about your position. You know, the way Wesley handled his game against Magnus yesterday, going for these direct ideas, not bailing out, not pulling the brakes, but wanting a fight. And the fact that Wesley has been thinking now for about 13.5 minutes, I won't be surprised if he actually finds it and feels like there's something to play for here and goes for it, because the black king does feel naked and friendless at the end of those lines.
Yeah.
Well, the spider senses are tingling for Wesley because he hasn't yet recaptured that pawn on f3. Some genius lines there available to Wesley if he finds them. Let's move to another game between Vincent Keimer and Gukesh. We saw Vincent employ an anti-youth opening. And as we see Gukesh not looking entirely happy, let's actually hear direct from the man himself as Gukesh has entered the confessional.
Ooh.
Interesting game so far. I didn't recall the opening exactly, but I remember I played a game with white where my opponent went bishop e7, so I thought it might be interesting to try it out. Then thought I was making logical moves, but suddenly after he played bishop g5, suddenly started seeing a lot of ghosts, and d4 knight b3 I couldn't find a nice reply, but I think after an awfully long think I managed to find this bishop d6, which I feel should be equalizing because I have cd, ed, take everything and hit 6. But yeah. Yeah, that took a lot of time, but I think I'm pretty comfortable right now.
The world champion saying he is pretty comfortable right now. Well, let's actually break down the position and see whether his feeling is correct.
And let's check out that line he was telling us there. The justification behind that long think that he mentioned. He did spend quite a long time over the last few moves, and he is sacrificing a pawn, Gukesh. So the world champion about to go down a pawn if Vincent wants it. Gukesh said, okay, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, knight d4, and at the very end, to break the pin, he's going to play h6. And the justification is either white has to give up the bishop pair, or if the white bishop steps away, bishop to h4, I guess he'll just continue with g5, break the pin, and then, well, here black just totally wins a piece. The knight is hanging, so bishop e3 probably the best retreat. Knight takes e4, and it does look a bit loose for black, but level material, symmetrical pawn structure, you can see where he feels he's okay.
It feels like black is just one move behind in development, and if white can make something of that initiative, maybe make something on the d file, then it all works out. But give Gukesh the time to get his bishop out of the way, and you're absolutely healthy as black in this position. I want to point out the interesting dynamics of this opening play where Gukesh said he wasn't feeling comfortable but feels like he's fine now. Vincent was part of Gukesh's World Championship team against Dingleren, right? And in fact, he was responsible for many of the ideas that we saw being played out during that match. And I wonder how much of that comes into play, because as a player who's been in the World Championship team, you kind of understand the psyche of Gukesh so much better, the kind of positions you want to go for. And I think this is a more Vincent position than Gukesh position, quite simplified. We know that Gukesh can get provoked for a fight quite easily. So I'm just thinking in my head, if for Vincent that's part of the plan, to kind of make Gukesh go into lines where he tried to look for a game.
And Vincent, by the way, has risen to the challenge, Tanya, because we were kind of debating whether Vincent would capture the pawn. Yes, he has, which means we're going to be seeing Gukesh's idea of going h6, g5, asking the questions.
And just to point out, he can keep the extra pawn, Vincent, here, but black's hitting the knight, hitting the pawn on b2 indirectly. Black's bishop's now suddenly coming to life, looking strong. Watch out, there are inroads in to the white king side. Yeah, I don't think Vincent wants this. A pawn isn't the most important thing here. It's maybe black's activity. So yeah, Gukesh maybe found a good solution.
Very dynamic solution. So let's break that one down one more time. So knight takes knight, h6. We don't want to be taking bishop takes knight. That did not look a-okay. So let's
And bishop
go
takes
back.
knight is also the kind of move that Gukesh wants on the board.
Yes.
He wants the bishop back. He wants to play for checkmate in this position.
Exactly. It's the Indian school of chess and Chinese school of chess. Give up a pawn, get activity, be super comfortable. So
What is the English school of chess?
okay.
No?
Shall I tell you the English school of chess?
Yes.
Okay. It works like this. In the opening, you have your system. If you don't get your system, you wing it. No one is preparing in the UK. Why prepare when you can have fun doing other things? And then no one knows any end games. So we're tricky.
I really hope the English Chess Federation isn't watching this broadcast.
No. Wait a second. We have our systems. We're tricky. We like our tactics. We will always go h2, h4, and we will always be down for an attack. David is very much anti the British school of
They
thought.
kicked me out the country because I was playing too positionally.
David's style is kind of not as beautiful. There are a few grandmasters who do it, like David, but he's very much in a minority.
Didn't the term coffee house chess originate?
Yes. Yes. I
It's
mean,
from England?
So we have two types of players. Like in the 80s, we had like the mathematicians. So they're the ones actually who you should be very afraid of. They're the ones who are going to take you in an open Sicilian and they have everything worked out. They're kind of a rare breed these days. And then you have what has been termed, what Mark Dvoretsky told me was the street thugs. The practical players, the ones who are ready to fight it out on the floor with you.
David definitely doesn't belong to that club.
No, but he is definitely there because he also follows the kind of English school of chess, which is like he's got his openings worked out, but he's very ready to kind of wing it.
Yeah.
The gunfight.
Story of my life. Just move 3, I get surprised. I'm like, oh no, here we go again. I actually have to start thinking. Let's try and swindle.
So would you say the motto is wing it?
Yes.
The English school of chess, instead of preparation with computers, instead of seeing players go for a walk in the evenings and live healthy, well, we're in the bar. We like a little tipple, a little whiskey.
It's very important to have fun.
Yes, and there's actually we joke about it, but I've played tournaments where I've been mocked for going to bed early and taking it seriously and trying to prepare for my game. They're like, come on, you're not going to the bar with us, you're not going out with us, what's wrong with you? It is an atmosphere. I mean, I would say that Michael Adams, in the last 20, 30 years, has maybe bucked that trend, but when he was younger as well, I think he was living maybe the English school of chess way a bit more. But yeah, Tony Miles, John Nunn, he's more the mathematician. There's Nigel Short was playing King's Gambits and things in big games, Grand Prix attacks, weekend tournaments. That really formed chess players. In England, every weekend there's a tournament. If you don't get 6 out of 6, if you don't win every single game, you lose money. So that's why the players were going all out in every game.
But I love it because it sounds like a lot of fun. And you know what they say, good mood, good chess, the good moves do flow if you're feeling happy. So English school of chess.
But tell us about the Indian school of chess, because we know now the young generation, but what was it like before?
Ooh, that's for the question, Ivanka, all the applaud that you're getting right now. Well, I think it's always been calculation focused and very actually on stark contrast to what we were just talking about. You know, the idea of just having fun and being in a good mood and going all out, fighting it out for the attack. I feel like it's very calculation based and very hard work based from a really young age. And we see that a lot now, especially, with Ramesh, his prodigies. It's always also with Vishy, everything that he's, Indian chess kind of rides on him, everything, everywhere, every player that comes out of India inspired by all that he's done. And it is really all about just sitting down and working out those lines from a really young age. You sit with these kids in any training camp in India, any part of India, and it's incredible to watch them, Ivanka. Even before the entire position has been set up, they're already writing the lines in their head. They've already like achieved 20 moves of calculation in, and you have about 5 seconds to race, and you know one of them is going to get it right.
Right.
They don't care what the computer evaluation is. They only care about sitting down and seeing, is this position playable? If I feel this position is playable, if there's no repetition to this moment, I'm going for it.
Yeah.
No principles, no traditions, no sort of ideas that have been planted by us through books, through classical study, I think hold as much value anymore with the calculation generation.
You know what? I saw a very interesting tweet by Ramesh, the coach of Prague and a fantastic trainer. And he gave some advice, about how teachers should be conducting their classes. And he said, try and have silence, when the teacher is talking, everyone should be listening. And I was thinking, very, very good. Good luck in England, though. It would never, ever work. But one thing I did want to add to your point was my observation of the Indian chess players, both from before and now, is that there's always been a good sense of friendship amongst the top players.
Yeah, and not always the way, I would say, in England, where maybe more lone wolves, we work together, we work alone, training camps just non-existent. English players, I think we see each other as rivals maybe, so more isolated. I mean, talking of the Indian school of chess though, let's jump into the games, because Divya Deshmukh might be on the back foot. And it's a question, can she calculate her way out of it? Or does she have to maybe wing it a bit more here? She's on the back foot against Zhu Wenjun. Zhu Wenjun finally with an advantage in a classical game. That hasn't been the case for most of the events so far. And maybe finally feeling the energy to go for it. Tanya, you mentioned there some of the ways that the Indians think and the ways they're trained right now. What do you think Divya's thinking? The rook is hit and ideas as well. Knight b2 with an uncomfortable fork. Bishop improving to g5. f2 feels a bit tender right now. Looks nice for Zhu Wenjun right now.
Looks super nice, right? And I just did the math really quickly here. It's not even for a pawn. It's level material right now. Black's knight coming in. The only thing is that Wenjun's king is slightly weak long term. So if you're not able to create something directly out of threats, I think Divya, if she's able to get her knight to the center of the board, knight to d5, rook e3, rook g3 ideas, we might be looking at a bit of a turnaround. What is Divya thinking? She's crunching the numbers right now. She's thinking, I've got 2 squares for my rook. Do I want to place it on e2 or do I get it to e3? And it's not an easy decision because it's going to be hit on either of these 2 squares, right? You put it on e3, the knight gets out of the way to the square that you pointed out, for example, and then bishop g5 is coming in as well, the knight on c4 hanging. You also have the option to fall back with the knight from where it's come from, with the idea of coming in with your rook to b2 next. I don't think rook g3 really gets you anywhere. h5, h4, hitting that rook isn't going to be a happy spot on g3. For Divya, if she's looking at rook e2, then she has to have a response to the move knight f4 as well, coming in with a tempo in this position. So she's going to be calculating. I just don't know if there's a way out. I feel that right now, Divya is thinking how to get things under control. If this goes into an Armageddon, that's good news for Divya. But that path is long and not clear in sight.
It's not clear in sight indeed. Ooh, not an easy position for Divya at all, especially with Zhu Wenjun's knight hanging around. And so much excitement, I gotta say, not just on this board, because I want to direct it to the Wesley game, because we were wondering whether Wesley would have the guts to sacrifice on e3. Big news, he has.
It's been a very gutsy Wesley, I have to say, this entire tournament so far. And maybe David, we backtrack and do a little bit of an action replay before you tell us what's happening after the Queen's just given a check and Wesley stepped up with his king.
Yeah, so he has given up the e3 pawn, but it was Prague giving up the g pawn that forced this sequence. The best, according to the computer, as we saw a bit earlier, was a very difficult move. The only way for Wesley to get an advantage was to go full sacrificial mode and improve his knight. The white knight on d2, we'll talk about that in a second, but I think it's just a bit passive in the live position, and activating it, going forward, trying to get the bishops to life as well along this diagonal. That would have been the key for Wesley getting that attack against Prague. Instead, he took with the rook. Given a question mark, so not the most accurate. I think more Wesley, kind of as we know him, a little bit less risk involved. Black now only move from Prague to keep the balance. G4 had to be played before White is able to break open with E4, and yeah, the Black is just not ready for any action like that. So G4, forcing move, takes, Queen takes, about to land. First, the knight hits the bishop, which steps back. And yeah, that Indian school of chess with the calculation. Prag still calculating. Looks like he solved some of his problems though.
You know what he's got to be calculating right now is opening up all the pieces and trying to come for white's king. That has to be the move on your radar right now. E5, but it comes with its own drawbacks, right? You're also activating white's bishop on b2. And who does that favor? With e5, pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn. Black also threatening to land that bishop on f5 to disconnect the white queen from defending that second rank. The knight feeling a bit soft there. It feels like Prag's king is the one that should be more unsafe. You know, Wesley's king still has that pawn shield in front of him. But the problem is that Prag's pieces are more active. How are we evaluating this, Jovanka?
This one feels like it's anyone's game, with both players very much having the chances. And I've got to direct it actually away from this game and straight to Magnus against Alireza Firouzja, because the action is going down here. As we can see from the live board, Magnus's queen has made an appearance on d7. There has been changes in the structure. Let's do an action replay and see what exactly happened.
Yeah, craziness. We're actually sat next to a Norwegian TV studio, and I understood in Norwegian that they were getting very excited by Magnus's last move, counterattack. And it's all because Firouzja, I think, took his eye off the ball for half a second. We left it, d takes e5. This was such a key moment. The black knight on c6 is not stable. It's a loose piece. It cannot really jump forward anywhere after what happens in the game. So he should have been trading off the knights. Maybe he was just reluctant to walk away and trade off targets that his pawns could have attacked. The white knight on f3 wasn't great either. But here, black is so stable. Black could defend the pawns. Pawn on c6 holds everything. Let's compare it to what happened. Magnus, after d takes, went for direct action. Bishop takes knight. We said we never really want to see this for white, but it's all because he can ignore the hit on g3 with a counterattack. Queen d7, and yeah, the Norwegians here in the library going wild. Is Magnus about to book in a victory? And yeah, queen takes knight, queen takes pawn. Some big threats here. This black knight just so misplaced. Firouzja, I think, underestimated that.
I think the Norwegian School of Chess has one book which is called Greatest Games of Magnus Carlsen, and this one might go down in that, with the way he's handled the pressure and kind of turning things around. The queens come in, the knights are hanging currently, but this is pretty wild, right? Because black's king kind of opened because of Alireza's overexpansion on that right side. Once the F line opens up as well, that queen attacking every single pawn on the board, I can see its pressure on Alireza. And look at him on the camera. It felt like he's trying to navigate his way through, but isn't finding a clear path forward.
He's not happy at all, because you can't move that knight from c6. As soon as you touch that knight, a white knight is going to spring into the middle of the board, start asking the questions. And if you're forced, as you guys have been indicated, to go pawn takes knight,
yeah, let's look at
F-line
that. Let's look
is going to be opening. Yeah, let's definitely look at it. Queen takes knight, obviously, is going to be the move, attacking the rook. And then the question is, like, why take on f2? Can we not take on h2 and try to close the lines? And, oh, wow, you see, that's already a huge misstep, because the white king uses that pawn as a, what do you call it, double agent? Shield.
Umbrella, under my umbrella.
Under my umbrella, absolutely. And there's, how to handle this. All the pawns on the queen side can fall off.
Alireza, Reza.
Eza. Hey.
Yeah.
Yovi, you got to know that one.
No.
You can't blank out on that.
I can. I do not know that song at all. Take it away, you two.
The umbrella pawn on h2 actually really helps the white king here. And yeah, it's actually, like, I'm shocked that it's such a big advantage for white. It does look nice. Queen and knight work well together, but yeah, let's say the black rook lines up on the f-file. Suddenly, I mean, white can start munching on everything. I'm not sure which one to take. There's so many juicy pawns. Knight e5 as well, very tempting. Actually, maybe knight e5 is a clincher. I just realized, because the black queen can't stay in contact with e6 without allowing some even nastier things. So it looks like maybe black in the live position. I did check, by the way. Black can resign if he doesn't take on g3.
Oh, wow.
It has to be f takes g3.
Only move.
Okay, can we show why?
Yeah, if knight to d8, it's, as you said, Jovanka, knight into e5.
Queen moves. I've got to stay connected to the bishop.
Where are you going?
F6,
F6.
G7, F6.
Oh, so many tempting ones now. Knight g4, knight h5, maybe.
Takes on e5, takes on e7.
Yep.
Okay, knight f6 is incoming. And
Queen e8 is checkmate.
Oh, mates. Black can defend for a little while with knight 2. f7, but there must be a clincher here. There must be a finishing touch. If not, then maybe Firouzja plays this. Where is the win? Maybe a check. No. Ooh. Okay, the bar's still high, but there's something better.
Can we just go rook to d1 and just argue? Nope, that was a bad move.
Not terrible, but it's going to be something like h3 or h4.
Yeah, h4.
I was thinking
h3.
h4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, no.
No.
Just h3. h3. I think black is just zugzwanged.
And now rook d1, rook d7 ideas, knight jumping in, everything's in the air. Once you've made some space for your own king.
Yeah. And probably, actually, the reason rook d1 isn't the best, just to mention here, is because of moves like queen to d6.
Ooh.
Getting the queens off the board because of a back rank checkmate. Yeah, white cannot take the queen. Whoops. And it'll be mate next move. So, yeah, in that position, just one last time. Here we go. I think Firouzja, this is possible to fall into this. It looks like he's got everything covered, but h3 and black just can't move.
I'm going to also make the argument for this that it's still a bit scary with the knights jumping on the board, and Firouzja is the kind of player who's first checking the line pawn takes knight, right? That has to be on your agenda. It's the most direct line. And David, I want to go back to that because we were talking about pawn taking on h2 and not giving Magnus Carlsen the umbrella, well, Ella in this game at least. So if it's not on h2, there's another check on the other direction as well, right? Which threatens the rook coming into the game. If you were to capture with your rook a1 check I've got. If you capture, ooh, wow, I wasn't expecting
Big
that much.
turnaround.
g4 somewhere. Takes in g4.
Yep. Suddenly g5 earlier looks like a genius move.
Oh, yes, it was a plan all along. And I don't think you want to take it with your king. It doesn't feel right. And if you go king to h1, then at least I'm happy because there are these back rank ideas. Pawn on f2 feels like...
Can I take it with the king, please?
Ooh.
Okay, I understand.
Ooh, apparently you can. You're
Yeah, well,
brave.
G4 isn't quite right because the rook is hanging on a8, and then you want to go king g1, and then threaten the funny business on the f line.
Makes sense.
Wherever the rook goes, the white king will sneak back.
But this is an absolute disaster, is it, David Howell? Is it a howler?
Is it a howler? I was going to joke with the umbrella pawn that Magnus loves a good umbrella, Ella. But yeah, his queen is just going to munch on some pawns here. G4, the white knight can go back and defend its rook, and it doesn't look like a total disaster. Maybe black can hold on here, but I mean, it's definitely white in the ascendancy, and I think Firouzja probably sees a position like this one. After everything gets off the board, he might spot at this point king takes f2, and he knows he's on the back foot. He knows he's purely defending, but that's not why he went for this whole g5 mechanism. He didn't push his pawn, weaken his own king, just to find himself on the defensive. Maybe h3 first, but yeah, Firouzja potentially in big trouble, and yeah, still thinking.
Well, Firouzja still thinking, but Magnus Carlsen did visit the confessional. Let's hear what he said.
I don't even remember. I think maybe it was yesterday. So 2 days in a row I'm mentioning Kramnik, but there's this quote from the Baraev's book from London to Alista about Kramnik's World Championship matches, that when he played Leko, in terms of preparation, he writes like sarcastically that they had kind of only examined one possibility, which was that Leko was an idiot and not really considered anything else. And I've talked about that in chess before, that is often my first instinct, and then I try and see if, calculate to see if that changes, but sometimes I don't. So right now, that is very much my thought right now. It seems to me that whatever way he captures now on f4, I'm going to go queen d7. And if he takes on g3, I'll take the knight, and then I will go king takes f2, and I don't think he has anything. And I kind of made myself sit at the board now for a little bit just to see if I could find something for him. And I may end up looking like an idiot because I usually have in this tournament, but I just don't see it. I just think I'm much, much better.
Magnus there saying that he thinks he's much, much better. Could be wrong though, could look like an idiot. We know Magnus is definitely not an idiot and his instincts are 100% spot on. He can take a pawn on f2 with a king and he will be much better.
He's seen it all, he's worked it out, and I think it's a noticeable difference today. Magnus with time on the clock, more relaxed, he's actually seeing things. He's playing openings from over 10 years ago that he knows really well. I think this is what has been missing the last few days. He's been trying new things. He's been trying to push himself. He's been trying to get really curious about new positions early on and burning time, blunders later. He's learned, Magnus. It's a kind of conscious effort in what he's done today, and it's so far paying off. The fact that he's nearly half an hour up, he's about to win a pawn, most likely, in most variations. Yeah, it's looking good for Magnus right now. But it's all about whether Firouzja can create some counterplay somehow.
It's looking good for Magnus, and we have a result, a draw between Bibisara Saubaeva and Humpy Canary, so we'll be seeing our very first Armageddon.
They definitely found a way to repeat the moves because I don't think it would have reached move 30 so early on. So that's going to be a fun one. I will put Bibisara as a favorite in that Armageddon just given the form that the two players are. And I think Bibisara's style of play more suited to faster chess formats where when you're on the defense, you need those extra minutes and Armageddon just doesn't give you that luxury. I think right now the big question is what kind of luxuries does Alireza Firouzja have in this game to defend against all these ideas. And as Magnus was breaking down the variations and the lines we were looking at, it also makes it very clear why Alireza indeed had to capture an e5 with his knight. And that would have defended against all the problems that he's facing currently.
Exactly. It's something that we've talked about in chess. I think you've mentioned it to me in the past, Jovanka. It's a tactical weakness, the knight. It was always a target. Like, it just gets in the way. The reason that white always has a small advantage in many Spanish openings is because the knight is simply dominated on c6 by a pawn on c3. That's why in the Spanish they often relocate knight back to b8 to d7, the Breyer defense. That's why often knight a5, get that c-pawn out and then drop the knight back to c6. Knights don't want to be in front of pawns if you need those pawn breaks. So the knight was always bad. Like, I really don't understand why he didn't trade it off earlier while he could have done. And this wouldn't have allowed Magnus to gain tempi here, get a hit on, win some pawns, and yeah, looks like Magnus has worked this out, but self-inflicted by Alireza the last couple of moves.
Is there a massive difference between the evaluation after taking the knight or retreating it? Because we've checked out both lines, and I think you mentioned it, David, that it's the only way to stay in the game.
Yeah. Taking this knight now for black, and white is better. It's exactly what the eval bar says now, 0.7 for white, according to the computer. If black's knight moves, the only other logical explanation, knight d8, apparently knight takes b4 is a move, but either one, and white is winning by over +3.
Oh, wow.
It's a huge difference.
That's a lot.
Okay.
I should put on a blue arrow here. I'll try and make it happen.
Well, I think a red one is very appropriate, though, because it's the only move. And Alireza, deep in thought. Does that mean he is seriously considering retreating the knight?
Retreating the knight, but you pointed out one more move, right? And I think we should look into that because that's tactics as well. Knight takes pawn. If you capture the knight, then black just takes happily on g3. But my guess would be that the problems revolve around other knight jumps that we've looked at in different lines because both of white's knights are rushing towards the black queen. Wherever you go, let's say you go to f6 now, white's knight can land on h5, hit the queen, queen takes knight, queen takes bishop, and now that knight on b4 is hanging, knight f6 checkmating ideas on h7. This is game over.
Game over, exactly. And I mean, I touched on it earlier, but knight and f3, knight and g3, not only great defensive pieces, but if they get time to spring forward, they can be such huge attacking weapons. So Firouzja has to realize, okay, you can't let those white knights jump. It's just, you just have to play tempi chess, take on g3, take this pawn, at least force the white king out, like this variation we showed. At least here he gains a bit of time. White has to burn a tempo, kind of going back. I'm not sure whether g1 or e2 are the best squares, one of the two, and game goes on. Probably black has to drop the b5 pawn, but it might get active with his own queen. At least he lives to fight another day. Everything else, Firouzja's lost on the spot.
Wow. Huge moment here in Firouzja versus Magnus Carlsen. Magnus trying to get that classical win in. You know, speaking of all these knight jumps, I know how knight is said in 3 languages, and I have to say the Germans have it the best, calling it a springer, because it does have a spring in its step. In English, it's the knight. I'm not sure how much that relates to it. In Hindi, we call it ghoda, which is sort of the Hindi for horse. So also not exactly, but I think in this game especially, it's quite the springer.
Kind of like the Latin way, like the French is like cavalier.
Oh,
the
that's
Spanish
nice,
is caballo. Well, I say it with a South American accent, caballo. And in Norwegian, springer.
Yeah, or hest.
Oh yeah,
Also
hest.
horse. Hest is best. Horse is best.
Horses, ponies. This one's going to be a bit of a stallion once it starts jumping and attacking that black queen. That's the top center board. Magnus Carlsen versus Alireza Firouzja. Let's do a quick round the horn here. We've got Vincent against Gukesh, and Vincent's the one with the advantage there. We see more development, more harmony in Vincent's pieces than the world champions. In Wesley So against Pragnananda, a balanced fight, but I have to say very dynamic with the black queen in. By the way, Gukesh, Pragnananda even has gone for that break with e5. Now some ideas, tactical threats of hitting that white queen when the bishop steps out to f5. That's the top right board. In women's, we've got one result already. We are guaranteed one Armageddon, but fights on the other 2 boards. The leader, Divya, on the back foot. Meanwhile, Zhuzhina Muzichuk continues to be a fun battle.
And just for the sake of completeness, can we see how the game between Bibisara and Humpy actually finished?
Yeah, let's do it, because I was super excited about this, the Scotch Gambit, and we actually left it quite a while ago. We left it, well, it didn't last too long, only 15 moves this game, but we left it at move 7, white has just castled, and we were saying, okay, black needs to deal with the idea of something landing on g5. Bishop, knight, you have to prevent that from happening. Black went back with the knight, great move from Humpy, and I think modern engines, or at least modern theory, says that c3 is maybe the most testing move if you want a full fight. Instead, she took the knight, Bibisara, trying to get her pawn back. Black up the d-pawn due to the earlier gambit. And Humpy with a new move. I believe that this is a novelty, queen to d7. I remember Magnus playing Fabiano Caruana, b6. I think b6 is a Norwegian specialty. Ariane Tari has played that move as well, just trying to fianchetto the bishop, since the light square bishop is a bit stuck. Queen d7, mysterious from Humpy, but not a bad move at all. The knight came out utilizing the pin, so black cannot do anything on the d-file yet. b6 finally. Bishop to e3, hitting the central pawn, and after bishop c5, this is where the draw started. I believe that it might have been possible to take on d4, and in this position, use the queen to come out, hit g7, hit d4. Game continues, but white at least with some initiative. Maybe if Bibisara wanted to play for a win, she could have done this. But instead, knight to e4, putting some pressure on the bishop. The black queen stepped up to hit the knight, and we saw a repetition. The knight retreated. Again, you can't take the knight because the black queen drops off. And yeah, the dance continued. Queen d7, knight e4, queen d5, knight c3, repetition and draw.
All systems go for the Armageddon, which will be happening in just a few minutes. Let's go back to the bird's eye view, because it's getting really exciting in the women's. Not much in it in terms of the chase between the top. We have Divya with 8.5 points. We have Bibisara on 8. And can we check in on Anna Muzichuk just very quickly, because she's on 7 points, and if she wins, she could leapfrog the pair.
Yeah, big game, big opening theory, big prep from Anna Muzichuk. Just looks like pieces are leaving the board now. We'll get a pure endgame between queens and rooks. But just, again, for completeness here, for everyone just joining, we left it here. Anna Muzichuk had prepared very deeply a pawn sacrifice, hitting the rook now. The rook steps forward, putting pressure on the bishop. The bishop saved itself while gaining time against the rook, which dropped back. Queen takes pawn, back to level material. And now really important to neutralize the beautiful Grunfeld bishop. The dark square bishop's about to leave the board. But first, a pin, hitting e2. And this is how we got here. The white rook stepped back to guard that. Trade, queen stepping back. And, okay, we'll ignore the last couple of moves. Bishop e5 definitely wasn't played. It was bishop takes g7. And what do we make of this? Because it's pawn structure, I think, the main imbalance here. Would we rather have white or black? Tough call.
I do like that black doesn't have to work for a passer. The a-pawn has a free route ahead of itself, start moving up, but I just don't believe that without the presence of minor pieces, you can get too far ahead. I think there's also going to be the problem of queen trades and queen challenges coming up, which means that white can line up both rooks on the a file. Maybe you can even immediately start with rook a2, plant a piece on a6, and just make sure that pawn doesn't go anywhere. The thing is, before it becomes an asset, it starts looking like a liability the moment you double up, triple up on that a line. Meanwhile, connect 4, David Howell loves it. It's 1-0 in his book already. I'm sure there's a chapter in Grind Like a Grandmaster all about just get the connect 4 in. It's already there. You've got to be feeling better about your pawn formation, right? Imagine, the thing is, if it's a king-pawn ending, you're really happy with an outside passer. But as long as pieces are on the board, it feels like white defends d5, starts pushing e5, d6 in. You know, you've got a direct target, a weakness to play for. I do like white just a slightly bit more, so that's my pick. Jovanka, what about you?
I'm going to actually hand the floor to our Grunfeld expert because I'm sure he's played this pawn structure many, many times. I personally like white, but we'll see. David.
Yeah.
Are you with us?
I am actually with you here, and I feel bad because I'm trying to be loyal, trying to be a Scorpio and say Grunfeld, Grunfeld, Grunfeld. But I think there's a big difference. Normally, if we just go back one move.
Is there sting in the position, David Howell?
There is sting here. There always is. And if we can imagine an extra white pawn on a2 and a black pawn on b6, that would be a more usual Grunfeld, where white has the central majority, black has 2 versus 1 on the queen side. And that's actually much healthier for black because you still have outside pass pawn potential, but you don't have any weaknesses. And then black can just slowly bring rooks to the c file. You don't have to worry about much, but just the fact that a7 is weak after rook a2, and just the fact that black is a bit passive, the rook is still unable to enter the fray, any checks can be blocked. The one thing I think Anna Muzychuk should avoid is going into a pure rook endgame now, unless she can guarantee she guards this pawn, because, I mean, something like this, black is really, really passive, and white's just going to advance. Like, it's probably a draw with best play, but white will play h4, king g3, g5, maybe f4, f5, and black, tied down to the defense of this pawn, is going to suffer a lot.
Put that king on d4, centralize it, push all your pawns forward, put that rook on a6, black just into passivity in this one, which means that if you're Anna Muzychuk, you need to avoid the queen trade. Our live board's still catching up with this, and while it does that, should we zoom out? Jovanka.
Well, not quite yet, because I got exciting news for all our Twitch watchers as we get ready to go on a break. Because take a look at this. Don't just watch on Twitch, get rewarded for it. You can earn points by chatting and by winning predictions. Bonus drops for follows, subs and raids. And I gotta ask Tanya and David, which one of these rewards would you go for?
That's a great question.
Easy pick. I need 200,000 points for a daily game against Big. He beat me last year in a friendly when I was a bit hungover. I need revenge. So 200,000 points is what I need in this channel.
Ooh, I'm going to go for the 10% discount. Tough fight for me on that one, but I want 500,000 points because I want that discount on merch, and I already know what I'm getting. I'm getting the Chess.com plushies for myself.
The other Chess.com plushies are very nice. I can also just affirm that the quality on the Chess.com t-shirts are absolutely fantastic, and the mouse pads, they are something else. They will really elevate your desks. So I'm just gushing about the merch, but I'm with Tanya, and we are going to go on a short break because when we return, there's so much fire on the board. It's going to be hot to handle. It's that time when things are getting dramatic, when there's so much expectation on the board. We already have one result. It was a draw between Vachier-Lagrave and Humpy Koneru. We're going to be seeing Armageddon there, but on the other boards, my goodness, is it turbulent. Absolutely anything could happen. And as we have our bird's eye view here, Tanya, David, so much excitement.
I love it. I love what we're seeing all around. The Armageddon is already something that we're looking forward to right now. But there's so much action on the board as well. I mean, you can see on the Keimer board, the bar says that Vincent is doing very well against the world champion. You can't say Vincent without saying a win, but he's been winless in the tournament so far. Does he break that curse right now? Magnus versus Firouzja, also a firefight on the board. Wesley so Pragnananda, though, in the balance, at least according to the evaluation bar.
Yeah, let's jump. Vincent, is it vintage Vincent today? He has a big advantage, but it might only be temporary. And just as we jump in, the eval bar drops. Question mark from the German Grandmaster. And we have to do an action replay. We have to show Gukesh how he maybe went astray for just one move, and that gave an opportunity. We'll get the players' cameras up in just a second. But if we backtrack, we last left it after h6, nudging the bishop away. White a pawn up, but Vincent doesn't really want to give up the bishop pair to cling onto it. This would allow black too much activity, hitting the knight, hitting the b2 pawn. So the bishop dropped back. And now here, Gukesh should maybe have just been reclaiming the pawn, going to level material. And here, white has a small initiative. The queen can come out. I'm not sure, f3, c2. Rooks will come to the center, but black should be able to survive, should be fine. Instead, bishop e5, given a question mark due to the fact that after some forcing moves, the knight retreating, the pawn dropping, white's rook getting active, queen getting active. Here, rook d1 would have been uncomfortable for Gukesh. I believe there are some tactics. The queen is the target, and if the queen sidesteps now, e5 suddenly, and the black knight doesn't have d5 as it did on the previous move, would have to go back, and yeah, many ways for white to build an initiative now. Bishop could come to either of these two squares, and black is just really cramped, a bit of a traffic jam, especially the two black bishops stuck. Instead, Vincent's played bishop c4 and blue arrow. Apparently, bishop e6 now the only way to stem the tide, but probably a natural move.
I mean, you look at Gukesh's position, it almost feels like he's setting up for the next game. Most of his pieces on the first rank, you know, 3 of them in the starting position. Currently, the 2 bishops and the black rook on a8. I think the problem with Vincent's last move is that it leaves e4 extremely tender in the position. The problem why Gukesh couldn't play this move earlier is that b7 was soft and could have simply been picked up in many of those lines once you line up your rook against that light squared bishop. But this is the moment when Vincent has given Gukesh the opportunity to untangle. And after bishop to e6, I think if we see the trades and the lines that follow up, the sequence, the tactical sequence, black will end up picking up that e4 pawn once the dust settles.
Yeah, looks fine.
And after that, suddenly everything liquidates and black is absolutely fine. And we're looking at the prospect of another Armageddon.
Ooh, and we know how that goes for Vincent.
Lucent.
Winless Keimer in the Armageddon so far. I mean, 5 out of 5, if you go down, that's really not a place you want to get to, right? With an Armageddon, you want to finish things off in the classical portion. But for Keimer, with an advantage, and this is the storyline we've been seeing by him so far, the world number 6, where he gets a good position, he gets that advantage, but then bungles it up.
Yeah, 0% for Vincent in the Armageddon. Yeah, I have a feeling like he will break that duck, and when he does,
that was
the
a good
wins
one.
might start. Oh, thank you, Tanya. He might start like racking up the wins because he is getting chances. Just, it's always the hardest thing in a new tournament to get that first win. That's when things you feel start to turn your way. But yeah, for now, bishop e6 has to be played by Gukesh. Like too much pressure on f7. I think he's just working out the consequences.
It's a very Gukesh move. You know, we were talking about Indian school of chess, importance of calculation, and that's what Gukesh believes in. He just sits down and works the lines through, and I think he will see this move as the way to neutralize white's pressure. But there's pressure on other boards.
There's pressure on other boards, so bishop e6, maybe Gukesh is past the worst. Slightly different move order would have given Vincent a big advantage. But where is the pressure at its highest? Divya under pressure, Firouzja under pressure, although maybe Magnus going slightly wrong, and there's an Armageddon. That's the definition of pressure.
Under pressure? You've heard that one, Yovi. Please tell me you've heard that one.
I've never heard it before in my life. Please sing it for me, Tanya. Can we just quickly make a spot assessment? Wesley So against Pragnananda. just because the white king is a little bit vulnerable, and then let's check in on Magnus, Alireza, and then cast our attentions to the Armageddon.
Okay, spot assessment 0.0.
Yeah, but
I wonder what gave that
bar,
away.
the evaluation bar is lying to us, because this is not the definition of 0.00. I mean, look at the white king.
It looks anything but equal, this position.
Okay.
The only thing zero is my understanding of what's going on right now.
The only thing zero is, I was going to say Vincent's points in Armageddon, but that's harsh. That's too harsh.
Yeah, that's bad.
This is just equal, according to the eval bar, but Wesley's the one who has to prove it, surely. Like, the one thing he probably doesn't want to do is take this bishop. Maybe still defend, he can still defend with a move like knight to f1, but it just feels like something's going wrong.
Ooh.
3 pieces, again, 3 being the magic number with the attack.
And if you have to pick your 3, you want a rook, queen, and a knight. Deadliest combination known to man.
Exactly. Queen and 2 rooks also good, but queen, rook, and knight, if they have to be different, that's the dream. And, okay, so if he's not taking the bishop, what's he doing? He would if he swaps queens off, he would love that, Wesley, so then he should be safe. Black with an isolated pawn, white's rook coming in, but queen's coming off the board, a distant dream with black's dominant queen in the center here. He does offer that trade, though. Good move from Wesley, so.
I kind of like it, because if you waste time moving your queen away, you know, you've now defended that bishop as well. You can take time off, get your king to safety. Let's say if the queen moves to f5. I feel like, or h5. Okay, f5 seems to work for now. Can I simply now line up my rook against the queen and make... I was going to go walk into rook f1 and bishop h3.
Yeah, but it just goes to show that's the kind of pitfall you have when your king is out there in the open. And I got to say, queen c3 felt to me like a very necessary move. I think it's very, very good. And here, I guess you just start to... I'm not sure whether you should go bishop takes bishop, but maybe you should. Bishop takes bishop, knight takes, then you can go rook f1, and you can breathe aside.
Is it h5?
Oh, why?
Wow.
So bad. It doesn't look that bad.
It isn't. It's not h5.
Wow. No. D4 is too much.
Is it g5 with the idea of going knight e3?
Rook f4.
Yeah, maybe queen e6 to come knight e3, same idea.
And queen e2 as well.
Yeah. Dual threats. Entry by the queen and or knight. Yeah, this is difficult. Like, we made very natural moves there for Wesley, and we found ourselves in trouble. And as we saw in the feature chat, Wesley having a good tournament, but that could definitely change here. Poise here as well, saying that solid, but Wesley needs 2 or 3 more good moves, I think, to hold this one.
And I wonder if one of those good moves will involve getting the king to a safer square. So many of the ideas have been around the knight jumping in, give a check on e3. So even if a move like queen f5 or queen h5 appears, you might have to take the time out, especially because Wesley's last move, queen to c3, connects itself to the light squared bishop and just fall back with the king, making sure that there is no big knight check that you're falling into after the trade, bishop takes bishop.
Yeah, that's the type of move, like, it might be difficult initially. It's not the instinctive move here from Wesley, but if he finds moves like this, gets his rook across, he should be able to equalize. It just needs a bit of patience and accuracy.
I feel that he played queen c3. Of course, he's hoping and dreaming for a queen trade, but he's prepared for Prague to deny that. You want to be on the attack. So maybe that is what he has in mind.
And viewers at home might be wondering, why not gain time? Block the queen trade with gain of tempo, d4. What about this one?
I like it. I think I'm wondering as well now alongside our viewers. I see that you have a check, but it's only a check, right? It can even be blocked by the bishop if you want to hit that queen on c4.
Yeah, maybe that's the plan, queen check. And yeah, if king g7, at least there's a check to get the queens off. So either the king goes into the corner or bishop e6, but now maybe white has time to continue threatening the queen trade. I'm not sure how. Queen e2, queen c5, queen c7, lots of choice.
Lots of choice. It is definitely Wesley who needs to tread carefully. Let's directly go to Bibisara Salbaeva against Humpy Canary in the Armageddon, because the white king is out. It's sitting there on f3. But Humpy has had to give up some material in order to get that king out. And now Bibisara, evaluation bar, saying she's winning, and Humpy down to under the minute.
It's the king out, is the bar out of the stratosphere right now. Huge threats on the board. Humpy trying to fight it all. She stops it by defending the bishop on d6. You don't lose a piece immediately. But this looks like big firepower against the black king. And a couple of extra pawns to boot for white.
Yeah, huge pawn majority on the king side. It's 4 versus 2 over there. And the white king can just go back and hide in the near future. First, she delivers a check. The king moves and... queen sack! Queen sack!
Oh my gosh, it's checkmate! It's checkmate in 3! It's queen takes bishop and she finds it! We're gonna see her play this out, and Humpy doesn't allow it. She resigns. Bimbisara takes the Armageddon.
With a stunner to boot there, sacrificing the queen in order to deliver checkmate. Bimbisara is so good in the Armageddon format, so dangerous. Maybe we can actually show on the screen exactly how the game would have finished in checkmate.
Let's do it. Let's have a quick action replay. A beautiful move. Queen sacrifice from one of the in-form ladies of women's chess right now. I'll just very quickly show that it was actually a chaotic position with the white king out, level material, and Humpy going for the wrong pawn sacrifice. Blue arrow appeared just a few moves before we joined the action. It should have been b5 to break this bishop out of its starting square to develop along this diagonal. This would have led to chaos, anyone's game. All 3 results possible. Instead, Humpy opened up her own king, which came back to haunt her, as we see with the incoming mating net. g5, the queen was hit first of all. She sidestepped. Pawn takes pawn. No time to go for the white king here. Any checks are just met by a calm retreat. Humpy tried to defend her bishop due to this severance check, the knight check. Now hitting this bishop, the queen no longer able to defend it, and Humpy doomed whatever she did here. If the king had slid to the corner, it would have actually been the same tactic. If the king had come to g7, then there would have been knight forks in the air. But the beautiful finish after king f8 was forcing move. Queen takes bishop, check. A brilliancy, because if the rook had taken, check. And checkmate. And Jovanka, I'm sure this has a checkmate name.
It does, actually. Do you guys want to know, or do you want to guess?
Ooh.
Okay, I can tell you.
It's not the Arabian mate.
No.
Similar.
It's a hook mate.
Hook mate. Okay.
Yeah. It's a very nice mate indeed. Beautiful finish there from Bimbisara Asabayevic. She picks up 1.5 points and is currently in the lead with 9.5 points. But I did promise that we should go and check in on Magnus against Alireza, because that is, of course, the matchup of the day. Let's go and see what has transpired.
I think first we just take stock of the position. It's equal material, and Alireza with some early decisions of pushing the g-pawn. That's the one weakness. b5 under attack. White's queen playing a very active role for Magnus Carlsen. That's the key piece right now. The knight from f3 can't jump because the queen and the rook are lined up, so there's no knight e5 or knight takes pawn if the bishop was to move. But there are some direct threats in the position that Alireza needs to take care of. 2 pawns under direct contact with that white queen. Meanwhile, Alireza is playing for piece activity, right? g4 is a massive threat on the board. If you're black right now, queen and the rook lined up, the defensive resource against a move like g4 has to be knight to d2. You retreat, defend your rook, trade off the rooks, then go on to win one of the 2 pawns. While I'm saying all of this, Alireza's down to a little less than 17 minutes on the clock. Magnus with a huge time advantage there. Looks pretty chill on the camera as well right now. David, how are you defending one of these? How are you defending both pawns?
Oof, I don't think you are, if your name is Alireza Firouzja. I think he has to go active. He has to find a way. I'm struggling right now, I must admit, because the white queen is so active, tying black's queen down as well. But the eval bar says it is possible. There is a way to stay in this game. You mentioned the clocks there, Tanya. I think every round, every time in the first 5 rounds, we've mentioned the clocks. When the players are around on average 1 minute left per move, Alireza has 15 or 14 moves to make in 16 minutes. Actually 15, including this one. It's danger time. So, I mean, the first move you calculate, g4, surely. You mentioned it, hitting the knight, forcing Magnus's reply. We saw with Bimbisara, the forcing moves are always the best. The queen would be hit, though, and she needs to keep her e6 pawn defended. And I just wonder something like this. Like, I'm not sure which way black captures, but can black try to get active with the bishop?
So let's just take one of the 2 pawns. I'm kind of tempted. Wow, I see you want to go towards b5. I was tempted towards c7. Feels closer towards the black king. Bishop g5, and I want to put my knight as close to the white king as possible. But I'll also point out that bishop takes knight is not exactly a threat, because there are ideas, tactical ideas like queen d8, falling back and picking up the bishop.
Could you work that idea as well? Go queen to b8 check. And if you step in the wrong square, like for instance, if you go king f7, Isn't there Tanya's idea in play? Queen takes b5, bishop takes knight, queen to d7.
Love it.
Beautiful.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Absolutely.
Nice. And yeah, I mean, black can't even take this pawn anymore because there would be queen exchanges and white, a pawn up and a king a pawn endgame, would end up winning. And Alireza has finally made a decision after a long, long think. He's going down a pawn anyway. How to get active is the question. Bishop d6 is his choice, and the eval bar doesn't move. So
Best move.
Good choice. Good choice.
In the position. All right, should we just do a quick deep dive, Ivanka?
Of
queen?
course.
It's got to be queen takes pawn, right?
Yeah.
Threatening another pawn with a check.
Take the pawn, exactly. Threatening queen takes g5, and now what to do? I guess you have to hold firm because g4 is irrelevant because of queen to g5 check. And that was as far as my calculation went.
I wonder whether black can swap queens, though.
Yeah, I was assuming no.
Because there's a problem. White's knight doesn't have many good squares. It has to defend its rook. If it goes forward, which would be a winning move, normally, ordinarily, there's a deflection. Bishop takes h2 check, drawing the king away. I love where Alireza's put his bishop, because now the rook would fall. So if the white knight has to drop back, then maybe we could see an exchange. Or is it bishop f4? I'm not sure. Actually, maybe bishop f4. Yeah. Oh, wait, 92 losers. Whoa.
Whoa. And you go anywhere. Your trick with bishop takes pawn coming up next.
Yeah, all the checks.
And if you go rook to d1, then there's rook d8 winning on the spot. That's it. Game over.
Setting up a pin.
Ta-da.
Yeah.
See ya later.
That means that Magnus in this position would have to play e5 and bail out into a drawish looking rook and pawn endgame. Although, actually, maybe not to take it. Maybe just to move. Or maybe to take this one. Endgames are hard. Bishop takes b4.
And he has to work all of this out with about 15 minutes on the clock, Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah. I mean, he'll still be down a pawn, but within drawing realms here, rook and pawn endgames, they're all drawn. No pass pawns.
Black king about to get active.
And that was a very natural continuation from white, which is to give a check. And you think, well, it's good. Knight d2 is in the air. Everything is covered, except that is a bit of a false friend. So here, I guess you have to go knight d2.
Queen sidesteps. Magnus has eaten that pawn on b5, so we could be headed in this direction. And Alireza is active. Does have some counterplay. Queen takes pawn, queen h6 in the air, hitting the pawn on h2, hitting the d2 knight, loose piece there.
Ooh, so he does take on b5. I have to say, g4 feels like a very Alireza move in this position. You know, you played g5 a few moves back, well, quite a few moves back. This is the moment you get that in. But Alireza has to be careful about the clock as well. And that idea of sidestepping with your queen. But I do feel that if anyone's pushing, it's Magnus, right? You're up a pawn, you trade off the rooks, you bring your queen back, you keep everything compact in the position. And it's on Alireza to prove his compensation there, with just a queen and bishop remaining.
And just to confirm, it feels like g4 is the only chance in the position for Alireza. If he's making solid moves like h6, then this is simply going to be inviting white to push forward with e5, at least.
Yeah, g4 only move to keep the balance.
Oh, wow.
It's crazy that the eval bar says it's almost level. But it's definitely Magnus in the driver's seat. But yeah, there are tactics.
And I wonder how level is Alireza feeling about his position right now. You know, you're playing against Magnus, you feel you're down a pawn. Yes, you're seeing all these complications, but he has to also be sensing danger in his position. The black king in the open, g5 under attack. Would you be thinking you have enough comp for the pawn here?
No, not at all.
Rook's about to come off the board.
Yes, I mean, you'd be certainly worried. You are playing an endgame, a pawn down against the endgame maestro himself. Yeah, I would be worried as well. And we can see it on Alireza. Usually we see Alireza lounging, chilling. Here, he's 100% locked in.
A bit of a shake of the head almost there from Alireza. He looked like he exhaled really heavily, like, oh, the position's tough, pawn down. But yeah, if he knew the eval bar was level, it would be a total different demeanor from the young Alireza here. g4, it has to be played. A little bit of calculation, especially that queen g5 check line we showed. The fact that black can force a draw there, or even win in some lines, was really surprising. And I think he will get to that conclusion, but yeah, no time. 12 minutes now. He still has to make 14 moves to get any increment.
Question. Could he be thinking about switching up the move order and starting with the move queen to g7? I simply want to avoid the rook trade. I'm still threatening the move g4. Oh, wow. Okay, it doesn't matter because Alireza has gone for g4. And in those lines, I had a little trick. If you fell for queen takes pawn, I had bishop takes pawn.
Oh, beautiful. And just very quickly put that on the board. G4 was played, but queen G7. If queen takes G5, there would have been a huge blunder here. Bishop takes H2, king takes, and at the very end, the rook would fall off. Something similar to what we've seen. White maybe still holding a draw since white gets all the pawns, but this would not have been what Magnus wanted. So queen G7 would have set a trap, but maybe there were E5 ideas to shut down black's activity. G4 played. Game on.
Game on, Magnus Carlsen. You're up a pawn. Can you get your first win in a while in this tournament? Down with 3 losses at Norway Chess. The last time Magnus had that was in 2015 Norway Chess. The last time he lost 4 games in a tournament was 2007. Back in 2007, it was his first Vachier-Lagrave?
One of his first.
I think he was 17 as well, so yes.
Producer Vic was talking about this at the start of the tournament.
It's unheard of.
2007. Can you do the math how many years ago that was? Magnus wasn't even Magnus then.
Yeah, 19 and a bit years ago. long time. And I think he just turned 16 because he was born at the end of the year. So now he's in his mid-30s. He's a dad. He's won 21 world titles. It feels like a distant memory, surely, for him. And it must be a bit confusing just to be in this situation. He hasn't played that badly for chunks of games, but it's when the clock ticks down that Magnus has struggled. So having 55 minutes here, I think is going to give him as good a chance as any to get his second classical win of the event.
And you have to be sensing that as well, right? You've taken down Gukesh once. You want to get that second win en route, on the way here. And what bigger statement than to do it against Alireza Firouzja, who's been dominating the tournament so far. By the way, knight d2 on the board. So has Alireza spotted the move queen to g7, a small sidestep, eyeing that weak pawn on c3. Also fighting against queen g5 check.
Absolutely. And incidentally, Tanya, you asked the question, when has Magnus lost 4 games in an event? It was actually back in 2015 in Norway Chess as well, where he lost 4 games. Finished 7th. I think it was a year to forget.
Ooh, yeah, that was a tough year. Was that the year where he just let his clock run out and he thought he got extra time against Topalov, and it turns out there was no time?
I remember that happening, but I couldn't tell you whether it was 2015.
Maybe we can fact check that one, but I remember there was once, it was move 61. Magnus just assumed that the players got more time at move 60. He didn't read the regulations. He had a very nice position. Ended up having to take the loss.
Yeah, would have done that.
Haven't we? And what a nightmare that tournament was for him, Yovi.
Yeah.
And then 2023 as well, right? When Magnus wasn't in the race to become champion of Norway Chess. He's won it 7 times. He's looking for his 8th. And I was just seeing in that note that you had there that he lost 4 games in 2015, but his rating was 2876. Magnus Carlsen peaked at 2882. The highest ever rated player in the history of the game.
Not too bad.
Not too bad. 2882, just 18 points away.
And if he hadn't played Norway Chess that year, who knows?
3,000.
And that actually reminds me that so far at Norway Chess, Magnus Carlsen is losing 16 rating points.
Yeah, he's still well over 2,800, but yeah, if this rate continues, people might be talking a bit more about those ratings. Alireza, the fact that he was kind of wiping his eyes there, not really looking like he fully believes. He doesn't look so locked in yet. A pawn down against Magnus Carlsen in an endgame, that is psychologically tough, but he's still alive and he's still got decent chances if he moves his queen across. The most natural move in the position, so I think he will find it, but the idea is to hit c3 to threaten queen h6 in many lines. There is counterplay. It's not obvious, but he has to fight for those dark squares. And he goes in with his bishop instead. Big mistake from Alireza Firouzja. He's hitting the knight in some variations, but the bishop is pinned. What is his intention then after the move g3, trying to make use of that pinned bishop?
He's counting on a check on e3. It's the only way to survive the pin and not lose the piece on the spot. And then he wants to move the queen away, but clearly there's something very wrong with what Alireza has played. What's the follow-up there? You move the king away, and the black queen and rook still under fire in that line.
Yeah, it's a very interesting move, right? Because I had assumed that grandmasters never like to self-pin without exceptional reason. And here, you know,
Like
so
when
many
you have
moves.
to win a world championship, for example, then you
Exactly.
self-pin
Then
for
you
immortality.
self-pin, but otherwise they hate it. And here you have King H1, G3, as David is indicating. I mean, what is going to be the answer after King H1?
Mysterious, very mysterious from Alireza. I think this is just born out of desperation. I think in his mind, he's clearly worse or lost. He doesn't know that Eval Bar said level, and we have to break it down because, yeah, Bishop E3 might be a threat anyway. I don't really like the idea of giving black time to move the queen, like Queen G7, getting out of the pin. So let's try and profit now. G3, as Ivanka says, King H1, King G2, unclear where's best. I think I would play King G2 just in general terms because King H1 feels like it's a mating net. And there's no sacrifices yet on F1. Luckily, F1's well defended twice. But let's say King G2, and the black queen has to move.
Let's put it on G7 anyway.
Yeah, rook takes rook.
And I'm almost tempted to pick it up. Queen D3, huh?
Oh, I kind of want rooks off automatically, but Queen D3 maybe does cover everything. Rook takes a rook, let's say. Queen takes, and I wanted to just come back, but now I realize that I've left a check open, and black gets back in the game. So maybe Queen to D3. In this position.
Tricky stuff here. I think Alireza is going for these tricks in the position, trying to get his queen to infiltrate around the white king. Bishop F4 played. Magnus Carlsen not rushing with the decision to go G3. I mean, that line doesn't even end at that moment, right? At the end of that, when you pick up the E4 pawn, David, if you just have that quickly on the board, it feels like the most natural moves. Queen takes pawn. There's a check on D8. You're going to pick up C7 with the check as well. I mean, how are you evaluating this as completely equal?
Yeah, I guess because there are no checks on the black king, white's queen struggles to get back to block any perpetual ideas. So, I mean, you could make an argument for the white king starting to run, starting to try to zigzag its way to safety away from the checks. Queen into F4, for example, as well, might be worth considering, although here pawns will drop. It's going to be a difficult queen endgame, I think, ahead for Alireza Firouzja. Queen endgames are the hardest ones, and he might not have any time to navigate that.
And he's playing against one of the best players in the world in the endgame, especially queen and pawn endgame. So G3 is what we're expecting. And another move that I thought was King H1, but there I think Alireza probably has control after Queen to G7, just eyeballing the knight and hitting at C6. I think this is Alireza's big plan.
Yeah, definitely. And suddenly it's not so easy to hold everything for Magnus if he moves his knight to the wrong squares. If he goes away to try and defend this pawn, for example, we could see things start to turn around. Black would start getting counterattacks against H2. So it does feel like Magnus, I mean, his king wants to hide on a light square anyway, because he's facing a dark squared bishop. So he can build that light squared refuge on G2, and I think he will do that.
Magnus Carlsen became a world #1 in January of 2010 at the age of 19. Then lost it out for a couple of months in the middle, reclaimed it back in 2011. I almost want to say July, but chat will correct me if I'm wrong on that. And then since then, he's remained world #1. Almost 15 years to the day, sitting here as 21 world titles under him, one of the best players in the endgame, the goat of chess. I mean, I don't even want to say one of the best, I think the best endgame chess player of all times. And I wonder what it is that he did to be able to do that. Because since he broke into the scene in 2010, 2011 as the world #1, it felt like he completely changed the way endgames are played. You know, the masters, the best players of that time, the positions that they would kind of wrap up really quickly and agree for a draw and not play on. Magnus changed that dynamic completely. He kept pushing. He kept playing on till his opponents cracked. And then over the years, the top players had to adapt to that style of play. And it felt like Magnus brought about the biggest change in the way modern chess endgames are played back in 2011.
Like, Magnus is a really unique combination. Not only does he embody the old spirit of knowing the classics, just being completely obsessed with chess, he's also, just like the youngsters, he's also very good at calculation. He's also very good at, you know, he's super quick. He's also got fantastic instincts, which is why he dominates in all disciplines of the game. It's not just Magnus Carlsen, the world classical champion. He's also talking about like a rapid champion and world blitz champion and Fischer random, everything he's good at.
Yeah, physical fitness as well is huge, like stamina. well, Blitz championships nowadays, like, you're playing 12 hours in a day, basically. And to stay focused, to stay fresh, he plays G3, great move. Alireza gives the check. Yeah, Magnus, he's just slightly better than most people in a lot of areas, and that's why it's hard to pin him down, hard to beat him. He can slightly last longer in these long endgame grinds. He can memorize a bit better in openings, maybe. He understands very deeply. We're seeing Queen G7, everything play out.
And just the ability to keep the game going, to keep playing on when most people would just wrap it up with an offer of a draw on the board. Magnus just has never done that. And I think as we see more of the pieces come off the board in this one, we get closer towards those end games. I think we're in for a Magnus grind.
Yeah.
It's headed in that direction, Tanya, absolutely. I mean, he's going to be embracing those endgames we saw where he'll be playing a pawn up. Okay, black has some activity, but we've seen time and time again, he is so good at just holding the position together, placing the queen on the right squares, and just converting the advantage. He's very, very patient, and it's his bread and butter. Whilst Magnus is thinking about queen to d3, let's peek at the bird's eye view, because I want to just have a glance at what is happening in the other games. We've had big developments between Zhuzhiner and Muzichuk. It does look like black's activity is going to guide her to a draw. But between Wesley So, Pragnananda, Vincent Keimer and Gukesh, I'd love to have your opinions.
Ooh, yeah. Very tense position still. Wesley So clinging on. I'm not sure I love his position, but that could still go in any direction. Magnus playing queen d3. Meanwhile, we see that on the camera. The best move in the position. Yeah, Vincent Keimer against Gukesh. I think that could fizzle out very quickly, or Vincent could find a big advantage maybe in the next 2-3 moves. If he doesn't, then it's going to fizzle, I feel. Tanya, where do you think we might get those 3 decisive results this round?
Good question. I think Magnus Firouzja very likely to be decisive in the favor of Magnus. We speak about him squeezing water out of stone in these end games, but I think in this one he's going to be up upon, and I think Alireza will need a miracle to survive it. But Alireza has been making his own miracles on the chessboard here at Norway Chess, so still far from over, but I'd predict a decisive result in that one. Wesley Pragnananda, I'm predicting the second decisive result in that one. I see the bar says it's pretty much level, but look at the position. It's absolute chaos for both kings, the pawn formation, the pieces, everything. Lots of fun there. And I think Divya versus Vengeance. Vengeance just piling on the pressure. Look at the traffic jam with that bishop on g5. And David, I'll let you take the pick of where we go to next, but a lot of excitement all around.
Oh, it's such a tough call. I'm looking at the clocks. Does that give us any hint? Some time trouble, mainly for Firouzja right now. The others all still within healthy-ish bounds. Muzichuk low on time, but yeah, that's deep in the endgame now.
Let's check in with Divya.
Yeah,
with Bibisara having won her game against Humpy, she's taken 1.5 points in this match, and she was half a point behind Divya. If Divya goes down, Bibisara will be back reclaiming leaderland.
Yeah, and if Ju Wenjun wins in the classical, she'll net 3 points. She'll move to 8, and she'll be within striking distance. So everything could turn with just one win in the classical.
Yeah, the classical, it's so weighted in towards those games, and Xu Wenjun, we've been critical, but this game, she's played so well so far. Question mark has appeared, queen to f1. The MVP right now, we should mention, is the Black Knight on f4. Such a glorious piece. If you ever kick it, it's going to be a thorn in white side. Knight to h3 check, and lots of mating nets around there. I guess questions about queen takes e4. I see a pawn hanging. That does allow white's b3 knight, which is sidelined, to leap into the action. I must say I'm very tempted by that one, but other moves that come to mind, I don't know, maybe pushing the h-pawn down the board if you have the luxury of time. I don't see what white's next move is. Okay, let's say I see a pawn, I take a pawn. Can Xu Wenjun get greedy?
That's the big question, and apparently white has something. The response that I was thinking about, bring your knight forward, David, here, hit that queen. I'm also threatening to pick up the a6 pawn with my knight. It's hanging in this position. Knight takes pawn, and I'm making a case for that a5 pawn suddenly in the position. Knight b4, a6, a7.
Yeah, and black can be a pawn up, but it's about the quality here, not the quantity. Maybe g4 soon hangs, but rook c2, the bishop will come back to c4, and yeah, the a5 pawn is suddenly the MVP, the most valuable pawn for sure.
And the black king isn't that safe after all because the g5 pawn is hanging. So Ju Wenjun understands that actually she must not let that knight on b3 get into the game. So h5. I love this decision, by the way.
Yeah, why not? h4 will be threatening g3 to soften up the dark squares. It will threaten h3 to create some mating nets. Divya's a bit stuck.
You're also looking at ideas once h4, g3 arrives, or the idea of h3. You know, you always have the plan to step up your king and then line up the rook on the h line, bring your queen on the h file, and look at inroads along that. Your queen beautifully placed for the attack. I think Ju Wenjun really piles on the pressure. It will be incredible if Divya doesn't crack under it in this game and manages to survive this one.
Well, she survived yesterday on instinct against Zhu Jinair. She will have to draw on every ounce of defense if she wants to survive this one. It's going to be a tough battle against the 5-time Women's World Champion. Going back to our bird's eye view, let's again just check in on the all-important match between Magnus and Firouzja. And we see queen to d3, Alireza thinking. You can't think too long, though. The clock keeps ticking down.
Just 5 minutes left for Alireza. He still has to make 10 moves to get that increment.
And I think we'll be spending a lot of time in that one. Do you quickly want to take a look at Pragg and So's game? It looks pretty exciting as well. And then stay with Magnus Firouzja, as Firouzja's clock goes tick-tock. It's a tough one.
I have a feeling Firouzja's body language, he might not be wanting to fight on too long. He doesn't want to suffer, prolong things there. But this is definitely a key moment to jump into this game. Wesley, Pragg, almost level on the clock, looking level on the position. But can Pragg create anything here? He's paused after bishop takes bishop. Just a very quick action replay. I think Pragg did take a risk just 3 moves ago. We talked about the queen exchange. Probably the black queen should have sidestepped, asking some bigger questions. But d4 suddenly means that this white knight gets more life, breathing space. The white bishop's diagonal lengthened. Check. The king slid into the corner, and it does feel like maybe Wesley is starting to make things happen. He takes the bishop, queen takes. I was going to say, why was Pragg even thinking he had to guard this pawn? But now what? Any endgames, if the queens come off, could be better for white. a5 hanging the d-pawn weak. So Wesley needs to survive against threats like rook e2 check.
Yeah, that looks pretty strong, right? You might not even have time to pick up that pawn on a5 with the rook lining up against the white king next, the black knight ready to jump via h5 to f4. This is a pretty spicy position, and I want to just end by saying that if Alireza goes down to Magnus today and Wesley is able to win his game, we might have a new leader, Jovanka, by the end of the day.
If Wesley wins, then yes, we're going to have a new leader. And suddenly it's not the Alireza story anymore. And Pragg will also be back in there. If he picks up 3 points, then he'll be on 9 points and within the chasing pack.
But how is Wesley actually making those winning chances appear? Because we've been talking about pressure on Wesley's king right now, right? You've got rook e2, you've got knight h5 coming in. If you're Wesley, so you want to try to trade off the queens. Queen f3, is that something that could be a defensive resource here?
Ooh.
You don't
Isn't
love
there
it?
rook e2?
Rook e2, I'm just walking into all kinds of blunders today. It's been a long day. Sorry, guys.
No, it's the kind of thing that is so easy to miss, Tanya. I'm completely with you. I also thought queen f3, and then I was like,
All right, let's go rook f1, queen f3.
Love it.
Okay.
I attack your knight. I place my queen on f3. Next move.
Same idea, better order. The one thing I feared initially was rook e2 check. And if king g1, something along the lines of queen h5 to try and hit the h2 pawn. But probably it just doesn't work. I see the bar. Why does this not work? Is it just h3, h4? Just defend, and suddenly attack switches to white's hands. Knight hit, pawn hit. It was just an optical illusion, black's attack.
Wow. h4 is gutsy, though. But you just don't have enough time to put pressure right now. Queen g4 doesn't even come in with any threat because g3 is defended.
And white can capture the knight safely. So rook f1 I really like, and it also sets some traps. It says to black, okay, you cannot mate me, so you need to actually take some defensive measures. And rook e2 check, suddenly, like, black is a bit loose. Like, if black doesn't give mate, then things are hanging by a thread. I'm not even sure how black defends the knight. G7 maybe.
One thing that worries me about going rook to e2, which you guys have highlighted, is that black might overextend themselves and ignore the king's safety. So after rook f1, could you just go knight to d5, threaten knight to Okay, the evaluation bar saying nope, not satisfactory either.
Let's ignore the bar.
Yeah.
Let's ignore the bar. Wesley's about to make a move. It did look like he was reaching for maybe his king. Maybe he'll just slide the king back, preempt any checks, and save either rook d1 or rook f1 for later when he finally knows where that rook belongs. Either way, what do we predict here? Whose position is easier to play? Is it going to be a draw?
It's going to be so much about the nerves in this one, and I would love to see this go down to the Armageddon. But right now, it's anyone's game. It's a board for all three results.
Absolutely. As we see h3 chasing away the queen being played, I got to direct you back to Magnus Carlsen, Alireza, because Alireza hasn't played the most accurate move. Instead, he should have traded rooks, as we highlighted, but bishop to g6. Bishop b6, sorry, has been the move.
Okay, makes sense. If he's not going to go into a pure queen endgame by trading off his bishop for a knight, then why not keep the bishop on the board? If black's ever able to get the queen to the f-file after a rook trade, there are still infiltration points. But yeah, that bishop is hitting thin air. If the queens ever come off the board, it just feels winning for white.
It just feels like you're up a pawn here, David. You want to get max pieces off the board. You can start with the rook. And I'm guessing that if you take with the king, I'm forcing the queen trade, right? What you're talking about, queen d8, queen d7. That should be winning on the spot. So Alireza is going to be forced to recapture with the queen, and then can't I direct myself to the idea of fighting for that f line by bringing my queen back?
Looks stable, looks very strong for Magnus. Probably it's the type of position where everything is just better. Like his advantage now is not just a momentary thing like we saw a few moves ago. Here it's long term, it's an extra pawn, it's just finding the winning plan.
Also, the queen and knight are such a fantastic duo as well, because I'm seeing, you know, your ideas of capturing the rook, making that trade, dropping the queen back, h3 as well, just to break up black's pawn sides on the king side, and everything is able to come forward, whereas the bishop is not able to coordinate with the queen in order to create problems.
And to follow that up, the idea of attacking the g4 pawn, as you were pointing and highlighting with your arrows, I'm wondering if Magnus will also end up going for an attack by pushing his e-pawn, get that knight on e4. You said something about the knight and queen being a deadly combo. And then we're talking checkmating business with the knight landing on f6. Okay, all these are plans from Magnus. How is Alireza surviving this?
I don't think he does. I think Alireza, like, I've played him a few times. Like, the body language, it feels like he doesn't really believe he's going to save this. Look at him. He just looks distraught. He looks like, okay, I'm low on time, pawn down. I'll try one or two last tricks, and then if they don't work, I resign. I don't think he can hold it. Like, the fact that the white queen on e2 will cover all possible checks, all possible mates. Like, white can start pushing pawns. I love that e5, knight e4 as well. I love h3 as well, just breaking that mating net just in case. Magnus yesterday should have put his king on h3 against Wesley. Maybe today he'll learn from that error and do the same. It feels like Firouzja doesn't really believe, and I don't see anything for black.
I think the key is that Magnus doesn't need to find only moves. And for a change, he's got enough time on the clock to work everything out. Usually by this point, Magnus is the one playing with the big deficit. He's the one playing on minutes. And we are currently on move 31. Alireza Firouzja still has 9 moves to make with 4 minutes on the clock in an extremely difficult position against the world number 1. You're down a pawn, you're playing for tricks, kind of failing to find them. Ooh.
And the leg is back up for Alireza as he finds himself in a very difficult position because Magnus is now in his element. Not only is he ahead in time, he's got an extra pawn to boot. He also has a concrete plan. We've discussed many times that there are targets that white can start attacking pawns on g5, e6. The knight just needs to get mobilized. And for Alireza, it's so difficult to coordinate the pieces. But there's always hope. In a queen endgame, there's always a chance of a perpetual check.
It's the hope that kills you, though, as my favorite Ted Lasso episode goes. Yeah, sometimes you just have to hope. You just have to play for tricks. But yeah, Alireza, I did see a featured chat from Ozymandia, I think it was, saying, okay, at least you have the bishop. At least you have the bishop. It's an open board. But yeah, the fact that the queen and bishop can't really connect and queen and knight just generally work a bit better as a combo, I think that's going to be the clincher. But yeah, I think Magnus should start maybe with a rook exchange, put the queen on e2. First step, covered all the squares. Second step, maybe improve the knight. Maybe start deciding which pawns to trade off. Put a knight in c4 if you want to really go for a pure queen endgame if you're worried about the bishop. But yeah, first step, get the rooks off the board.
Right. I mean, actually, I can see some chances for Alireza if Magnus doesn't trade off rooks. I can see the rook moving away from f8, going to a8, a2, and suddenly, that's anyone's game.
Yeah, suddenly pins and discomfort for Magnus Carlsen. If Black gets more moves, maybe h5 is a useful one as well. The Black king can hide out on h7, no more checks. If the White queen moves off d3.
Yeah, it's really tough to be Alireza right now, and I'm not even talking about his injured ankle currently. You know, it's fine if you're down a pawn, but you want to make counterplay. You want enough pieces to be able to set up those tricks, and the more you look at this position, the more you realize that g-pawn, it's vulnerable for Black in so many positions. The bishop on b6 sits on a nice diagonal, but no piece to really assist it. For Alireza Firouzja, he needs a big helping hand from Magnus Carlsen to survive this one. And what a turnaround that would be on our standings if Magnus finishes the job in this. He gets 3 points. Suddenly he's back up on the leaderboard. Alireza Firouzja for the first time will not be leading Norway Chess since round 1.
Yeah, if Wesley wins, Alireza is the one that will not be leading, as Tanya's indicated. Everything is going to be hinging on those two. Now it's very interesting because if Wesley So draws his game to Pragnananda, wins in Armageddon, then we're going to see a tie for the top. But Wesley So, as we've seen, has a very sharp position. And Magnus Carlsen, if he wins, suddenly he will start rocketing up the standings.
You gotta love the leapfrogging that happens in the standings at Norway Chess simply because of the scoring system. 3 point for a classical win just incentivizes the players to play so much more fighting chess, to not go for those quick draws, because sure, in the Armageddon you get a decisive result, but not enough points.
Exactly, just 1.5 points. 1 point minimum. So yes, the players cannot play it safe when a win in classical has so much impact on the standings. Magnus doing some great things, and I love the way that Magnus just now takes his time. He doesn't need to rush it.
But I want to point out his match against Pragnananda, completely winning, was Magnus Carlsen. And then started to get a bit too creative and things went out of control, ended up losing that game. Yes, it was a very different fight, a very different battle. But David, form has been a big question around the world number 1.
Yeah, and it's the fact that he's lost 3 games this tournament, but they've all been different styles. One of them was in the balance against Firouzja, then just kind of panicked as soon as the first sign of tactics started to appear. Against Prag, up and down, tried to be too creative, no time, total self-destruct. Yesterday, just slowly outplayed by Wesley. The lack of form, normally that shows in a kind of a lack of killer instinct, so that's the one thing. Magnus has had some small chances. Prag couldn't finish him off. And yeah, Vincent couldn't finish him off in the classical. So killer instinct, that's why we see Magnus thinking. But the fact that he has so much time, that is the one difference between every other game up to this point and today. Magnus still has nearly 40 minutes. And yeah, just the time advantage alone should be enough to guide him towards victory.
Yeah, and also the fact that Magnus is in his element. This is the type of chess that he, quite frankly, excels at. He's the best in the world. Perhaps the best we've ever seen in those type of positions. Going to our bird's eye view, I can see that it's super sharp everywhere we turn. Barring Zhuzhiner against Anna Muzichuk, that should be fizzling out into a draw. Where to go? We are spoilt for choice.
And I will point out on that bottom right board as well, while it's equal, it's Zhuzhiner who has an extra pawn, but Anna Muzichuk's doubled rooks on the second rank gives so much counterplay there. White's king stuck in the corner, White's rook stuck to defend the g2 pawn, most likely heading into an Armageddon. Divya Deshmukh really struggling in this middle game. Black's pieces, pawns coming towards White's king. That's the bottom left board. Wesley So against Pragnananda. We've been talking about this as the game for all 3 results. By the way, Wesley So hinting at a queen trade in that one, top right, that the last move hits the black queen and the knight on f6.
Now, we should also mention Vincent Keimer on the top left green board is a pawn up against Gukash. There's a big threat on the board as well, so I just wonder, maybe we quickly visit that one, just because there is a material imbalance. But for anyone at home wondering, this is a good scenario for the bishop versus the knight, if the bishop can stay on the board. Just to show the last couple of moves, we won't go the whole way back, but Just the last couple of moves, there was maximum pressure on the C and B lines here from the white rooks. But here, Gukesh, the world champion, found the only way to hold on, the only way to keep the balance, to force a minor piece trade here. Knight back to C5, hitting the queen, defending the all-important B7 pawn. White had to give up the bishop to capture that pawn. And at the end, rook to C8, really nice move. Discovered check threatened because the white rook is hanging. So no time, for example, to attack that bishop. Bishop takes F2, check would win the white rook on C1. And because white has to take a time out and deal with that, a move like King F1, I'm expecting maybe something like rook to C6, the black bishop to drop back, and then the black rooks are getting active. There's targets in the position. E5 is not such a useful pawn. If anything, it's a target.
I completely agree. And the black bishop, a better piece than the white knight right now, having a direct threat on that F2 once the rook lines up on the second rank. Feels like sufficient compensation if you're Gukesh for the pawn that you've lost in this game. So most likely headed into an Armageddon, this one. Let's just check in with Magnus, because there have been moves, and we know Alireza's clock has been ticking down. The most important marquee matchup of the round right now, and David, the rooks got traded off on F8. Magnus went for the line we were talking about, drops back with the queen, hit the pawn on G4. I don't know if you want to just do a quick action replay with H5 coming in, and the last move, H3, with the big idea of pawn takes pawn. Let's just show how this all happened.
Yeah, H5, H3, and Magnus wants the light squares. He's going to create an isolated pawn. Big advantage for white.
Yeah. And we are going to go on a super quick break. Give you chance to top up your teas, your coffees, your popcorn, because we are going to break everything down and follow along the action right as it happens. See you in a few minutes. It's getting critical here at day 6 Norway Chess, and the big news of the day is, will Magnus Carlsen win in the Classical against Alireza Firouzja? He has the dream endgame, but there is still hope left for Alireza Firouzja, who's fighting hard with his queen and bishop, even though he's material down. But will Alireza's clock be his enemy?
Oh, you'd have to think that at some point that clock is going to haunt him. For everyone at home, Alireza has 2.5 minutes left to make 5 moves. That is basically half a minute a move. But after that, he only gets a 10-second increment, and queen endgames, it's like a lucky dip. Basically, you have 5 moves on every, or 5 tempting moves on every turn. You never really know where you're going. Queen endgame's so hard to navigate, and he's a pawn down, and he's on the back foot. Right now, he does have kind of a threat, maybe, to take the c3 pawn, although g4 would fall with check. But yeah, it's just, I don't know, his general demeanor, Alireza, just the trend of the game that's been going, it's been getting worse and worse. I think Magnus is very close now.
I'm going to put the demeanor on the ankle, or at least I hope that it is, because we've seen Alireza turn things around in this tournament so many times as well, right? From positions of weakness, of struggling in so many games, where he's managed to draw them into Armageddon and then go on to win it. His match against Winston comes to mind. So he's extremely sneaky, and he's very tricky. He's going to try to set up those ideas where he activates his queen, tries to give checks to Magnus's king, which perhaps is not the safest king. I mean, I can imagine if the black queen can somehow get to h5. David, there are makings of ideas of infiltration via the h3 square. You want to get towards that white king, try to attack those weak pawns. For Magnus, on the other hand, how easy is it to activate his own pieces? That knight on d2 needs to get into the game. Maybe he's got plans of going c4, c5, but c4, you're giving me a nice square on d4 for my bishop, if I'm black.
It's not very easy, right? And I was just wanting to point out that your queen h3 is a checkmate as well. So it's always nice to have a...
Let's show it. But it's not possible right now because g4 is hanging, unfortunately.
But you could set it up with some kind of queen g5, queen g6. Yeah.
David's trying so hard to make it happen.
Oh, no.
There you go. You got it. Where there's a will, there's a way.
There's a way. Oh, wait, not here. Okay, this would be checkmate if black's queen gets in. So white, I mean, to my eyes, the candidate moves here are c4. Yeah, c5, such a big threat that bishop d4 is forced. Here, he just has to weigh up whether he feels it's annoying or not that the bishop is stuck in the center there. e5, ever since you mentioned it earlier, Tanya, it's just been on my mind. Maybe knight coming into e4, f6. Although hard to get it to e4 now without dropping that pawn. I guess it's on a dark square, so maybe Magnus reluctant to make weaknesses. Yeah, other candidate moves at some point to move the knight round. I kind of want to go f1, h2, just pick up this pawn, but I don't really want to hang c3, so maybe this is best of both worlds. Something like c4, and then can Magnus go round and try to just take this Isolani, this pawn?
Can Magnus not do that immediately without... Or you want to preserve...
He wants everything. David doesn't want to give anything.
No, he doesn't want to give away the c3 pawn to black. No, okay, I understand.
All the muffins.
Okay, I'm not even kidding, but the muffins have disappeared from the snack table here. They don't exist anymore, Jovanka.
They're all in my my belly. No, it's a weekend, so there's like sold out tickets, loads of fans here. They've eaten them all. It's not. I only had one.
How was the apricot pastry?
Yeah, I also had a apricot bun. Yeah, that was also good. I begged our producers for a break, especially so I could.
Well, you know,
snack.
chess burns all the calories, Tanya. That's what we tell ourselves. So
Maybe
David-
Magnus wants it all as well. Maybe he just wants to snack on all the black pawns. Why not?
Makes a lot of sense. And the path that you pointed out, first you defend that c3 pawn, you push it, you're coming in with the idea of c5. And the drawback is you lose out on a square at the center of the board, but it gives you enough time to start rerouting that knight. And it feels like a clear plan. And that's exactly what you're looking for when your opponent is down to about 2.5 minutes, right? Easy move to make, pass the ball, ask questions.
And actually, the question is how to handle this. You can't magically transport the queen to the h5 square. So it's just another pawn to boot.
Yeah, I saw that bishop d4. I mean, it's the most natural move here. But the eval bar did collapse for black. So I wonder whether there's anything else. I don't really see anything else. I mean, c5 looks like it kills that piece. Totally.
Definitely don't want to see that on the board. But if you're saying it's not bishop to d4, I need reinforcements, Yovi. Any plans?
I'm not seeing anything.
Queen.
This knight to f1 idea is very nasty, and you don't want to. Maybe you should go c5.
c5, blocking your own bishop. Or do you want bishop c7, queen e5?
To be honest, I didn't know what I wanted. I just didn't want to lose.
Yeah, I think the problem for black is like the queen is just stuck. Okay, and then I make a mistake, but the queen is stuck defending her pawn here on g4. So yeah, it's difficult to get this this whole queen e5 structure.
I'm telling you, David, it's not as, I don't think it's as easy or trivial for Magnus this position. The fact that he's been thinking for a while, he's not blitzing out his moves, he's up a pawn. And, Magnus is the kind of player who wants to put the pressure on the clock, on the board. And of course, one can question the confidence, motivation that he spoke about earlier, and maybe he wants to double check the lines. But there are these ideas, Yovi's pointing out bishop and the queen lining up to hit g3, queen g5, queen h5. Magnus wants to be careful about everything, and like you said, he doesn't want to give even an inch to Alireza to come back into the game.
Yeah, he would take any opportunity he's given Alireza with, with maybe a bit of gratitude, but he would take it without hesitation for sure. So yeah, I think c4 would be maybe my bet here, but e5 must be what Magnus is looking at, the main alternative.
Question, do you want to go knight c4 and trade off a knight for the bishop in this position? Trying to fight all those ideas of the checkmating, net around the white king, trading more pieces, I'm up a pawn, and then start pushing your queenside majority?
Such a hard question. Just to show that, Tanya, queen here, for example, oh, sorry, knight c4. For example, okay, maybe white has better, but something like this. How winning is this? Like if, I don't know where black should hide.
I mean, if you go on the f
king
file,
f7?
then you've got queen f3, right? You just go into a king pawn endgame.
Yeah, and that's just winning for white. So king somewhere, let's say king h7.
Snacky, snacky, snacky?
Yeah, you can take pawns, but I can also take pawns.
This is not easy, and it's going to take a lot of effort as well. Yes, because black has a pass pawn. Also, the white king is unsafe and no clear hiding place.
I'm declaring it. This is far from over, guys. This game.
Yeah, but there's still room for Magnus to misstep. But we haven't found an answer to this simple plan of going c4, knight f1, knight h2.
Let's modify your idea. I really like setting up bishop c7, queen e5, but I don't want to allow the passed pawn on the b file. If I don't plant my bishop on d4, which would be my first choice, after c4, can Alireza think about, yes, that move, David Howell?
Yeah, c6. And the white knight still travels round, though. The white knights will still ride over and swoop up that g4 pawn. Magnus is about to move, it looks like, after a long old think. 12 minutes. Still got time in the bank.
He's reaching for the c-pawn. It's coming up the board. There it is.
When David mentioned it, I thought, this is so Magnus.
Yeah. And that's where I've noticed that, like, my style is kind of similar in some ways to Magnus. Long grinds, where I thrive. But he's much more direct than me. Like, he pushes pawns. I'm always really hesitant. I'm like, no, just in case. I get, like, decision paralysis. Oh, what if it's a weakness? What if I've overextended? Magnus pushes pawns, and his pass pawns usually promote. In endgames, he puts a pawn on a6, it always becomes a queen. He now pushes pawns because they're closer to promotion, but also because the opponent struggles. And c6, great call, Tanya, played by Alireza. He had time while Magnus was in the tank to try and figure out what he wanted to do.
I'm going to point out one thing, David Howell. Knight f1 was what we were worrying about. Now you go queen d4. You plant the queen on d4 and not the bishop. And guess what I'm threatening? I know I'm losing the g4 pawn. You take it. I'll move my king away. And then my queen's coming in with all kinds of checks. All your pawns are hanging. It doesn't work, but it's a threat. It's tricky. It's scary looking.
Well, where to put the king, though? There.
Apparently that was bad. I don't know why.
Assuming that you can just c4, c5.
Yeah.
5 will shut the door. Maybe king f7 just to protect the pawns, but I mean, I don't know.
Still c5.
Yeah, maybe c5. Oh, wow.
Oh.
Apparently not.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, maybe.
Magnus decision time.
Okay.
He comes back with the knight. We're seeing this line being played out.
Okay, we're headed in that direction.
How is Alireza going to keep the game going with now under 2 minutes on the clock and 3 moves to go?
And oh, that didn't look very enthusiastic from Alireza. I think we might see a result here very shortly. Knight h2 from Magnus incoming. He has played king f8 though to free up his queen. He wants to play queen d4 without dropping the pawn with the check. Endgame skills, Magnus Carlsen. What do we think? Slightly more or slightly lower than 1.5 out of 10? Slightly more, slightly lower than his enthusiasm heading into today, according to the man himself. For those of you just joining us, Magnus said his motivation was only 1.5 out of 10 heading into the game, but I think a lot higher now. Endgame skills probably a bit higher too.
Definitely. I think that 1.5 has... look at Magnus. He's so locked in right now. I would say it's a solid 10 on 10 to get this in the bag by Magnus. He's very motivated to close this out.
Yeah, it can still also get choppy, right? You take a wrong decision. Like I'm thinking, if you go c5, looks very natural for white. The bishop will obviously drop back to c7, and then a queen will slide into c3. And there's still possibilities for white to go wrong. And you see the evaluation bar already saying that there's going to be problems. Because, yes, you pick up the g-pawn, but you also drop the b-pawn as well, and there's a whole load of checks to boot.
Yeah, it's funny that white just can't find coordination here. If white had 2 more moves and was able to take e6 as well as use the knight as a defensive/attacking piece soon, then I think white's winning. But black's just in time to grab pawns, maybe just in time to deliver some checks. We could see some perpetual checks depending on where the white king goes. Yeah, definitely not over. I don't think Magnus wants to put pawns on dark squares. I don't think he wants to see the queen arrive. So Alireza, it's so deceptive. Just that the way he made that move looked like he was defeated, but he's actually still alive.
Absolutely. And we've got one more move on the board. The knight did step forward, hitting g4, and Alireza's queen swooping all the way to c3 right now. So knight h2, queen c3 on the board. And this is about to get very fun in these final few moments, reaching up to move 40. Knight h2, queen c3. Let's have that, David.
Yep. Knight h2, queen c3 played.
It's on the board. And now if you take on g4, it will be Alireza's pick, whether he goes on the offense or starts picking up some of Magnus's pawns, with b4 hanging currently.
Magnus, as David's mentioned, is a greedy guy. Can he just play to keep everything preserved? b5. b5 and then pick up g4, and was tempting, but the evaluation bar saying no.
Yeah, saying it's good, but not winning. It's weird. It's like, if you're going to be 2 pawns up, surely you're either winning or black can force a draw. Like, how can it be somewhere in between? That's the confusing thing about this position. It looks like white's about to take this pawn, and black can threaten some mates, like queen d4, threatening a mate. Apparently bad. I
guess you can take.
White just takes and hides, but how does black fight on after b5? Is it...
I guess I was going to say focus in on the g3 point.
Even then, you've got to check on f2 and g4, and I was trying to work this out, and I'm not finding a way forward for black in this position. Let's say you take on g4.
I never know where to put the king. Like, it looks like they're all the same, and then I put them on one square, it's equal. One square, it's totally winning for white. King e7.
It's Russian roulette at this point.
Oh, again. This time I realize I allow queen
f6. Potentially. Wow.
How is black holding this?
Also, Alireza needs to survive by not making a huge blunder in the next 2 moves. He's got about a minute for each of those 2 moves in an extremely tricky position, with the white knight about to join the party.
Just to show how difficult it is, in this position, apparently there's only one move to keep the balance for Alireza, and it's bishop d6, which I would be looking at all the queen moves. I mean, I understand he's coming to c5. Once you show it, maybe, but
no.
That's how difficult it's going to be with 1 minute on the clock. Alireza is going to have to find some quiet moves, 2 pawns down to fight on. It's going to be tough. I think Magnus does play b5.
He's going to be drawing on everything that he has in order to stay in this game. Let's just quickly go to the bird's eye view, just get an overview of what's happening on the other boards. And Magnus, David, you might as well be our very own Magnus. And Tanya, can you break it down?
Okay, Wesley So against Pragnananda. Looks like Wesley So has won a pawn, but the game looks like it might be steering towards a endgame, either rooks, knights, or a bit of both, where a 2 versus 1 advantage won't be enough for Wesley So. And that is the top right board, although question mark move from Pragnananda just on the last turn. Maybe Wesley getting some chances. Vincent Keimer also getting some chances up a pawn against Gukesh. And looks like the White King is hiding. He's consolidating. Rook endgame, still drawish tendencies, drawish chances, but Gukesh, 4 minutes, struggling now. We could still see all of these games. Everyone seems to be up a pawn. Anna Muzichuk up a pawn, but that one should be a draw. And the bottom left board, Divya against Zhu Wenjun. A bit crazy, but for now, Zhu Wenjun still in the ascendancy.
Black's made so many inroads in that one. That's the bottom left board. By the way, moves on the Magnus Firouzja board, where Magnus did grab that g4 pawn. Firouzja did not even wait for a second before counter-grabbing Magnus's b4 pawn. Here we are, and now Magnus has a plethora of checks and queen infiltrations.
Ooh, check and in somewhere. He could also just close the center. He could also jump in with his knight, threaten some forks. If Magnus could get the queens off, do we think it's winning?
3 versus 2? Oof. Yes, just because it's Magnus, I'm very inclined to believe that it would be. But I would be more tempted to keep the queen and the knight option and try to go for checkmating ideas, push the g-pawn with the assist.
Yeah, I'm also in team Tanya here as well. Keep the queen and knight on the boards and use that knight to really trouble the Black King. And we're going to keep an eye on Vincent Keimer against Gukesh as Gukesh finds himself a pawn down. And Vincent is in consolidating mode.
Yeah, well, world number 1 is trying to push for his second classical win here of Norway Chess. For the world champion, he's on the defense, trying to survive against Vincent Keimer to force an Armageddon. He's down a pawn right now. That's the left side of our screen. But Gukesh relying on the rook activity.
Ooh, Magnus in the meantime jumping in on that right board. That looks like a fantastic move. All the forks threatened. Now checkmating ideas threatened with Magnus's queen delivering a check. Alireza, his king is so open. I suddenly see the bar shooting up for Magnus Carlsen. I think this might be the clincher. I was looking at pawn to e5, but why occupy the center with a pawn when you can occupy it with a glorious Octo Knight, just hitting all the squares and the queen and knight combo. I think we might see why it's so strong.
Yeah, and the queen is threatening to deliver a check on the f-line, and the queen and knight together, they are more than capable of delivering a checkmate.
Yeah, I love that. I love that he's not thinking about any endgames right now, Magnus Carlsen. He's going for the attack, for the hunt on Alireza's king. And it's not easy to respond to this position. You might be forced to withdraw with your pieces, get them closer to the Black King if you're Alireza. Try to step back with your queen. He's reaching out, and did you see that hand gesture? He hits it. He hits his position. It's like, I don't want to play this move. What do I do?
He is desperately trying to find a way to survive this. His whole idea is that if the queen checks on the f-line, the king will run towards the center, and maybe Black will be able to hold the position together.
Yeah, maybe. That's not what Firouzja's thinking right now, though. He looks like he's accepted defeat almost. He has hit move 40, so he does get the 10-second increment now, but that shouldn't save him.
Yeah, the feeling is that Magnus closes this out. With the queen coming in, you could play f3, you could play to h5, threatening that checkmate in one, forcing the Black King to get on that march anyway towards the left flank. But I'm not sure if you're hiding for too long, if you're Alireza. Queen h7 check, forks in the air.
It's a beautiful move. Tanya, the Black King is in the kill zone. Just park the queen on h5, threaten checkmate on f7, force Black on the defensive even more.
The only difference from giving a check on f3 and h5 is that once black's king starts running away, you have the optional check on that h7 square. Let's highlight that square just for everyone to see. And then you just are devoid of any opportunity to get your king to safety, because knight to f7 will be a fork if black's king ever lands on that d8 square.
Yeah, it's so important as well that if the white queen ever does leave her defensive duties, that any black check can just simply be met by the white king sidestepping. It's going to be safe on the light squares, where the black bishop now is pretty much unemployed. Earlier we saw some featured chat saying, at least there's a bishop, at least there's chances while that piece survives. But this bishop not doing too much. Magnus smelling blood, getting close now.
It was Magnus Carlsen who in an interview said that in queen pawn endgames, the white king often finds safety on that h3 square. That's where you want to hide. That's where you have the option to run up the board. And you shouldn't be afraid of playing king of the hill, even with queens on the board.
And we really could see a massive shake-up in the standings.
He's going for it, Ivanka. It's either a check or all the way to h5.
He's reaching for the queen.
Hesitates, pulls back.
Okay, where is he going, Magnus? Yeah, he's so good at these queen endgames. It's a mixture of calculation and just feel for where the queen belongs. It helps that he's got just the pawn advantage, the better minor piece, everything. Queen h5 played, checkmate in one threatened. Alireza has to run.
And just the way Alireza's making his moves, you really get the feeling that in Alireza's head, this game is gone.
It just looked like he's felt that for ages. Even actually when he was fine earlier, there was a shake of the head that betrayed his emotions. Magnus is great at smelling blood, sensing weakness. He hasn't sensed it from many people this week. But today, feels like Firouzja knows his number is up. Where's the killer blow, though? How does Magnus put the finishing touches on this game?
I'd be very tempted to give a check on h7, just hoping that my opponent falls back on the d8 square.
Yeah, if the black king goes to a dark square, it gets forked.
If it goes to the other dark square, it gets checkmated.
If it gets to the other dark square, it will get mated.
Queen f7, queen f4, game over.
Oh, beautiful. Just to show that. While Magnus thinks queen h7, will it be played? If it does happen, queen will give a check, and at the end, the queen, black queen, will be picked up on the diagonal. So many tricks like this. Magnus is about to move. I think he will give a check with his queen. At least ask the question. You can repeat a couple of times here if you want to. At least try to trick the opponent.
Firouzja will be forced to retreat with his king to the light square if that was happening. However, that only delays the inevitable.
Right, and the white queen can zigzag towards the black king in that manner. Queen h7.
Magnus calculating a mate in 20 currently.
Maybe 21. It's a check.
Gives the check.
It's coming.
King to e8, only move. Alireza blitzes it out.
To keep the game going, you had to fall back. And now do you give a check from g8?
Yeah, good tip for everyone at home. If you're facing a knight, put your pieces on opposite color complexes. King on light square, queen on dark square. They can't get forked. But yeah, here, it shouldn't be enough to save him. At least surviving, though. I don't see an immediate knockout.
You know, the one good thing to say about black's position is that the moves are forced. So you don't really need to spend time thinking about your options of between bad and worse. So that way, Alireza can just make only moves for as long as possible and just hope that Magnus loses the thread along the way.
Exactly.
Waiting for an opportunity.
For Alireza, his fate isn't in his hands. It's all up to Magnus. And there's certain freedom in that. And especially when your moves, like you said, they're forced. Magnus calculating where to give the check. I suspect the queen will come to g8 and start checking on that diagonal.
The black king will hide on e7, e8, e7, e8. While Magnus thinks, maybe we can pull up that two-board view again, just because we have updates on other boards. It does look like Vincent Keimer growing his advantage. That left board we see there against Gukesh. It's knight versus bishop on both of these two boards. The black bishop on b6 on both of them as well. But on both boards, the bishop's unemployed, hitting thin air, hitting diagonals where there's not much going on. Vincent Keimer brings his rook up. Knights are so good on f5 in general, but especially when most of the action is concentrated on one flank. Vincent Keimer, I believe, is going to win and beat the world champion, get his first classical win of the event. Elsewhere, Wesley So is a clear pawn up with decent winning chances against Prague. And yeah, that's the top right board, the blue board there. Clear pawn, 2 versus 1 on the king side. Wesley can't lose, but can he convert? That's the big question. And we could see blood on all 3 of the Norway chess boards.
Wow. That's going to be quite the day if that was to happen. My prediction not looking as good in that case right now, but we'd love to see that. David Howell, a happy man currently on the desk. It is 2-0. I will remind everybody that currently tied for first place is David and I, while Jovanka trails from very, very far behind. Extremely far.
It's okay. I'm winning in other areas. But
winning at life.
Yeah, I was going to say, also look at the clocks between Vincent and Gukesh. It's a similarity that is also seen in Carlsen Alireza, where the defender doesn't have too much time on the clock, and Magnus does give the check on G8, king to E7, and will the queen go to F7? Will she deliver another check on G7? Magnus just looking to put the finishing touches.
As is Vincent Keimer, who also delivered a check to Gukesh's king, sliding it now to F8 and trying to hide from checkmating ideas. Gukesh's king arrives on that E8 square currently as Vincent's knight has rerouted itself to the center of the board. The rook hit currently. Do you move it? Do you go for tactics in this position? Are there tactics in this position with the black rook hanging as well?
Yeah, let's quickly jump in because Gukesh is down to 30 seconds, living life on the edge. He has made the time control, but just to highlight Tanya's point, White's last couple of moves, he gave a check. The king had to walk towards the center. The knight dropped back, hitting the black rook and counterattack from Gukesh. So the rook is hit, but black's rook is hanging. I mean, I'd be looking at taking this pawn, trying to do something with the rook, and then getting the black rook. Although the black rook can also sacrifice itself potentially for some pawns. Vincent Keimer, he can also move his rook to safety. The white knight's so strong. Feels like there's an attack against the black king, but how to make it work?
He's going to take that A7 pawn. That's what he's going to do. So that when you capture it with your bishop, white takes the rook back. Sorry, when you take the pawn on G3, white takes the rook back. And then you take my rook, and I've got another fork to finish things out.
Yeah, deadly fork. Leaving the black king on E8 could be key here. The question of a check, I guess, is still there. But yeah, when the dust settles, white's got so many winning moves, probably. Just bring the rook in, looks good. You can probably swap rooks because you're a clear pawn up. The A pawn will be a beautiful distraction later, and black won't be able to survive this.
If Keimer does it, this is going to be his first win of Norway Chess. He'll do it in the classical, and that too against the world champion.
Exactly, and also he will suddenly find his rhythm, because that's what's been missing in his other games. He hasn't quite managed to put the boot in. Here, rook takes S7 would be such a stylish finish.
Oh, apparently F5 as well is like an immediate knockout here. Hitting one rook, not just one rook, but a second rook. And Gukesh just can't hold on.
Oof. And huge action on the Divya Wenjun board as well, as Wenjun, the 5-time women's world champion, is putting the finishing touches in her battle against World Cup winner Divya Deshmukh. Wenjun winless as well in the tournament so far, about to take down tournament leader.
It's a piece. She can just pocket this piece right now. I'm not really sure what she's calculating. I guess it has to be pawn to E5, hitting the bishop, hitting black's rook. And if she can find a solution here, she wins the game. It's not immediately obvious, though. It's not as obvious as the eval bar dictates. Around 3 minutes each right now. Black can profit by a few pawns. Black can go take the E pawn, go take the A pawn. Black will be 2, maybe 3 pawns up in most positions. But it's not over. It's not as over as I first thought. And just to show Zhu Wenjun, it was a beautiful sacrifice a few moves ago here. So active with their pieces. The knight in F4 giving itself up. There was a brilliant move, just to point this out. And this is where we stand right now.
And the clocks are ticking for both players now, under 3 minutes, and still 3 moves to go to make it to time control. But we are back to our marquee matchup right now. Magnus Carlsen still trying to find a way to give the knockout blow. He gave another check. The black king back to E8, and Magnus makes a slow move. Now that the knight is defended, he brings his king up to the dream square in queen's pawn endgame. And is he about to make the magic 3 number appear with the king, knight, and queen coming for the kill?
And Alireza down to 15 seconds. He has to come up with a move. He sets up a pin. Well, white can easily dodge that by just giving another check. What will Magnus play?
Give a bunch of checks here. The one that catches my eye is this check, keeping on the same diagonal as the black bishop, because when the king steps forward, you can, at the very least, munch a pawn with a check, and the white queen will swoop back to grab the bishop. That will be a 2-pawn advantage. That's an unlosable advantage. And Magnus, he's going for the corner.
He's found it. He finds the tactical trick, and I think Alireza Firouzja also will spot it. Knight takes pawn, and it will be lights out for Firouzja.
Knight takes pawn. There will be no last tricks. The game might continue a bit longer, but 2 pawns is too much in a queen endgame like this. Magnus looking for other knockouts, but he's going to keep it simple.
He's reaching out for it. He does it.
There we go.
Picks up the knight, about to pick up the bishop.
Deflection. The black queen no longer defending her bishop. Magnus's queen. Somehow his queens are always centralized.
Beautifully centralized, and notice how exposed the black king is. There's no way that Alireza can coordinate his pieces to avoid the white queen giving the checks. And Alireza, no time, 26 seconds, and this is mission impossible.
I think he's about to resign, Alireza, in this position.
What else? His queen is so far away from delivering any checks at all. The black queen is stuck, stifled. The king slides across. Magnus has a pass c-pawn. The white king is super safe, hiding with a lot of protection here provided by that g-pawn. This is, in its last stages now. The final few moves, surely. The only hope for Firouzja is a perpetual check. Can he make it happen, though?
As long as there's a pawn on e4, it looks like a faraway reality. The black queen, so many moves required to come towards the other side of the board. That's why king on h3, incredibly safe in these endgames. And Firouzja's got those extra seconds on the clock, but down 2 pawns. Magnus Carlsen, will he start pushing his own?
Yeah, he can calmly do it. Push the c-pawn. He can also improve the safety of his king. And Gukesh there on the left. Look at the clock. Look how it is ticking down. f5 being played by Vincent. Vincent just in complete control here.
Vincent moving in for the kill. It's 4 pawns against 3 pawns. Gukesh's rook was actually almost trapped on that last go. That's the board on the left there. White's rook is moving in. White can pick up some pawns, a couple of checks. Vincent, that is the most beautiful dominant knight against a totally dormant bishop. That is going to be a fantastic win. If he can put the finishing touches on Vincent, all he needs is to get a second pawn or some kind of mating attack. So while Gukesh tries and clings on, here we go. It's going to be a double attack by Vincent Keimer on black's bishop on the g-pawn.
And 10 seconds left on the clock.
Oh my gosh. And you could have an hour on the clock, and it would not help if you're Gukesh right now. He falls back with the bishop, looking for those tricks right now. Meanwhile, right side, Magnus has pushed his pawn, now eyeing the queen to infiltrate. Alireza desperately trying to get his queen in to give some checks.
Okay.
Well, Magnus probably going to step up with the king to h4. White's king completely safe. Whereas Vincent Keimer picked up a pawn. Oh, this is a beautiful move there from Vincent. f6, locking out the black rook. That's enough to warrant resignation.
Wow. Gukesh resigns, his rook trap, 2 pawns down. Vincent Keimer suddenly staking a claim, getting his first classical win of the event.
And that was an incredible finish, an absolute masterclass by the German grandmaster, start to finish, in control, finishing things off in style as the 2 players analyze.
2 players there analyzing, so let's try and listen in and see what they're saying.
We heard Vincent Keimer saying that although it might have been level with best play, it was always unpleasant in practical terms for Gukesh. A pawn down, didn't have too much time. It was all about the time control. Maybe Vincent saying to the world champion, you could have traded off a set of rooks. Maybe that would have given you better drawing chances. But ultimately, it was always Vincent who was better, and Gukesh couldn't defend long enough.
Heartbreak for the world champion, but it looks like it's going to be celebration for the world #1. Currently up 2 pawns, up on the clock as well with those extra minutes, combining the king and the queen beautifully to survive any perpetual ideas that Alireza Firouzja might be setting up, hoping for at this point. The G-pawn ready to move up the board as well. E4 under attack currently. Queen takes pawn is the threat.
Is it a threat? Queen f4 check would be a block, but yeah, definitely you don't want to allow any blows like that. I do wonder whether Magnus now getting low on time, whether he starts to get nervous. We have seen stranger things happen. Magnus has made some odd moves under time pressure in this event so far. In the meantime, we do see Wesley So with a big advantage. He has an extra pawn. It's 3 pawns versus 2 pawns. For now, the White King is perfectly placed as a blockade as well. Pragg is on the defensive. It's a 2-result game. Pragg desperate for a draw in that one.
Yeah, Pragg is scrambling hard, not easy to do when you have less than a minute on the clock. But also the same is true for Wesley. Wesley has to be precise, and he doesn't have too much time either.
Exactly, right? Knights are so incredibly tricky. One check on that White King, and we're talking a completely different game. So you have to be careful about your own pawn moves. For now, the White Knight takes away some key squares. It's all about the clock in this. Praggnanandhaa down to 30 seconds, trying to create those chances. And with that last move, Alireza Firouzja is threatening some checks on the H-file.
Yeah, Alireza Firouzja, he's trying to get in, blocked. Yeah, that was a really sneaky threat of a check. The Black Queen on the right board trying to go all the way up into the top right corner. H8, check. And yeah, as the C5 pawn is dropping, but Magnus is moving in with his queen, in with his king. And we see trades in the meantime between Wesley So and Praggnanandhaa. Wesley So in a pure rook endgame now, and handshake. Magnus gets the win.
Magnus wins, picks up 3 points, and Alireza Firouzja, the tournament leader, well, there may be a shake-up in the standings after this one.
And starting round 6 at the bottom of the leaderboard, that is a statement win by Magnus Carlsen, taking the leader, Alireza Firouzja, down in great style in this one, getting those tactics in. It's just the champion's way of closing out and saying that this Norway Chess is not over.
Indeed, it is absolutely not over. We go to Wesley So, Praggnanandhaa, because there, Wesley very much now in control.
Yeah,
trade of knights, this favors.
Magnus won because Alireza couldn't avoid a queen trade. That is why Alireza resigned. Magnus with a really nice trick at the end there to finish things off. In the meantime, Wesley about to win a second pawn. This pawn on d3 is doomed. How to protect it? If the Black King steps forward, there's a check. White's rook will drive it away and gobble that up. So Pragg has to attack it with his rook. There we go. What can Wesley do to defend that pawn? He needs to keep the c4 pawn alive. That is his winning hope. He defends it with his rook.
And the speed with which Wesley is playing, it's like he's calculated this rook pawn endgame till the very end. Praggnanandhaa on the defense repeats. Wesley, how's he going to improve this position now? Does he continue marching up the board with the c pawn? But that would make it a liability. Make it even more weak.
Wow, this is crazy. Apparently there's only one winning idea, but wow. I would never think of this move. Rook to g4, hitting an empty line, just a waiting move. Apparently Black is almost Zugzwanged here. The idea is you want to wait for the Black King to move away. He goes back. He's going to allow the position to repeat once, but he needs to keep the c4 pawn alive.
But if he doesn't find that idea, Wesley, is he going to repeat from a position of strength, being up a pawn? He still has to find a way to keep the game going. Rook g4, very tough spot there.
Very difficult, although he found a different way. This is, after rook to f3 at least, another way to go for the 2 versus 0 advantage. The g and h pawns have no rivals. That is also effective.
Very effective indeed, steering into an endgame where Wesley is in full control. Once Wesley has won the h7 pawn, then it's just a simple case of escorting the 2 kingside pawns up the board.
8 seconds for Pragg.
8 seconds, gotta move.
5, 4. Ooh, with 3 seconds on the clock, he pushes the pawn.
But now, what does Wesley do? Wesley still has to find an accurate way forward here. Does he go for the h pawn? Does he go back with his rook to challenge? King and pawn endgame's winning for white, up on material. He's going to bring his rook back now. And what is the difference? The black pawn's on h6 this time. Is it more of a target now, maybe, for the white rook?
That's the question, as Pragg about to fall back with the rook. Now he does it to the 6th rank to defend that target that you were earlier highlighting. Rook d6. Wesley needs to just pass the ball to Praggnanandhaa, who with 14 seconds, he pushes the pawn, though. He's going for a direct line.
This is a nice try there from Wesley, just forcing the rook to move off its dream square, and the pawn on h6.
He's about to get flanked. 2 seconds.
Gotta move.
Whoa.
Pragg moves his rook across. Now rook to g4 is the only way to guard that pawn. There we go. Great move, Wesley. So king and pawn endgames winning for white here. And the trick is, when the black rook goes hunting for the c-pawn, you can ignore it. You can bring your rook across. You can go up. Rook c4 is one way, but rook h4, rook h5, check. Defending across the board is the other way.
He first defends it. D3 pawn under fire as well right now, about to be picked up. And the d6 square under control. Praggnanandhaa, every move difficult. 3 seconds now, 2, 1. With 1 second on the clock, he pushes the pawn.
And for Wesley, it's just about picking up that pawn that's up for grabs.
His hand was shaking there, though. He's double-checking things just in case he miscalculates, but 2 pawns is too many, and the black rook is too passive.
And if Wesley gets this in the bag, Alireza has lost his game. Wesley takes the lead at Norway Chess with this 3-pointer. That's massive.
Absolutely massive. We would have a new leader. There would be a big shake-up in the standings. Wesley just has to hold his nerve. And now the plan is simple. You push the c-pawn, or if that gets stopped, you run and assist the g-pawn.
Did you see that from Pragg? A tilt of the head there. He knows. Wesley grabs his queen. He grabs a white queen, ready to promote.
That's a boss move. When you reach out, you pick up that queen, you know your opponent's got to be shivering. And for Pragg, this very well could be his second loss in a row. He's desperately trying to hold on, desperate for that draw, saying my king is active. I'm not going to allow your king to move forward. But you've got 2 pawns. That's one too many. He gives a check first, driving the black king to take a decision. Which side are you going, Pragg? Goes towards the side pawn. Another check. Don't take that pawn. Rook c4. And that's it. Wesley So takes the lead at Norway Chess.
What a performance. What a game there from Wesley, holding his nerves at those critical points and just managing to squeeze out that endgame win. And we move to Divya against Ju Wenjun. And Ju Wenjun looking ready to get her first win in Classical. That king has advanced to b3. It's just a question of running with the a-pawn. And the only thing Divya can do is give up her rook for it.
Yeah, the problem for white here is that the white king is so misplaced, so far back. The white pawn takes ages to run forward. I say run, it's walking slowly forward, and the black rook is going to be able to hold it and at bay long enough for the black king to get back. This is decisive, and this is a really nice winning technique from Ju Wenjun. She's going to use the black rook to block any checks. All played with just a few seconds left. Now the pawn is inching closer to promotion.
That was a dangerously long move to make with 2 seconds on the clock for Divya, as she now gives a check, but she's about to lose her rook to the pawn. Wenjun now is the one reaching out for her queen.
She's going to queen next move. Promotion. White can give another check, but the black king can start already walking away. The black rook is going to usher that pawn forward. Promotion guaranteed. The black pawn, the white pawn, sorry, on the g-file, way too slow. Divya goes for it.
She wants to shoulder the black king. Did you hear Wenjun just announce that she's putting a queen on the board?
And just to announce that Zhuzhina, Anna Muzichuk, that did end in a draw. So this is going to be the only decisive game in the women's.
There we go, it was a draw, but Divya in the meantime put her hands to her face. She knows now she's going to try and block the advance of the black king, but a couple of checks here, or the black rook going behind. White is way too slow, at least a tempo or two too far back here to have any chances. I think we might see resignation any moment. The black king will continue walking over, and the white king will be driven in front of its own pawn. And handshakes, Ju Wenjun, the world champion, gets her first win in Norway Chess.
And suddenly, just like that, the tournament is wide open as Divya Deshmukh falls behind. Ju Wenjun moves to 8 points. Ju Wenjun back to winning ways.
You gotta love the drama at Norway Chess. This is just unbelievable stuff. I mean, the world champion struggling every single round now takes down the hottest player in form here right now, Divya Deshmukh, leading it. And look at that. We've got 4. I wanted to say 3, but then I saw it was 4. 4 decisive results in classical chess right now. And David, yes, you win the prediction game, but I'm happy because that was absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema indeed, with 4 decisive results. Well, the second half has started with a bang. We are going to go back to a break, and we'll see you all in a few minutes because we got Armageddon coming up.
d1, I can go rook d8. It's simpler draw, but there is rook d2. Yeah. Rook d2. And I didn't see a way.
Okay, I'm very slow, yeah, but I get king f3.
Yeah, I don't have any move. Yeah, this rook is so passive. Ah. Maybe what knight e3 takes, like king after rook e4, rook d3, rook b4. King e3? I'm not in time. b5, ab. Yeah.
We are back with day 6 of Norway Chess. We are waiting for one Armageddon to be played, but the rest of the games have been finished and we had a decisive day all round. And we are joined in the studio by Mr. Grandmaster Vincent Keimer, or as Tanya calls you, Vincent. Congratulations on your win against Gukesh.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
It's nice finally winning a game after so many failed chances. And also less of an up and down game. I mean, I wasn't winning throughout, but I don't think I was ever worse. So that was also some nice experience. Yeah.
Nice experience, yeah.
Yeah, and Vincent, where do you think the big turning points were in your game today?
I don't know, I didn't feel like d4 was necessary by him out of the opening. I thought just bishop e6 and position should be like very normal. Generally, I believe he was kind of trying to avoid any sort of c3, as well as me. I played third move c3. But of course, I must have gotten some at least decent version of everything. And then, yeah, I don't know. I don't think it ever was too bad, but it's just very unpleasant. I'm also not sure whether I found the best options everywhere. I mean, after bishop e5, I had many options. Maybe bishop b5 was interesting. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, and then just bishop d7 take and f3. It's also a very good position. Maybe it was a smarter compared to what I did, but also I managed to keep up the pressure a little. But yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, rook b1 again, rook b3, queen b3, so many options. And I think here he actually defended quite well for the next few moves. So yeah, bishop c4, bishop e6.
Yeah, the engine really liked rook to d1, but yeah.
Rook d1. Yeah. No, I probably should have spent a little more time here. But you know, with this time control, it's not easy to say when do you spend a lot of time. Like if you spend 15 minutes and it's not something decisive, it was a very bad decision. If you find something very nice, it's great. So yeah, of course, he found this knight c5 idea, and afterwards, I know that engines will probably claim this is very close to equal already, but I mean, still, I'm a pawn up, and humanly, I think with the time situation that we had, I actually do have very serious winning chances. So. Yeah.
We heard you talking with Gukesh about that, actually. Was it about this position? You said in practical terms, very hard to defend.
Yeah, I mean, I know that engines don't care about such positions at all, but, you know, he also knows that, and exactly that's the reason why he probably wanted to force something, and I guess that was also the reason why he lost the game. If he was just trying to play a rather calm game, it's very hard for me to advance, but because he put his pieces on weird places just to do something forcing, I actually got some chances.
Mm-hmm. So by weird, you mean coming in behind and...
Yeah, I mean, rook on f1, rook on g6. I mean, especially with rook on g6, it stopped doing anything, and then the position was, I guess, at that point already lost. I mean, once I got g3, f4 already, I think I do have a very serious advantage. I'm not saying it's winning, but yeah, here, I mean, after f4, with this time situation, I think I will win most of the games already. So.
Yeah, and you played it out to perfection the last few moves, finishing it off, Winston. And I have to ask you, today we've had 3 decisive results in Norway Chess, and it's completely shaken up our leaderboard. It's topsy-turvy now. It's totally opened up. How do you feel about the scoring system here with the 3-pointer victory, or otherwise it goes into Armageddon?
I think it's interesting. I mean, I can't say that I personally got to be a big fan of the Armageddons, but I think that's more my problem than the format. Generally, we saw a lot of action, excitement, also a lot of mistakes, I think more than usual. At least speaking for me there, I mean, I had 5 draws, but I could have won 4 and lost 3 out of those or something like that. So it was really not as calm as the result suggests. And yeah, I guess that also speaks for the whole event. I mean, Magnus also, he could have been on like +2, +3 easily, but he blundered and drew or even lost some winning positions. And yeah, that's just been the craziness all around.
Yeah. and we love to watch that craziness play out as fans and as commentators. And I think before Yovi, you jump in. I just have one question. Today against Gukesh, you've been part of the World Championship team with him. Do you feel, having worked with him on his, with coming up with some great ideas that we saw in the match against Ding as well, somewhere that also gives both of you insights on each other that perhaps come to play when you face each other?
A little, yes, but being honest, like, repertoire as a top chess player is so broad and so ever-changing that, like, I have zero clue which line he would play against pretty much anything, and I think same goes for him. Of course, it matters a little, but I mean, it's not a big deal. And as also you saw, it's not like we started being peaceful just because of that. And yeah, I think it's a very good thing in chess that you can kind of make that distinction between having worked together or having a good relation and just battling it out over the board.
And I'm guessing you absolutely cannot reveal if you will be or not be part of the World Championship team for the coming up.
That's not something we can talk about.
Fair.
Good try, Tanya. Good try. Vincent, I wanted to go back to something that you referred to earlier on about the time control, about how you were worried about settling in for a long think and how you had to be practical. Like, how has that really changed your approach? I mean, have you found yourself taking risks?
I'm not sure yet. I mean, at the start, I tried to play it like a normal game. I mean, actually, my very first game against Gukesh, basically, we had a very equal game, and I believe it would have been a kind of more as boring draw if not for that time control. And then suddenly everything started happening. Like, he got some pressure, I didn't find the right way, he was winning, I got counterplay, I got out, and I was winning. And I mean, that's how it is. And I think with time, you start to get into that rhythm a bit. But yeah, basically, as soon as you're below, let's say, 30 minutes, every like 5 or 10 minutes that you take can be crucial.
And it's your debut here at Norway Chess, first time here. Are you having fun in Oslo?
Yes. No, I mean, it certainly is interesting and also challenging, of course. I mean, it's also, if you look at the players, it's a very, very strong tournament. So right now, tournament is, I mean, still I do feel like there were so many missed chances, but also it could have been so much worse. So right now, I guess I will try to take the good emotions from today's victory and continue in that spirit.
And one of the things about Norway Chess is the confessional. We haven't seen you in it, Vincent.
Yes, where have you been?
No pressure?
Yeah, good question. No, I usually just don't know what to say, but maybe I'll think of something smart.
Okay, well, you heard it here first.
That was a promise.
That was a promise, and if you can't think of anything, you can talk about how we're your favorite commentators.
Tanya tells all our guests that. But looking ahead, I mean, what can you expect from the rest of the tournament? Or
I am pretty much expecting what has happened already. Like, we have seen a lot of fighting games, a lot of craziness, a lot of time scrambles, and I guess that's the way it's going to be for the rest of the tournament as well.
Thank you very much, Vincent, and congratulations again on your win. And we hope you join us again in the studio.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you very much.
Congrats.
Congratulations. And Vincent Keimer there with 3 points. Well, he suddenly leapfrogs in the standings, and suddenly everything is up in the air. Wow. It's been quite the day. I thought yesterday was completely turbulent. Now we have a new leader in the shape of Wesley So, 11.5 points.
And someone would have told you that going into round 7, it will be Wesley So leading Norway Chess. I don't know, I would have believed that storyline. It's unbelievable what he's done in this tournament so far after losing game 1 in an Armageddon to Prague. Then, raking up all those classical draws, going on a spree with Armageddon wins, taking down the world #1 Magnus Carlsen, winning his game today against Prague as well. I mean, it's been fantastic to see Wesley here in Oslo.
Absolutely. He's gone from strength to strength, right? Because after losing the Armageddon, he's literally won all of the Armageddons. And now he's switched to the classical
mode.
Yeah, he's been going through the gears, getting better and better every day, Wesley. So I think this format, we've talked about the ups, the downs, the twists, the turns, the scrambles, but it suits Wesley. He's quick, he's intuitive, he keeps things really simple. He's solid, as we know. And yeah, he's just, the fact that he's hard to beat means that people overpress against him. Prague today could have shut the game down. early. I think he should have kind of go back and attribute his defeat to pushing d4 when he didn't need to. He could have traded off pieces, could have taken it to a simpler game, but he gave Wesley hope, gave him active pieces. Never give Wesley long-term advantages like that.
And now it's Prague who's at the bottom of that leaderboard, right, with 6 points. I mean, he was the hottest player on the chasing pack with Alireza in the lead. 2 back-to-back losses there in the classicals. So he's struggling. He's got to switch it up. And not just at Norway Chess. Norway Chess women,
I was going to
equally
say,
fun.
we've seen a switcheroo happen there as well. Bibi Sara regaining her lead as Divya goes down to 5-time Women's World Champion 2024 Norway Chess Women Champion Zhu Jun. And we're getting ready for this Armageddon between Zuzina and Anna Muzichuk. Zuzina with the white pieces will start with 10 minutes on the clock, whereas Anna Muzichuk begins with black with 7 minutes on the clock, and she does get draw odds.
And Zuzina, who's first to the table right now, starts with the white pieces, Yobi. And yesterday, you know, she had that win in her hand. Everything went wrong for her against Divya. I think this one, an Armageddon for both. Whoever wins will be a huge confidence boost in their campaign for Norway Chess. Just how close the fight is, how little the gap is. Every half point matters at Norway Chess Women.
Every point matters from now on, Tanya. Absolutely everything. And Zuzina is maybe thinking shoulda, woulda, coulda. If she'd won yesterday, she would have picked up 3 points. She would be also there, right there, fighting for the top. But as it is, she is fighting for Armageddon victory. One of those players will walk away with 1.5 points. But Zuzina, she needs to focus on the goal on hand. She needs to win.
And this is a battle between the debutante and a player who's been in every single edition of Norway Chess, Anna Muzichuk, 2024, 2025 winner back in 26.
Experience really helping her, Anna Muzichuk, last year and this year so far. And something needs to change for Zuzina. I think out of the two players, it was Anna Muzichuk who survived the opening with black in that Grunfeld, got her preparation in, got the first surprise in, looked confident, held without too much trouble. So now Zuzina with the must-win situation, she might be the one to switch the openings up here. She gets the time advantage, but needing to win, she knows she needs to keep more pieces on the board, keep more tension, and avoid being surprised.
And it's the final drama moments for round 6 of Norway Chess. Quick predictions. Who takes this Armageddon?
Oh, Anna's looked quite good in Armageddon in general, taking most of them. This is, her 6th Armageddon out of 6 days so far. I think Anna Muzichuk.
Oh, and we're off, hoping for a big battle here. David, I say Zuzina bounces back in this one, and wow, we've got the Dutch on the board.
This is Anna to a T. In the classical, she keeps it a little bit more solid. In the Armageddon, she just rolls the dice and plays in an aggressive fashion, and it's worked out like a dream.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Grunfeld these days. Nobody seems to play the Grunfeld twice in a tournament. You play it once, sure, you surprise your opponent, you make a draw. Playing it a second time, you know you're going to get hit by something. And this is fascinating. This is the Leningrad Dutch, where black fianchettos the bishop on g7. And here Zuzina has extended the queenside. She's going to push the a-pawn, no doubt, as well, trying to gain all the space. She's saying to Anna, if you don't break out with e5 soon and try to go for the center, try to mate me on the kingside, I'm just going to take those squares. And good luck trying to survive on that flank later. Anna breaks out in the center.
Instantly, which means we're going to have some trades. We might even see the queens come off the board right now for Zuzina. She wants to plant her bishop on b2. That might look like a pawn hanging, but do not grab that pawn at the center of the board, opening up that monster on g7, eye-lining the rook on a1 with knight jumps across the board.
No, that pawn on e5 has a do not disturb sign attached to it. Absolutely do not touch. But Zuzina pausing for thought. Big decision. Does she go into the endgame? Bearing in mind she is in a must-win situation.
Okay, and I'm surprised she hasn't snapped the queens off. That looks like a good opportunity here and now to displace the black king. And there we go. She does, after a bit of surprise, a bit of thought, decide not to take that e5 pawn. Yes, the white knight would have wanted to move in with some forks, but the a1 rook would have been trapped long term. Black could have actually slow played that. So instead, the beautiful pawn chain of black has been set up. White will likely centralize her knight. There we go. Bring her other knight out. And where's the white king going? Maybe that will go to the queen side as well. Go to that left flank. Castle White's ahead in development.
Ahead in development and very healthy pieces, right? You've got, on the other hand, black. Where will your king go? You need to be at the center of the board. In a queenless middle game, you can't be feeling all that safe if you're Anna Muzychuk right now. I'm looking at development ideas for Anna. King e7, knight d7, land that knight at the center of the board. Knight to e5, trying to get it to d3, rook on d8, but you still haven't solved your problem of the queen side.
Still, Anna needs a few more moves to consolidate. That's why she's thinking now, but you can't think for too long in Armageddon. Will she deal with that problem of her king? Maybe the king wants to go the other way. Often c6, king c7 is one choice.
And every single player who's gone into the Armageddon has spoken about fatigue and endurance being such a big factor after a classical that completely drains out emotionally, physically and mentally. And then trying to be alert with such little time on the clock and no increment.
Not easy at all to adjust to that change in pace. But both of these players have to do that. Zhuzhina now considering, does she trade those knights? Does she castle? She goes for that trade. And now she steps up with the knight.
And a feature chat there complimenting Anna's handling of the clock. And I couldn't agree more. It comes from the experience that she's had in this format, has been at Norway Chess every single year, knows exactly what it takes in this tournament to be a long horse and win it in the long run, be a big stage player, get those points in the Armageddon.
The big moment for Anna. She has to break out now, as David is highlighting. If she doesn't do it, then a clamp with a knight to b3 would have ensued. It's a good move there from Anna. And now for Zhuzhina, she takes the pawn. I was expecting her to advance the pawn one more step.
Yeah, very dynamic. She wants a pass pawn. She wants time as well. White gaining a tempo there. The passed a pawn might come into play later, but mainly just the hit on the black rook, which now has to go home. Anna's doubled pawns, I don't love them, but it's all about whether they can be hit in the near future. If Anna gets a few more moves, if she's able to move a knight out of the way, maybe trade off the dark squared bishops, get her king to safety, bring that h8 rook into the battle, then she might be fine. But Zhuzhina has a few moves with which to strike as she pushes her pawn forward.
It's coming into the game. a4 is going to keep Anna's rook tied to stopping that pawn from getting too far advanced. The black king has stepped up, which also invites some check on a3. You have to watch out. There are still a lot of pieces that could gang up against the black king at the center of the board.
Anna, she's been so good on the clock, but still more than 3 minutes down right now. I would advocate maybe bringing this bishop out the way. It would be nice to reconnect the rooks. And okay, I was going to say use the other rook on the b file. She does spot an opportunity to hit a couple of pieces here. They're lined up. Does Zhuzhina have to give that check on a3 to get the bishop out of the way now?
Well, you got to put something on a3, either the bishop or the rook. Rook just looked ugly. She does go in with the check. The black king sidesteps. The knight's still under attack. Is this the moment that you jump in and start targeting those doubled pawns that you were earlier talking about? She brings it to the center of the board. Knight takes pawn. A threat.
Knight takes pawn. Definitely a threat. So decision time for Anna. What to do? Does she step up with the pawn, attack the knight, but allow the white knight to jump forward? Or does she play it in a more tactical manner? Maybe move the knight out of the way because she defends that pawn, keeps everything solid. And Zhuzhina, she knows her asset is the a pawn, and that is what she's going to be pushing.
Yeah, that was interesting. You mentioned that, Ivanka, the pawn sacrifice with c5. It was a trick, the bishop taking. The knight needed to use the d7 square, and the second black pawn would arrive on c5. There were tactics in the position. Now, she missed those tactics. Suddenly, the white pieces are flooding forward. The bishop, the pawn will land on a7, almost unstoppable now. And black's going to be playing without a rook for the next few moves. This is going to be difficult for Anna Muzychuk. Zhuzhina, though, needs to continue just going forward. Keep pedaling. There we go. Bishop forward. Keep pushing the pawn before black is able to consolidate. And, a mistake apparently. Dark square bishop trade helps white.
She's reaching out for it, and Zhuzhina keeps the pace in the position and the clock as well. Now Anna under 4 minutes. As Zhuzhina just taking the decision, she does trade. She's going to push that a-pawn all the way to the 6th rank. She first clamps down with c5, making sure that Anna's remaining bishop is dead and her own bishop runs with a big check on c4.
That bishop won't do much now. That light squared bishop, as our featured chat just said. And the white a6 pawn is going to be so strong. The knight on d4 is glorious. Immovable.
Yeah. And it feels like Zhuzhina is just simply playing with an extra pawn to boot as well. Look at that pawn on a6, 2 squares away from promotion. The bishop can come in, give a check. You can also start taking control over the b line. Anna in big trouble here.
Absolutely. The knight on d4, the immovable object, the pawn on a6, the unstoppable force in the position, the clock going down. She does land on the only square she has available for her knight. Time to fight for the b file.
Yeah, take the b file. She could also maybe get tempted to just go and take that knight. It's going to be good knight versus bad bishop. She doesn't need to rush. The knight isn't really threatening too much. Maybe what will slow her down from rook b1 is the idea of the black knight jumping, but the white bishop has some checks. The idea of moving the rook, bringing the white king slowly towards the center, those should be the next improvement steps.
She's reaching for the rook, lines it up with the, I was going to say the pawn, but she does go for the idea of the trade. And it looks like knight c3 comes in with a double attack, but you always have that check on c4 against any such moves. So bishop c4 in the air.
Yeah, and for Anna, it's very difficult to start untangling. The bishop on d7 is forced to defend its pawn on c6. And the rooks, they are stuck in a standstill. They have to face off against each other. The only piece that Anna can improve is the king. But Zhugenet's king is also waiting to be activated.
Anna's time looking very concerning now, says Jed Cope. Fully agree. The clock, 2.5 minutes only. They're at move 25, so still 15 moves away from getting any increment. She drops back, going for white's a-pawn. Surely Zhugenet's not going to let that drop off the board. She can slide back with her rook. The blue arrow appears, rook to a1. Only way to keep the advantage.
And then you're also hitting the c6, a weakness. If you're Zhugenet, she does it. Knight takes pawn, again threatened. Will Anna just simply step back with her bishop where it came from? And then how are you breaking through is the question that Zhugenet has to answer.
Great move though, very calm from Zhugenet. She's played fantastic chess so far in this Armageddon. Outplaying Anna, positional advantage. White will slowly bring the king. White can push the h-pawn. White can just sit and wait and play this forever.
And Anna's clock just going down under 2 minutes now. Very clinical so far by the Chinese Grandmaster.
Yeah, and Zhugenet, as David's mentioned, she not only has a massive time advantage, she also has a whole load of moves that she can play. She can wander all the way up the board to the a5 square with the king, keep everything covered, and just slowly start to dominate the position now, sensing the inevitable. Anna decides to change momentum, knight to b4.
Pushed up on, a7 cannot be attacked by anything on the planet right now. Tying down black's rook to eternity on the square.
Wow, that's such a strong pawn. And black is never ever moving that rook out the way. Anna needs to guard against the threat very soon of rook to b1, up to b8, winning a piece. So, yeah, what to do with Anna? What to do with her pieces? I don't see it. Is she going to try and get her king into the center with black? She drops back with her king. Oh, she's totally frozen, though. Those are the most passive pieces you'll ever see.
Okay, and what's stopping rook to b1? Knight a6.
Knight a6 would mean the trade and rook coming in with a check.
That would be game over.
I think it's the back rank for now. Black will have a capture, a check on a1, maybe bishop to a6 if the white bishop is blocking on the f1 square. So not going for it now, but just play h4. Just bring the white king forward. I mean, the white king has got a clear path as well on the king side. There we
She
go.
does it. She's coming in with the idea of rook b1 next. That would be game over on the spot. Anna has to keep fighting. She can fall back with her knight to make sure that if your rook leaves the a file, the a7 pawn is hanging. Might be forced to retreat with the knight right now.
She's got to go back and maybe just give up the c6 pawn. They're doubled, they're weak, can't cling on forever.
And Anna ticking down to under 50 seconds to boot. It's getting critical.
She needs a miracle to survive this. Wow, that's tactical. You take that bishop, she'll take the pawn, pinning it to that rook on a1. Tricky, Anna.
Tricky. Shouldn't work. We see the eval bar shoot up. But does Zhugenet have the tactical vision to find the refutation? At the very minimum, rook takes bishop here would get 2 pieces for the rook. Big advantage. But there are tricks. There are other ways to win involving some cruel tactics here.
Oof. Zhugenet, will she find them? She does pause. She has enough time to work this out. David, it all starts with taking the bishop on a6 and a beautiful line if black was to capture on a7.
Exactly. If bishop takes bishop here, it looks like black gets the pin, will win the bishop back and live to fight another day. But after bishop takes a6, rook takes, the move knight to b5. Let's show this very quickly. Bishop takes bishop, rook takes, and now knight b5 wins on the spot. Due to a fork, rook takes bishop, impossible here. Check, and the rook drops off. But if the knight is taken, then a discovered check, and the rook drops off. And this is a winning endgame for white. You can win in a variety of ways. Just take all the
She's
pawns.
going for it. She does it. She finds it.
First step, knight b5 is the next. That's the killer blow. Rook takes a7. Will she find it? Knight b5 now.
Oh, she misses it.
Okay, still strong, but she's found another way, I think.
Very nice and very human. You take that bishop with your rook, you lose your knight. You take that bishop with your knight, you lose the pawn.
Yeah, not just the pawn, but black's going to get pinned on the a file. Knight takes c6. The rook's going to go back, and knight to b4.
That's game over. Just right there. And that's it. It's handshake. Zhuzhina gets the win.
Wow, what a victory there for Zhuzhina. The very first Armageddon they played, it was a win for Zhuzhina. Now it is one more time, another win. Well, we will see. Anna Muzichuk finishing with 1 point Armageddon loss. Let's see how that affects the standings. It has been a day for some moving and some grooving as we see a complete change in the leaderboard. In the Open, in the Norway Chess, Wesley So is now the leader with 11.5 points. Alireza Firouzja there on second place with 10 points. And Vincent Keimer with his win over Gukesh moves to third place, 8 points. And Magnus Carlsen rising from the dead, from bottom place, now finds himself in fourth place, 7.5 points.
Can he put a winning streak together? That's the big question, Magnus Carlsen. Both sections, they're starting to bunch up. Vincent said it. Suddenly he's in third place, despite struggling in the event so far, losing all the Armageddons. He's in striking distance. Wesley looks like the man to catch right now, the most informed player this week. But yeah, in the women's, far more open. Zhu Wenjun suddenly looking like she's in with a shout.
Absolutely. Bibisara Sauber-Eva regaining her lead. But Divya Deshmukh, she may have lost her game, but she still finds herself in second place. Oh, absolutely anything can happen there.
And you love to see it, right? You go into round 7 and both fields wide open. I mean, Magnus Carlsen, if he gets on a hot streak, that's a scary thought for the rest of the field, even though he's in the middle of the leaderboard. I will point out, it's been a sad day for Indian chess fans, though. All 4 players going down in their game. Divya lost, Humpy lost, Prag and Gukesh at the bottom of their leaderboard. But there's still plenty of chess left to be played. And I will say that Divya still in the mix there. Bibisara reclaims her lead in that one, but with the smallest of margins.
Small margins, but let's see what the action is tomorrow as we check out the pairings. And we wait for the change. I love this moment. We have Pragnananda against Alireza Firouzja. Both of these players are losing today. Can they bounce back tomorrow? Well, we'll find out. Vincent Keimer, we had him in the studio. He is in good spirits. He plays white against Magnus Carlsen.
That's going to be a fun battle to watch for Vincent Keimer. It will be about the tension of trying to get things done in the classical, in the Armageddon, as he mentioned himself. It's been a struggle so far for him. Magnus Carlsen needs those fights in the classical. So with the black pieces, he'll be happy if Vincent wants to take it to battleground right now to give Magnus those chances as well. I'll also point out a huge matchup in the women's. It's Bibisara tournament leader taking on Zhuzhina, who just won a very stylish Armageddon against... against...
Anna Muzichuk.
I am blanking out. Anna Muzichuk.
Yeah, I mean, every game feels so huge. Every matchup, especially in the women's, it feels like. I could see someone going on a 2-3 game win streak and just running away with it at this point because it's so open. Feels like opportunity is right there. But Keimer against Carlsen tomorrow. Oof. 2 winners from today who look like they did it in really nice fashion. I think that's going to be the game to watch.
Definitely. And with Vincent Keimer, getting his first win in classical. Yeah. Who knows? The confidence might suddenly have got that big boost, and anything, as we see, can happen once the momentum changes.
Absolutely. Momentum is everything with the scoring system, right? And when you're about to face the world number 1, what do you need? A day before, a really nice victory. And that's exactly what Vincent Keimer got going for himself today.
So plenty of excitement in store for us tomorrow. Today has been an absolute barn burner. It has been crazy. 4 decisive results. Thank you, Tanya, David, for guiding us through all of the action, all of the moves. It's been so much fun. You just made it fly by again.
begin. And a big thank you to everyone at home for tuning in and following along, and of course joining in our trivia quiz. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. And earlier on I asked, have the floodgates been opened? They most certainly have. See you tomorrow.